with my hands.
Ta-da. Okay, what we do is we're live now on the interwebs, and so what we do is we wait. There is a broadcast delay. I have it set up
Right.
as fast as possible, but that's not always. So we wait till people say they can hear us, and then we'll have you
I,
guys,
I
and
see
we'll have you individually do.
I wish you could taste it.
it.
Oh, there's
Sorry.
because there's no Wawa down there, or you hate coffee, or what?
No,
Two
I miss Wawa.
Ah, yes.
24 ounce. I should freeze one and send it to you. Two
Uh,
honeys and Irish cream.
we're heading up to PA, I think, in a couple months. I got to for some race in Maryland. I got to go to.
Oh, you gotta let me know.
All right, yeah, I will. I definitely will.
Yep. What are you doing, Matt? You're coming too, right?
For what?
We're gonna
There's
watch
some,
Devin race.
yeah,
Oh, when?
there's some race in Maryland. I don't remember what it's called. There's some streetcar shootout thing at MIR. I don't remember what I think. Or is that where Tyler is?
Tyler,
Crossno?
uh,
I don't remember. I think it was. I thought it was MIR.
BMP.
No, this one's in Maryland. Whatever it is, I know we're planning on going to Maryland. I thought it was MIR. It might have been Cecil. I don't know.
All right. Well,
Tyler, yeah.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
we're live and people can hear us.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
So we'll
Cool.
we'll get into them. I like to ask so this is Devin Vanderhoof of HCR Innovations, and this is Troy Baum of is it Racewire?
Racewires.
Racewires, because I know there's like a company that sells wiring, and then there's obviously you that custom wires cars. So I think they're both Racewires, right?
We're a little different.
Yeah.
I kind of flew with it. I thought of Racewires and just went with it without looking.
He's singular. You're plural. He's race wire,
That's what I
and
was
you're race
saying. Yeah.
wires. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. You're talking about Brian, right?
I just know there's someone
Yeah.
else with a very similar name.
Right.
So
Yep.
these guys,
Racewire Technologies.
yeah.
Yep.
So if you guys, I mean, I said it ahead of time for people to ask questions, but obviously you guys are like high-end race car wiring people, like Radial versus World, all sorts of pro mod stuff or whatever you can think of. So that's why we're doing this. And here you are. And if you want to do like talk about your business quick, and then we'll get to questions.
Sure. Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, like you said, Matt, I fortunate enough to work my way up through from my, single garage at my house, dragging bracket cars and local stuff in to, my own shop. Moved out of the garage right to here, and this has been back cave ever since. So up the level of cars, obviously, but yeah. It's definitely working out well. I never expected this many cars to wire. Devin and I've talked about that a ton. Like, this is out of the hand. Like, he's overwhelmed. You're not getting on his schedule for a year. My schedule a year. It's tough. But the demand, all the fuel injection stuff, all the technology, per se, right?
It's not just a
Yep.
carburetor
Keeps
and an
us
on-off
rocking.
switch anymore. That good, bad. I'm sorry.
I do have a carb over here, and I got him halfway. So I have a Holly Dominator Pro Dash coils, smart coils, and I'll have a bulkhead connector with ejector, that I can add injectors later for when he goes all the way. So we still do some of the carb stuff, small block NOS stuff. Some of them guys don't want to go all the way or can afford to go all the way right away. So, find a happy medium.
And then Devin, if you want to introduce yourself.
Devin, I wire and tune cars. HCR Innovations is the name of the company. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been tinkering with cars for a really long time. Me and Matt go back pretty far. We've been friends for, I don't know, since what, 2000-ish. So
Yeah, I guess I think when I first got one of my motorcycles, right around there.
yep, yeah. So I've been tuning cars and tinkering with cars and wiring cars for a long time. Decided to take that up a notch a little bit, and been doing this full time now for 2 years, 2.5 years full time. I was doing it for I think probably 14 years after hours, after my day job. Um, I only do Holly EFI. I don't do any other EFI systems. We do because I only work with one EFI system. I'm very in depth with that single EFI system. So I try to put together a package for a customer when I wire them, as far as like training them. So like teaching them how to use what they just paid me for and understanding what they have in their own car. The majority of my clientele is, um, the radial tire stuff. I've done a few NHRA Pro Stock, one Pro Mod, no, two Pro Mods, one Pro Stock, a couple other big tire stuff, but most of it is small 275 radial tire stuff. Lately, I've had a rash of nothing but small block nitrous and big block nitrous. I'm in the Southeast, and in the Southeast, nitrous is still king. Um, but yeah, that's kind of what we do. And right now, it's me and my fiance Laura. She works for me full time, and we are in desperate need of more shop space. I have two shops on my property, a 30 by 30 and a 24 by 28, and I only work on one car at a time, and it's a problem. We're booked too far out. I need to hire somebody, but Troy can probably attest that hiring somebody is absolutely miserable. So here we are.
All right. Well, I have introductory questions here, and then we'll get to people's because people have fantastic questions that I also want to know the answers to. So I'll try to not talk as much as possible.
All right.
First one is I think you partially answered it, Devin. How did you get into automotive wiring, both of you?
Who's going first?
Go ahead, Dev.
So I started off with automotive wiring. You grow up around a bunch of guys that are into race cars or hot rods and whatnot, and it seemed like everybody always had their own little niche. Some people were better at welding or cutting stuff up, and some people were better with understanding how to rebuild engines and transmissions. And I was always the guy who understood the electronic side of it. I started off into imports. I was pretty big in imports. That's actually kind of difficult to say, especially here. But I was big into Mitsubishi imports, and imports are kind of ahead of the curve when it comes to technology. So it kind of just started from there. And I was always the guy who would, wire up buddy's stuff, and then it turned into, wiring whole cars. And I finally decided to, kind of make a side business out of it after I heard some horror stories from some people I knew in the racing community after they paid a ridiculous amount of money and had, a boatload of problems. And, it was just one of those things where I said, well, I think I could do better. So here we are.
Yeah, I similar story, in my area, in our area, right? Yeah, very few people would dive into wiring. So, we would do our cars, of course, my car, my friend's car, first, second, third turns into fourth. Before you know it, you got 10 under your belt on the side. Like Devin said, you're working your job, doing it on the side. My schedule has always been 9 to 2 or 9 to 3 a.m. and then get back up and do your day. Go home, do family till 9 or 10, and then you're back out. Yeah, street rods, all that on your way up to, I don't want to say better, but maybe more complicated projects, more expensive projects, of course. because they're all cool. You know, right now it's like I got a 5-liter with a blower, Terminator X, Fuel Tech, a small block, you know, with a Holly. They're all awesome. They're all different styles. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, a lot of education. Reading up, you know, that, yeah, Matt, I mean, you guys all know, like, if you want to get on top of anything, and I wanted to stay kind of in one area. That's where I was good at. Like Devin said, a lot of the other guys are pros in other areas that I don't need to try anything there.
All right. Well, ooh, I echo on somebody else's part. I don't know who it is. What do I do with my hands? So
Yeah,
my next one is, I always like to ask this. When did you hear about sloppy mechanics, and what do you think of sloppy mechanics as a whole for the car industry, like good or bad or indifferent?
Who's up? All right. Well, I heard of sloppy mechanics probably a couple days after you started it, because you know, we were pretty friendly then, and you know, we lived down the road from each other. Always did dumb shit together. I think it's a good thing and a bad thing. So and I'll just be honest about it. The good part of sloppy mechanics is that you've gotten a ton of great people involved in hot rods, right? It keeps the sport of hot rodding alive. A lot of people think that all I care about is super high end stuff, and that's not the case at all. I prefer to work with a sportsman level racer than I do the professional high end racer. I don't really want to give my reasoning behind it because I don't want anybody to think that I'm being an asshole. But I do prefer to work with the sportsman level racer. So I think sloppy mechanics has brought a ton of people into the industry, which makes the industry grow as a whole. And it also progresses everybody to do better and to do better for less, right? So I think that if sloppy mechanics really wasn't kind of a staple in the industry, because it is, I mean, you know, it's blatantly obvious it is. If it wasn't a staple in the industry, I feel as if everybody would have to have a $200,000 car to have fun, and that's BS. And you know, it's just not the case.
absolutely.
You know, I mean, you know, some of the most fun that I ever had with cars and hot rods is my old Festiva.
I was just gonna interrupt everybody and be like, the Fastiva.
Yeah, that was one of the most fun times I ever had with a car. You know, I miss having kind of like what Troy has. You know, like I had Mustangs that were cool to just hop in and go do burnouts in, destroy the tires, and have a blast. Now my personal car has spiraled out of control, and
The car is dope. That thing is dope.
It's cool, but you know, it's a hassle. You know, it's not as much fun as it used to be. And I'll say this for everybody listening and everybody in the sloppy mechanics world. My only thing that I have to say that is bad about sloppy mechanics is that the new people that get into this hobby and into this sport, some of them feel as if they should be able to be ultra competitive in all forms of racing on a shoestring budget. And I hate to tell everybody, but enjoy the car, right? Have fun, do burnouts, like have a blast, but don't think that you're going to show up to like a street car event and then complain because you make 1,200 horsepower and you just got gapped by a 2,500 horsepower car that gets better fuel economy than you. I mean, like, don't, you know, just, you have to kind of get off of that high horse of, like, you know, I guess what it is fuck it, I'll come out and say it. Fuck it. It's the
Fucking
LS.
say it, dude. Fuck, you're probably not even wearing pants, are you?
It's the LS. It's the LS engine. Y'all have y'all have never had to tune a distributor. Yeah, my man. Y'all have never had to tune a distributor. Most of you guys don't know what a cam and crank sensor is, except for the fact that you got the tan one or you got the gray one. There's some growing pains with race cars, and the LS has kind of paved the way to make race cars easy, which I'm not hating on the LS. I'm hating on what it's done. It's made everything too easy. And for the guys that complain about their Terminator X, install, if y'all had a little bit more experience prior, just in hot rods, period, you probably wouldn't have those problems. So there's my good and bad. And I'll say that I think that the good heavily outweighs the bad.
I don't know where I fit in with sloppy. I don't know, other than the fact I've always just put stuff together and beat the shit out of it. So, I don't know of any bad. To be honest with you, no such thing as bad press. So, I think it's wonderful actually, because I, for one, remember going to the junkyard with my dad and stuff like that, pulling parts, hot as hell. Sometimes I don't want to be there, but as when you're older and you're stoked to go do that, when you don't have a lot of money, which we've all been there, like, so I don't race. I can't afford to race on this level, but I love working on it. So that was motivation to work on this stuff, because I couldn't afford it. And I really don't have the drive to, honestly. Like, it's like Devin said, it's way too much work, man. If you go follow some of these guys, it's too much work. But back to yarding and putting stuff together, shoestring budget or not, just the hot rod mentality. Throw it together, go smoke the tires. If you want to see how fast you go point A to point B, that's where you start getting a lot more involved, and then it escalates to where Devin's at now with his whip. I mean, that thing is, it's unbelievable. But your next car is going to be a beater.
Right.
You need to get a beater now, right? You had to flex. You needed to flex, right, to build your business, keep going. Not that you need to build it, but to keep doing what you're doing, you needed to flex. And man, so yeah, I think sloppy is just hot rodding, honestly, from the outside looking in, kind of, because to be honest with you, I never really followed along other than seeing all the people with Yellow Bullet always pissed off at you guys. And
I want them all over.
Honestly, I kind of dug that. I kind of like that. That's what drew me in. Like, okay, this is awesome. Everybody's pissed. I'm in.
I want them all over. That thread still exists.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, like 13 pages in, they were all like, I get it. I get what he's doing. That's cool. Because I wasn't trying to, like, I think that's Devin's biggest gripe is people build a budget car, and then I think what they get the kind of attitude sparked, not that I maybe partially am at fault, because I'll say stuff like, people have a really expensive car, but they don't enjoy it. And I think they take that as like, oh, I'm going to take a $450 car and go crush people at an event. And I think that's his only... I don't really run into people like that, but you go to racetracks more, and then you have a guy showing up that his rods are barely staying in and the car is garbage, and then he's calling everybody out and being cocky, right?
Yes and no. A lot of it is... a lot of my gripe comes from down here, all the racing we do is no time stuff, right? And what happens is you don't have a lot of rules to follow, and people get into racing some of this no time stuff, and they do it on a shoestring budget. Okay, what they don't realize is that like a small block turbo class, right? The cars are fast. I mean, they're fast. I work on some of them. I tune some of them. They're really damn fast. And where my gripe comes in is the guy who's got 1,000 horsepower car that he built on a budget, which he should just really be happy that he's got something to enjoy, will lobby and bitch for rule changes and will complain that, you know, this is unfair. It's like an entitlement thing almost. It's kind of strange. Like,
now I get it. I didn't realize there was that much going on. Yeah, it's like, that's it. You guys heads up mostly. And if some guy's like, I don't have the power to compete with you, you're like, well, I should have brought more. Should have brought a gun instead of a knife.
Right. And a lot of that complaining happens, you know, obviously online. And it honestly, if they're loud enough about it, some of these dumbass promoters will listen to it. And then it ruins, you know, Troy's got plenty of class racing customers, X275. If you look into X275 racing, first off, it's probably more difficult and more expensive than running LDR, like limited drag radial, even though the cars in limited drag radial are faster. But the amount of complaining, no, I know, not by much. But the amount of complaining that happens in X275, whether it's justifiable or not, there's obviously some areas that probably should be addressed, or, you know, whatever. Either way, that's one class that's actually survived. You know, back in the day of Orska, all that stuff went dead because too many people bitched about, I can't run with him and I can't run with them, and it turns into a you know, do something to cater to me as opposed to work on your stuff. So that's really where my gripe is. It's not necessarily just with, like I said, with sloppy mechanics. It's more so in the newer generation, and I don't want to act like I'm, oh, these damn kids, but the newer generation of hot rodders, you know, the guys that haven't experienced what it's like to, you know, be up until 3 o'clock in the morning every single day of your life trying to, you know, finish a car or whatever it is. They haven't put in the effort, and I'm not saying all of them because some of them have, and they also haven't shown up with a friggin' gun to a, you know what I mean? Like they didn't bring the gun to the gunfight, you know, they
fuck around to find out, right?
right. I mean,
that's simple, bro.
The
underdog can always win too, Devin.
Well, see, and that's
the tire.
Well, I know. I mean, and that's the thing that I've always said. Like, racing is, you know, it doesn't matter, you know, who's there, right? Like, I've won plenty of shootouts with my personal car that I probably shouldn't have won. I've also won plenty of them that I should have won. I've lost some that I should have won. And it's one of those things where if all you're going to do is bitch, then don't get into this. You know what I mean? Don't get into racing. If you want to do, you know, burnouts on the highway, hell yeah, do it. You know, if you want to, you know, have a loud car that makes a whole bunch of noise and has a lot of fun, hell yeah, I support it 100%. If you want to do it on a super tight budget, I support it 100%. But don't expect, I've said this for a long time, there's a lot of guys out there that are champagne hose with Kool-Aid money. And
I've never heard that one before.
But it's champagne hoe with Kool-Aid money. I mean, you know, it's I hate to say it, but I mean, it's true. You know, don't show up to the club with $3 in your pocket and wonder why the girl didn't come over and bring you the damn, you know, take you to the back room for a lap dance. You know what I mean?
He just did whisper the right things in her ear. That's all.
Well, sure, you know, but that's really where my gripe is. You know, it's don't put down the guy who has a bunch of money or a bunch of time, a bunch of effort invested into his car because you weren't in a financial position to do it or in the mindset to physically and mentally do what he was willing to do. Understand that you get in where you fit in and enjoy the ride. You know what I mean?
Well, I got some questions here now. So, when using a tank for methanol, which material is best to use in terms of corrosion? Stainless, HDPE, anodized aluminum?
You want me to do that one, Troy?
You know, yep.
So if you don't care about weight, do stainless. If you care about weight, do aluminum and then have it hard coat anodized. If you just get onto Google or Yellow Pages or whatever and look for a local plating shop in your area, there's a lot of them that'll do hard coat anodizing. I will forewarn you that the vast majority of them are industrial coaters, and they all come back looking like shit. But it is what it is. They are coated. They hold up very well. So I go to the aluminum anodized route over the stainless, just because it's heavier.
And then another question is, it's another methanol question. Troy, you can drink your coffee. Do you believe most flex fuel injectors are capable of using methanol? From my understanding, if the injectors are flex capable, they have a stainless internal and should be fine.
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I've done a lot of cars on alcohol. When you're talking about flex fuel injectors, you're talking about a stock injector. If you're talking about a stock injector, it's not going to support much of anything when it comes to horsepower on alcohol. But I would assume that it might be safe. I would probably change out O-rings in it, make sure that they're Viton, use the brown O-rings instead of the shitty ones. And just kind of keep an eye on them, I guess, if that's the road you were going to go down. If you're getting into alcohol and you're wanting to make power, you're talking about a big injector anyway. So I've done some cars with my favorite injector out there is the Siemens Deca 220, but they're like gold right now. They're like impossible to find. Another cheaper alternative is the Bosch 210, and I believe, Matt, I believe that your guy Viren, right? I believe he sells flow match sets of them. I've done a few cars with those from him, and they've been great. I did a car with a nitrous car with those with C25, which is actually worse than alcohol on the injector, and so far so good. It was just what the customer provided, but you could get into the Bosch 210s, and as long as you just, willing to put forth a little bit of effort, they hold up pretty well.
And then, man, this person has an extremely long question. It's multifaceted, but I think it's good. So I'll try to break it down in segments.
Can I go back to Dev quick?
Yeah.
Huh?
How far can you push a Bosch 210 on alcohol?
So with a mechanical pump, 90
Yep.
pounds of base pressure, as long as you over pump it, I've had a car already make like 1,400 at the tire on them. So now I'm not sitting here telling you, oh yeah, go out there and turn up for,
no, but
over
gives you an idea.
Yeah. I mean, I'm almost positive that combo had a mini Bertha, Waterman mini Bertha pump on it. And he had two sets of 210s in it, and we went to probably in the 90-ish% duty cycle on the first set just to see how far we could go with them. And it was right around 14-ish hundred at the tire. So they're pretty stout, and you can run them high. And those were a set of injectors from I don't know how to spell his name. Viren.
Yep. It's Viren.
Yep,
yeah. VS
Viren,
Racing.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, those were a set of injectors from him, one of the flow match deals. My only gripe with Bosch 210s is I hate those damn adapters.
Well, he sells a tall Deca bodied EV1 square connector.
See, that would be something that I would definitely recommend them, because Troy will tell you, EV1 connectors over everything else.
Originally they only
Dudes are
sold
so nice.
The Pico EV6 oval style connector, but now people requested, and he said you could get them. And at some point, I'm like, "Do you have them now?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Well, shit, I wish I knew that."
Yeah, that's that would probably be the move then. If you're, and they're cheap too. Ain't they? They're like $600-700 or something, right? I mean, they're not bad.
It's like $550 for a matched set.
See how to touch I am? I don't know.
No, you weren't far off, but they're extremely affordable.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I would, I would recommend 16 small injectors over 8 big ones any day, just because I've dealt with what happens when one of those big ones turns into a garden hose and decides to make the rod exit left stage. You know what I mean? I've witnessed that a couple of times. And, it just sucks. So I'd much rather see 16 of those Bosch 210s.
On my buddy Cameron's car, the Crown Vic, he has a mechanical pump he's going to put on it, and he has a BTR intake with the dual injectors on it. 417 Motorsports did it, and he wants to do like street driving on flex or gasoline and then over to methanol. And we were going to ask you about cutting it over and all sorts of other things. So we'll know how much you can make again on one set of methanol ones. And then, like he said, all else fails, he can do both sets on methanol at certain times. But
for sure, yeah. I mean, that's actually the way my personal car is. So my personal car has got it's set up for 24 injectors, but there's 16 on one common rail, and you just drain the tank and throw 93 in it, change the tune up, and drive it around, or put E85 in it, or put methanol on it. I've done them blended, where as you're rolling the throttle. Actually, just recently, a buddy of mine, Josh Tonsky, just did a ZR1 Corvette, and I helped him, over the phone and whatnot, going through how to blend the methanol as it came in and turn the 93 off. It worked unbelievably well. It was really, 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 really awesome job that he came up with, and we wound up working it out with a Holley Dominator.
That's what we're gonna pay you for a tune-up that does the blend and the lower injectors off and whatever else. But yeah, so I'll move on, because that'll be just a self-serve there. I don't want to. This one's good for you guys, I think. How do you say that? Svetzel wiring? Tefsel? Tefsel? Okay. It says, do you prefer Tefsel or TXL, GXL when building a motorsports grade harness? And then it goes on and on about OEM connectors. Are they compatible with either wire? Man, it's very in depth, the question. So
absolutely,
it is like 4 paragraphs asking about wiring, connectors, smart coils, GM stuff. So yeah, like I'm assuming they want to know, like, if you prefer them, or I guess it all depends on the car you're wiring. But go ahead, tackle that one, boys.
Take that one, Troy.
Preference high. I don't want to say higher end, because early on, man, I was using TXL for everything because it works great. Now Tefsel obviously is, when you're doing motorsport style. I don't go all the way with motorsport. I don't concentric twist and stuff. Devin gets, I think, into that a little more than I do. Maybe I started to do more of it, more of a light twist, stuff like that. I've always done, but true concentric, I haven't, taken the plunge. But the characteristics are nice of the TXL. If you're on a, I don't want to say budget, but if you're kind of on a budget, TXL would be my main preference out of primary. Don't go to, if you're in a jam, obviously AutoZone works. You got to do what you got to do. It works. Crimp the shit right. Fuck, dude. Watch a 5-minute video, crimp the shit right. And I've thrown stuff together at the track, systems and stuff working with junk. And if you crimp it right, shrink it so that, secure stuff, you're good. Whether, you have an OEM connector, GM connector, aftermarket, the new aftermarket smart coil, with the lip now. I think Andrew Maxwell.
Yep, Maxwell.
Who's he from? Where's he from?
Tick.
Devin? Tick, that's right. Yeah. Dude's killer. Those smart coil connectors, they'll work with TXL or Tefsel. 18 gauge gets the job done on smart coils. If Tefsol's a lot thinner, so you can get, you get the diameter smaller. I just did that, Devin. But you can build a much thinner harness, much thinner harness compared to a TXL. I used to do mil spec connectors, a true metal housing, connector.
There he goes. A bunch of the other filler questions while he steps out was, what size wire do you use to feed GMLS or Ignition 1A smart coils in Tefsol or TX? But I think Troy already just said it out of nowhere.
Yeah, keep going, Troy. Well, here, I'll answer that. I'll answer that part of it quick. It all depends upon amperage draw, length of run, temperature it's going to be in. There's some fantastic online charts to let you know. The general rule of thumb with me, I typically kind of go oversized on everything. And I only use Tefsol slant 32 wire now. You don't have an option with me anymore. It's
same.
I won't. Yeah, we just won't work with the TXL. If you work with TXL for half an hour, then you work with Tefsol for half an hour, you're going to take your box of TXL and you're going to throw it in the trash. And it's the truth. It's a higher and finer strain count, a better jacket, a smaller jacket. It's impervious to fluids. It's got a higher heat temperature or a heat rating, like the area that it's going to be in, right? The other thing is that there's actually a little bit better amperage capacity with Tefsol than there is TXL gauge to gauge based on the conductor size, right? So, and when I say conductor size, I mean each strand, right? So each strand that's in an 18 gauge wire, it's sized differently and depends upon which type of wire you're using. So the primary stuff almost looks like solid house wire, right? There's like 4 strands of it. There you go. Troy's going to grab some stuff. So if, it really, it depends on what wire you're using. If I'm using Tefsol, 18 gauge, like Troy said, will get the job done on, smart coils or stock LS coils. And, you depending on the injector, I typically just wire every car that I do that could potentially go to alcohol. I wire them all with 18 gauge for the injector. And then just because if they ever shove one of those billet atomizers in there, I've seen, I've seen plenty of them where the tune-up changes a little bit by putting by wiring them with, with giving them a sufficient power supply. So I would say 18 gauge minimum on that kind of stuff. Sensors can be 22 gauge, 24 gauge. It depends on how good you are with small wire. So
Troy's acting like he's grabbing wires. He's hitting his dab pen in the corner.
Two different strippers, right? We all love strippers, so we love both styles of strippers. Treat them both equally. Well, one's for like your primary TXL, GXL, whatever. And then the other is the fancier Tefsol. I don't know if you guys. So these are both 18 gauge, right? So let me get all up in your grill, homeboys. I don't know if you can see the thickness.
Yep.
But there's a noticeable difference, right? So you multiply that by 8, 16 wires, whatever, in a harness, 20, 30, 45 wires, wherever, in a main bundle, the overall diameter of the harness is affected. Tefsol with short burst. If you got a 3-second car, 4-second 1/8 mile, where it's just dedicated drag car, right? You could push the Tefsol a lot harder, meaning you could run a little bit smaller gauge, let's save weight, because these chassis guys crawl up my ass. They're like, you're gonna put all that wire in your car, and I'm like, well, if you want it to fucking run, yeah. So over the years, we've learned that with using Tefsol, you can push it a little harder, You know, like Devin said, 22 gauge, fantastic for all your sensors and stuff. If you're using TXL, maybe 24 to keep the sheathing, you know, you can zoom it, you know, and still do a light twist. Just because if you're using cheaper stuff doesn't mean you got to do it shitty. You know, just don't stick it in the drill either. You know, get a decent vise, right? And a benchtop vise off Amazon, like a T-Bomb did, probably Devin too.
One of these.
And there you go, right there. Devin's got it right there. Don't blow up his messenger either, asking him for the fucking part number. Google that shit yourself.
I have like 6 of them.
Got time for that.
They're little suction cup guy. Yep.
So just take your wire and you're gonna braid. Is
it a French braid or like a Viking beard braid?
Well, definitely a Viking
dookie braid.
It's a Viking beard with a lot of finesse. So you kind of keep one wire straight. In a vise, if you're in a vise, you want to keep one wire straight and then lightly Viking happle the braid right around the straight.
I got rid of all my hair about a day ago.
You look amazing. Not gonna lie.
I have a good. People say when I shave my head, I have a good skull for short, you know, bald or whatever. Because my
skull. You have those headphones custom? Because like if you look at the dome of your earbud thingies, your space shuttle stuff you got going on, that matches your dome.
It's just that my head is so concentric that perfectly circular headphones look they accentuate my beautiful skull. Now we're too far. Matt's getting awkward right now, is what Jamie says.
Oh, we love awkward, huh?
Yes, you have no idea. Anyway, braid the wires. So they had a bunch of other questions, so we'll try. If she had to say that, we're going on a tangent. So any suggestions on literature, courses, or media to deepen one's knowledge on motorsports harness and construction or techniques? They've already purchased the HP Academy Practical Wiring Professional Motorsport course entirely. Thanks for all you guys do and your time pumping out content. Sorry for bombarding you with questions, but they're all good.
Oh, yeah.
These are great questions.
So I'll be a little biased and say, go subscribe to my YouTube channel, you heathen. And maybe you'll learn some.
That would be a great start.
HP Academy is awesome. What I'll tell you is before you spend a bunch of money on the education of it, buy yourself tools, buy yourself some wire, buy yourself some connectors, and if you already have an idea of what you want to do. If this is if this is this guy, whoever's asking this question, if this is this guy's goal, he wants to perfect this or get better at it, or maybe get into this as a side business. And trust me, I think Troy will agree with me. There's plenty of room. Okay. I'm not the type to say,
ain't scared, homie.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of room in this industry. If that's something that you want to do, buy yourself some tools. You don't have to start out high end. You don't have to start out spending a fortune. Buy yourself a bunch of wire that you're not afraid to throw away. And whatever you're watching, pause it, right? Pause it and fucking twist some wires together, right? And then start it back up and go, okay, did I screw this up? Oh shit, I did. Throw that chunk out. Let's start again. And as a side note, I teach Holly EFI classes and stuff, and all my customers, I teach them. And what I've learned is people learn better when they do. Okay. So if you sit here and Troy and I were to tell you for hours about do this, that, and the other, it means nothing, right? You won't absorb any of it. But what you will absorb is having the stuff in your hands and go, okay, let me try it this way. Well, that sucked. Throw that out. Let me try it this way. Oh, that's a little bit better, but it still kind of sucks. And then refer to your literature, right? So HP Academy is great. I really wish we could convince Joel to put on some instructional video, but he's unbelievably awkward, and he probably will never do that. So,
to say the least.
Yeah, you know what I've done for myself. Occasionally, you can get your hands on an old Formula One harness, right? So, and I don't know if you remember, Troy, but like a year ago or 2 years ago, maybe it was, Joel was selling a couple of old Formula One and IndyCar harnesses. So I picked up a couple of them.
Occasionally, they're on his clearing track.
Yeah. Oh, there is some now. Okay.
I don't know if they're right now, but I know in the last few months.
Yeah. They it's a couple $100. It's a couple $100 you're kind of going to throw away. It's going to go towards your education, but having it in your hands and understanding what somebody has done will make a huge difference in how your job is performed.
Especially like a multi-million-dollar F1 operation is probably way ahead of anything a course is going to teach you, because F1 isn't going to tell you anything they're doing.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
And then I'll agree with the tools. I was never very serious about wiring, and I never had any tools. And Holly sent me like the gambit of tools and crimpers and other things. And now I do, I would say, 90% better wiring than I ever did, simply because of having the right tool. And I'm like, this was way worth it. And then I asked Troy what crimper, he sent me a link to a $33 DT connector. And that DT's totally changed my life because of how well you can take them apart in a second and swap pins. And I'm like, man, this is way easier than like wire nuts and resoldering 16 times. And then also over the last 2 years, I really became a fan of the non-insulated crimp.
Yep.
And heat shrink, because it's like 30% of the size of the stupid red plastic one. And they take up so much room, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I wasn't that interested in it until I had the tools, of course. And then you're like, hey, this is super easy. Oh, he's going to show them off.
Yep.
The red ones.
I think one day he showed me, he's like, Matt, this is a $280 crimper, and this is the $30 one, and they both work the same. There they are.
Yep. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
So this...
That's the one I have.
Yeah, these things work fantastic. It's still the eight indentation, right? As this one gives you. I would put a go or no go gauge on this one. This one I do, meaning that you make sure it's being crimped and the depth is right and correct where on the terminal itself. But these things work fantastic. I still use them regularly.
I never had a problem so far.
You won't, and you're better if you use a smaller gauge wire. Fill the cavity with extra wire and then cut the wire out before you pin it. That gives you a much solid crimp too. Fill the cavity with wire. So if you're using for whatever reason you want to use a 16 gauge DT series, Deutsch or Amphenol, whatever the case, right? And you have some 22 gauge or 18 gauge wires going into that connector by chance because you got jumpers going, you're doing some cool shit. Huh?
Make like a U and put the U in?
Yeah. You could fold it over. I don't like folding it over because you can never get the end straight and then you never get all the wire in.
Huh.
So if you cut strands.
Oh, you're saying cut another quarter inch and shove it in with it.
If you overstrip another piece of wire, whether it's TXL, GXL, AutoZone, fucking Goodwill, whatever, right? You overstrip the wire and then fill the cavity and then crimp and you're golden. And then that way in the other the other pins, you can still put a jumper if you need to transfer power, because a lot of times if you need a 2-pin connector, I'll put a 4-pin in and I'll transfer, 5-volt sensor grounds, whatever, jumpers.
There's a funny
To
Joe Simpson
to
here, who was on my show prior. He made a funny comment, which I want to address real quick. He says, "I wish you could just weld connections." What's funny is the guy that does the sloppy plug and play harnesses has $250,000 equipment that sonic welds the wiring. So
Yeah, that stuff's badass.
you can, but I mean, it's. I wish it would be cool if they could make a handheld tool and you just go and it vibrates them enough to weld the wires together. But you can probably get
What
it,
would
but
be the
it's
benefit?
not
I
cost
want to know
effective.
if you have a sonic welded joint and a properly crimped joint where the terminal is filled with the cavity is full of copper and properly crimped with the right tool, what would be the benefit of a
I'm
sonic
sure it's speed and building because the machine cuts, crimps,
production run?
and then spits it
Yeah.
out. So that's really,
Yep.
yeah.
So to touch on what you were talking about, filling up a contact, I'm going to tear this off the wall. There we go. All right. This is. Can you read that?
CMA.
Yes. So
If I can make you, well, I don't want to mess with it.
okay.
I said I could
So-
probably make you full screen real quick so people could see that. Hold on a second.
Well, I'm just going to hold it up. They can find this on Google. This isn't like some voodoo that I created. Like this is wildly public knowledge. But this is called circular mill area. And what it is it's a measurement in diameter of each wire size, right? So if you had 18 gauge wire, the conductor should measure 40 thousandths, okay? So if you have a connection, or if you have a terminal that's created for, say, a 16 gauge wire, it should measure 51 thousandths. So you have an 11 thousandths variance from 18 to 16, which isn't a big deal. But a 22 gauge wire is 25 thousandths. So now it's half the diameter of a 16 gauge, right? So exactly what Troy just said. If you've got a DT series connector that's got a 16, a size 16 contact, and you're going to put 22 gauge in it, shove two 22 gauges in it and crimp it and then cut off the one that you're not using.
Oh, I
So-
get it. Yeah.
You see what I mean?
When you build connectors or anything, harnesses, I just grab this. This is a mix of 22 gauge and 16 gauge pin. It's a 41 pin connector, right? So you could shove 3, 4 22 gauge sensor grounds in. It makes it nice to split the wires too in single connectors, whatever you're working with. This is just an example.
Yep.
But I don't get as fancy. Devin's getting too fancy. I doubt nobody's doing that shit.
What do you mean?
Nobody's measuring all that except you and your Yoda friends, right?
Yoda.
Nobody else is fucking doing that.
Well,
I'm crimping, and I'm pulling.
Well, so for this context, I'll say cramming, crimping, and pulling is 100% perfect, right? Because I've had to, and I'm sure Troy's had to do it as well. I've had to rewire cars from other shops multiple times. I shouldn't say multiple times. I've had multiple cars come to me from other shops that have been wired, and
Sorry about that.
nothing was from you, that shithead. But a lot of the problems, and I've posted this stuff up on Facebook. I don't know who's on here watching or whatnot, but I've made videos and put them on YouTube and shit. The biggest problem with the majority of the work that you get from people that I'll just say shouldn't do this, right? They just shouldn't do this shit unless they start caring a little more. The majority of the problems are from bad crimps. So have I ran into a car where somebody undersized an injector lead? Yeah, but that's not the problem. The problem wasn't the undersized, hey, I ran 22 gauge to the injector instead of 20. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that when the car started and it started vibrating, your piece of shit crimp fell out of it. You know what I mean? There's the problem. I don't care what size wire you used. Make sure that the son of a bitch is actually crimped.
Yeah, 2,000 horsepower double frame rail tube chassis car tends to vibrate a little.
You would you would think that people would know that, but I did a car with a screw blower a while ago. This is a no time car. It had a C rotor, I think. I don't know all the different screw blowers, but it had injectors in the runners, right? And then it had some mechanical nozzles up in the hat and whatnot. But anyway, when he brought me the car, he said, we had a mag on this thing before and mechanical injection. Make sure that every single wire is tight. And I'm like, dude, he's like, this is why I'm bringing it to you, but I'm just reminding you, right? So when I fired that thing up about 10 feet away from where I'm sitting, son of a bitch, I found out that my drywall wasn't tight. I found out that my damn
fuck around and find out. I stopped starting those motherfuckers. I don't start that shit in my shop no more, dude. Blowing shit everywhere.
Oh, it's the amount of vibration that happens in a car that everything's solidly mounted is unreal. So, a guy that I wired a car for this guy, and this guy happens to own 3 cars, but somebody else wired another car, one of his other cars, right? And one of their after the round checks is they tighten up all the terminal strips. Okay, so I wired the Pro Boost car for PDRA. It's a big tire car, and somebody else wired the RVW car, the Radio vs. the World car. And the Radio vs. the World car, they go around with a screwdriver after every single pass, and they tighten up all of the terminal strips. And that's a Pro Charged combo with a Hemi.
With Loctite? Are they Loctiting them too?
I don't know. You know my view on
the
terminal
dip a
strips.
little orange on there and fucking make their life a little easier, or put a Deutsch connector.
Well, they're in line to bring me the car to have me just gut it all and redo it. They've had a lot of other problems too, but yeah. So the amount of
that stuff's good for terminal.
Yeah,
terminals and stuff. You want to put a little dab of Locky on there.
Yep. Oh yeah. No, it works. It works well. I just don't use them.
So, I don't either, but
yeah. No, I know. So yeah, crimp the shit out of them, right? Don't over crimp them, but crimp them right, and use some decent tools. So for Deutsch connectors, right? So Troy was showing you the small red ones, right? And then like financially going up in the ladder, you'd have these. I don't know if you can see these, right? So this is the HDT 30 or HDT 4800, right? These do size. Yep, these do size. I'm getting there. Oh, I ain't there yet.
They're not the those. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, sorry, y'all. I want to cut you off.
These are HDT 4800. This is like the next, more expensive version of that that red handle crimper. These will do all the DTM, which is size 20 contacts, DT, which is size 16, and DTP, which is size 12 contacts. You just have to adjust them. I don't know if you can see that or not, if you're looking at me or not, but you just adjust your depth for where it actually engages the crimp. And then going up a little bit more money, you've got DMC. So DMC, these are the AFM 8s. These are I call it the AFM is mini, small, right? So these will only do size 20 contacts, and then you can change the positioners out. These things right here. And when you change the positioner, I change the positioners to do like auto sport contacts and whatnot. So, but these will only do size 20. Okay, so size 20 contacts. And then you get into the DMC AF8s. So these are the full frame one. So this thing right here and this guy right here are very similar, right? They're both the same size frame and everything, but this right here does not have an adjustable or an interchangeable turret, where these, you can remove this turret and change them out for different style turrets. So this turret that's on here, you just click it in, rotate, pick whatever you're doing, and adjust your gauge size right here. So, and then there's a couple more, but that's the basis of Deutsch. But them little red-handled guys, I'll tell you now, if you do a bunch of these, the smaller the crimper is, the better. If the crimper's big, they're cumbersome. They're hard to put in one hand. So, the smaller the crimper, the better. So that's why I use the AFM 8s all the time, because they're small.
All right. I have another quick one here. And we'll take one off of serious questions. I like to do that every now and then. People say, what's your favorite pizza and what's your favorite ice cream?
My homie Lorenzo's up the street. Honey mustard, pickles, good stuff on it.
Oh, that's fucking trash. Pizza, I miss. The one thing that sucks about South Carolina is that it seems as if most people down here are they don't have taste buds. So after 7 years of searching, we found a pizza shop finally, and it's Frankie's New York Pizza in Five Forks, in South Carolina, and it's a 50-minute ride for us, and it's the only damn pizza shop worth a shit. As far as ice cream, all of it. I don't give a shit. I like all of it. As you can tell, I'm 295 pounds. I ain't missed a meal. And if I missed it, I went back and got it again. You know what I mean?
You took the leftovers home. Someone
That's right. That's right.
But you're also like you're not just round. You're also large.
Oh, yeah,
you were much larger. People might not know. You were like a 55-gallon drum with arms and legs, but
yeah. I used to do really dumb shit and lift a whole bunch of weight in the gym, and it was really stupid. And I hurt from it, and I got a room full of concrete trophies from it, but it was not worth it. So no, this is just, I don't do shit. I'm 295 pounds, and if I can gain 5 pounds by driving past a McDonald's, so that's why I don't leave.
People are like, pizza is trash outside of Northeast. Well, I believe so also.
Agreed. 1,000% agreed.
That's where all the Italians are when they came over, and the farther they went out, the more pizza skill they lost.
Correct. The only reason that this local place to us is any good is because they moved down from New York. They moved down from New York just to open up a pizza shop. And they do a great job. But the water's different, man.
It's not that Atlantic, dark, salty seawater, or Appalachian Mountain trash water, Lehigh River coming down.
Right, I missed that. I don't know. I missed that.
Maybe it's because you had it and you don't now. Not that it's better, but it's all you know. Surprisingly, I had pizza in Prague in the Czech Republic that was very good.
Really?
Yeah, because everywhere we went to Germany and Prague, and most of the food was kind of garbage in my opinion. People are like, "Oh, German food's so great," and I was like, "This is the most bland bread, gravy, potato garbage. It's worse than PA Dutch food. It's like mud in a bucket. It's terrible." And then we went to Prague, and I was like, "Wow, this is actually good."
Well,
Devin comes to PA, dude. I gotta take you out. We gotta go to the creamery. I think locally, ice cream, everything.
Oh yeah. See, down here, what they have, what's real big down here is called meat and three. Yeah, that's what it's called, meat and three. Yeah, you pick your meat, right, and then you get like 3 trash sides, and that's like supposed to be a meal. And all of it tastes like either deep fried horse shit or, I mean, it's fucking terrible. Like, I don't know. Everybody said, "Oh, you're gonna love Southern food." I have yet to experience Southern food that was worth a shit. And I'm sure your comment section is gonna be like, "Oh, you haven't gone to fucking so and so's mom's aunt's fucking neighbor's house, and then it's gonna be really good." It's fucking trash.
They're saying bagels also outside of the Northeast. Garbage.
There's only one Jew bagel place down here, and it's like a 30-minute ride, and they're legit, right? Like they're actually like legit. They're really good bagels. But everywhere else, Most of them don't know what a bagel is.
So
you
what
know?
you're saying is you should open a wire and pizza shop, Italian restaurant, or just pizza and wiring, pizza and wiring.
I'll tell you what, if
I'm
if
in.
so, if somebody if for some reason I stumble across a winning lottery ticket, I'm gonna open up a Wawa down here.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
opening up a Wawa, and I'm gonna and a yeah, stop it.
and you're gonna dominate.
Yeah. Oh man, it fucking.
Mm.
It's the food down here
Living
is
the life, baby.
yeah. Well, the difference between where you're at and where I'm at though is that we're not communist yet.
Not a fucking dumb punk rock, bitch.
Not you, but your people in charge. You know what I mean?
Can't argue with you, buddy.
I can walk out of my front door, and
I do.
and I've got a belt-fed, rifle, and I can literally do whatever the hell I want. I mean, granted, I own some property down here, but I can literally have a shooting range in my front yard. We drive my Mustang around. I've driven pro mods down the road, like I've been pulled over while riding pro mods, and they're like,
Take them down to Wawa, homie. Mile down
Yeah.
the street, if that. I drive shit down there sometimes.
yeah,
Not all,
but like
not stuff.
down here, when we get pulled over with a hot rod, they're like, they want to see it. Like I remember getting pulled over in PA, and like, man, it was scary. It was sketchy. I thought I was going to get arrested. Yeah.
Yeah.
But down here, they don't really give a shit about that kind of stuff. So but the food is trash. So that's the only thing missing is good food.
I think people are nicer down south.
Oh, for sure.
100%.
The hospitality, the attitude. I just got back from Kentucky, and it's light years.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's so chill. You get in the elevator. Like I got in the elevator, and I was like, "Hey, what's up, man?" Guy was standing there. He's like, cooling. I was like, who the fuck says that in PA? They're like, shut up, man. Nothing's going on. Nothing. New York, nothing's going on. Down there, they're like, I'm cooling.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 I do like the atmosphere down here a lot more than up here. Up there. I just dislike the food. The food's trash.
I'm gonna hook you up with food, dude. When you come to PA, you have to look me up, Devin. Give me some notice.
Oh, I will.
Drag Matt along too. We'll get his couple of his beater bomb vehicles out, dude. We'll just go fucking hammer.
I'm gonna bring my tractors.
I love it.
I don't care about everything's my tractors right now.
Let's do it, dude. Let's do it. I'll do a tractor. You want it wired?
All 6 wires. I want them to be beautiful. I want a Canon plug for the 6 wires on my tractor. Travel sensors. Come on.
Yeah, don't get me into a fucking tractor. I'll have a Dominator on one. I don't need that.
I'm going to talk to Special K. I'm going to talk to Keith, and we're going to see what we can do.
Oh, Jesus.
We're going to need to put a bigger motor just to power the alternator, just to power the Dominator on the tractor. You're going to turn the Dominator on. It's going to stop the spark. Okay. Anyway, we're so far off. I'm going to try to reel it back into a question.
All motorcycle battery will power that all day long.
Oh yeah.
All I want to know is how you perform a quality crimp and what heat shrink to use. And it seems like all I've been seeing is people arguing about quality of a crimp done right beats everything else.
Absolutely. Quality.
Well, so I'm going to chime in. All right. I got a couple little props here.
Oh, real quick before you say that, Ryan Ackerman was in the chat here, and he says to Troy, he says, what you want, because you're talking about
man.
You look like you're in a Beastie Boys video, and he noticed it. We joked about it, and he noticed it right away.
My homie's daughter made that. I'm not on TikTok. I have nothing to do with TikTok, but it was fantastic. We were chilling in the shop at Haltech, and we just finished up a Nexus install, and we were going through testing the inputs, outputs, making sure everything functions correctly. And we were like, John put up his camera. We were like, let's shoot a rock video, Fuck, why not?
So I'm going to answer this guy about crimps. All right.
Fuck crimps. Solder everything.
Fuck solder. Solder don't belong in race cars unless it's on the circuit board. So can you see can you see these? Can you see the openings? Right. So you can see the jaws. All right. So these are red, right? And these are blue. The red ones work harder because they're red. Okay. These ones are a little bit liberal. They don't work as hard, but they both do the same job. It's a political joke. Anyway, hopefully you can see the jaws inside of these two crimpers. And if you notice, hang on, let me get a little poker. Hang on. All right. So if you notice that this one down here is really small. This one right here is a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger. This one's a little bit bigger, and then this one's circular, right? So hopefully, can you see all that? Does that make sense? So, okay. So they're sized appropriately depending on the contact that you're crimping and the size of wire that you are crimping. So, and the circular part is for the weather seal, right? So when you talk about the proper crimp, if you were to take a terminal that was too large for this opening, right? Or for this opening, or if you were to try to crimp, say a MetroPack in here, right? Like a MetroPack terminal here with say 16 gauge, you're going to destroy the terminal. The terminal is going to fall apart, right? And if you were to try to crimp it in here, you're going to have a little bit better luck, but it's still going to be too tight. So you'd bring in a different set of crimpers, right? So if you notice here, these are substantially larger than the red-handled ones, right? So these are cheap. Like I'm showing you these because they're cheap. And I know the demographic isn't interested in learning about $400 crimpers. So these things, these two crimpers are workhorses. I literally use these all the time. In fact, what I do is I wind up clamping. My left hand kind of sucks and I can't really use it too well. So I wind up clamping one of them on the bench and, one handle on the bench and then operating it by, just pushing down. So the way these work is they're appropriately sized. Look at that. Look at you. So, so when they're appropriately sized, yes, there you go. Perfect. So Troy's holding up a terminal that looks like a GT150.
There you go, Devin.
Yeah,
what
okay,
is it?
yes. It's a pull to seat GT150.2.
EB1.
Is it? You're all grainy. Oh, it is EB1. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a junior timer 2 EV1. Yep.
What you're talking about, Devin, is those grooves when they're over crimped or under crimped. A good way to line it up without a whole lot of education, right? You don't have to be a genius here. The first set of wings, right? Sorry, dudes. So, right? I'm new at this, so bear with me.
Hey, Troy, the best way to get a camera to focus is like put your hand in front so it has more to focus on. See, like that? Oh. It's a YouTuber trick. Like block off the background with the foreground item.
You know what? Hang on a second.
Either way, the first, I'm horrible at this, Matt. Sorry, buddy. But like that set of wings right there, the first set. When you put it in that crimper, where Devin, hold up your crimper again, dude. Yeah. So like when you want to line that up, when you put it in your crimper, there should be no tension on that set of wings. It should fit comfortable in that slot of his crimper. So if you're looking at his crimper, go to the first right there. Yeah, Dev. Yep.
This is the first time I ever used these.
Yeah, put it. Yep, there you. So right there, Devin, does that fit comfortably? I can't see that.
Yeah.
There's no tension, right?
Correct.
And this is where your CMA chart comes into play as well, right?
Yep.
Because if you crimp it and there's not enough copper in there or your wire, right, to fill the void, that's when you get it. It gets over crimped where those wings fold downward.
Right.
Right. When you crimp it, it folds downward.
Right.
And that's where a lot of guys make mistake. You know, all they have to do is to line it up, grab the when I say correct crimper, this is, I mean, my go-to. I mean, you guys should all have this in your arsenal. It's cheap. It's Matt, I sent this to you a while ago, right? The Hosan 707.
Yep.
This covers all but everything, guys. Like, you got your 2.4, your 1.7s, your 1.2s, but you don't need to know any of that. All you need to do is put the terminal in a few of the slots without fucking cranking on it to get it to hold. Put it in comfortable. Fill the void with extra copper. Like I said, overstrip extra wire. Put extra wire in, crimp it, and then cut it out with the Amazon flush cuts, right?
So something else I wanted to make note of when you're looking at open barrel terminals like this, or open barrel contacts, these, if you look at this crimper, right, you see up here, you've got a male here. I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
So this is your male side right here, right? And then this is your female side right here, okay? So when you're using this crimper, you don't want to put this in here like this, okay?
Good point.
You don't want to put this in here like this, all right?
I've done that.
So the easiest way for me to explain this to people is that look at those wings as males, right? Because they're protruding, right? They got something sticking out, right? And then if this is male as well, we all know two males just don't work.
My man Marvy, this don't work.
It just doesn't work. So you got to put the male to the female, right? And then you crimp it down. What you'll find too, and like I was saying earlier about buying some tools and buying some materials and whatnot and just playing with it. The crimpers that are in my hand are like $33, right? Or $32 or something like that. You probably find them even cheaper on Amazon. I don't know. But and then that Hosan 707 is great. I don't use the Hosan 707 because the grip winds up getting too wide and my left hand is like weak as shit. So I got to use something that's got a really tight,
What's your go-to then? Like
I use the Sargent Economy, the Sargent Economy small and the Sargent Economy mediums. And then I use a Hosan. Yep. And then I use a Hosan 707 for like Molex MX 150s and
those are tiny.
The stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, but for a cheap non-ratcheting crimper, these things work really, really well. Ratcheting's nice because
pack.
Yep. Those work well too. Iwis. So for a cheap crimper, you could spend $10 on a crimper or $10,000 on a crimper. If you're an idiot and don't know how to use it, it's worth 10 cents. So the idea is buy a couple extra terminals, right? And start crimping them. Cut little 2-3 inch sections of wire and crimp them and pull test them, right? So you want to pull test them and, give it a tug test and you'll slowly over the course of a day, if you do this for a whole day, over the course of the day, you'll have a pretty good system down as to what works best with what, right? So that's that I think, does that answer the what's a good crimp versus a bad crimp? Yes, no? Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. So the one guy asked if you guys could see the chat, and I said they can't really. If you open up your YouTube on your phone and mute it and show the live chat, you could, so then people would see it. You can do that if you want.
I'm not doing that. I get distracted too easily anyway.
Yeah, exactly. One guy, I wanted to go over, people donated, so I always like to go over them first. So A guy said he had an issue on a smart wire keeping the starter circuit stuck hot, even though it showed off setup for monetary. Any thoughts on that? That's probably, both of you can answer that.
Momentary.
So what was he using, a keypad or the rocker switch? Either way, the switch was set for momentary, and when he was live, it was showing that the starter circuit was actually engaged.
There's not much other than, I'll read it again. This is exactly what he wrote. He says, had a issue on a smart wire keeping the starter circuit stuck hot, even though it showed off setup for monetary. I think he means momentary, obviously.
Momentary. Right.
So when he was holding the button, it would go off, like he hit it.
No, I think what he's trying to say is that he would press the button momentary, and then he would let go of the button, and the starter circuit was still engaged,
and it would stay running. I think that's what he means.
Stay on.
Right, and stay on. So there's a couple different things there. Were you using a Ford? Were you trying to trigger some Ford starter solenoid on a 16-volt system that's 10 years old and it's stuck
your
shut?
Starter wire jumped to the S turb. That's
right.
A no. Separate S terminal wire.
Get rid of your Ford starter solenoid. Throw it in the trash, everybody.
Right.
People that LS swap, they use the Ford starter solenoid, and it just drags for like an additional 5 seconds. You don't need it. Simplify your setup. Everyone's like, "Oh, this is great. I can tie all my battery terminals to it because it's a 3/8 stud." Stop it. They're all garbage. Right. They all hang up. Every time
40 amp relay for the S terminal, call it a day.
Yeah, and honestly, when if the car is wired properly, typically a starter, like I've done House of Pain starters, the MSD starters, stock LS starters, stock big block Chevrolet starters, whatever. If you amp clamp them, they typically only draw like 8 to 12 amps, right? They're not a lot, right? So
25 sometimes.
Well, depending on the start. Now that House of Pain guy, whatever he does, I've seen some of his starter solenoids drag 25 amp, but those sons of bitches will spin over very, very fast. So, but your typical like stock LS starter or something, you know what I mean? It's 12 amps, something like that. So stop jumping the main terminal to your S terminal, your engagement terminal for the solenoid, and just run direct from say your smart wire to that solenoid. If this guy chimes back in and says like, "Hey, that's what I did, and I still had a problem,"
what happens there is the appendix. I think I'm saying that right? The appendix.
Yep.
It goes out, starts, but then it sticks. It holds. Yep. And I think that backfeed into the smart wire. I don't know if it's backfeed or whatever. I'm not sure exactly. I'm a little confused on his question, but I do know mechanically speaking, the appendix will stick if you put a jumper over to the power.
Yep.
Without running the S terminal separate. The biggest thing with starting a car, I don't care if it's a stock car, race car, whatever, $200,000 car, or $10,000 street beater, $5,000 street beater, whatever. Ground it, man. Battery ground, battery to engine block.
Yep.
Right? Engine block. That covers alternator, generally, most of the time. Yep. Starter, your car will start awesome. It makes Matt and Devin's tuning job so much easier for cranking and pulse and initial everything for starting a car and tuning a car when your car can start correctly, right? So grounding is a huge deal on that. And if it's a distributor car, go from the ground up to each head, right? If it's coil near plug or coil unplug.
He did reply. I don't want to cut you off, but he said he was using a keypad and what's the other one? GMLS straight to starter off the smart wire on keypad. And then he said was using monetary on keypad and keep starter on even though smart wire was disengaged. Maybe his English isn't his first language.
Sure.
But yeah, you got the idea, right?
Right. So what he was saying is he wired it so that an output from the smart wire was going to the solenoid strictly the solenoid. Then he was feeding battery power actually to over
So
to
I
the
think
motor.
like what Troy was explaining about backfeed.
Right. So, well, the other
Possibly.
thing is that
Yeah.
we also don't know, well, did the car start, right? And then the starter stay engaged? Did the car, did he, what are the program parameters inside of the smart wire, right? So like, is it, hey, this output will go active when, keypad is equal to 1, keypad starter button is equal to 1. And
Programming.
Right. And RPM is above 50. Well, now you're screwed. You know what I mean? Because once RPM is above 50, from your EFI system over to your smart wire, well, fuck, now it's going to stay lit on.
And the current's all of that output, right?
Right.
That
So
is the amp draw.
So you'd have to find out how it was programmed, and then and if he still has the issue going on, Matt, you can feel free to have him send me a message over on Facebook, and I'll help him diagnose it. So
he is listening and replying, so yeah, he'll probably take you up
Okay.
on that if he's.
Yeah.
You might have answered and you might not, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, sure. But I mean, I'm just saying, so we don't spend a whole hour on this.
Yeah.
Have him shoot me over a message. I'll help him figure it out.
Agreed.
I know a lot about the smart wire, so.
All right. Well,
Unfortunately.
we'll go over. We'll go to something else. I don't know how long we've been talking about one subject. That's fine though.
Yep.
Oh, this is a good one. This is one that people probably want to know. And you can try to. I know this is a loaded question, as we get a lot. People don't understand their question, the gravity of it. So it says, what's the average cost to fully wire a 275 radial car, or give us a range based on certain assumptions? So if you could say like absolutely cheapest way I can do it, or I don't do cheap, or I only, and then I would say if you can't answer, because I'm sure what people pay and what they want is drastically different. I guess you could say, if you don't have $8,000, don't even call me, kind of thing. So any one of those answers, if you could tell people.
You want to go ahead first, Troy?
Yeah. Labor, shop time, straight up, full EFI system. Street cars take longer, believe it or not. I can't, honestly, it's probably equal. It's probably about, depending how complicated things get, but I could have 80 to 100, 120 hours without, that's setting up what I call the input-output report. You designate all your inputs and everything before you wire, proper planning. That helps a lot. Mapping all that out, but, I forget where I was going with that.
Cost.
Yeah, I got lost, man.
No, I'm saying, what does it cost? He wants to know what's it cost.
That is a loaded question, but shop time 80, 100, 120 hours, 140 hours, you're $5,000 to $8,000 for labor, plus $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 in electronic sensors, gadgets. If you want to run with a front runner, you're 15 to 20K, pretty hardcore.
That's a good
All
answer. Right. If you have a serious drag radial car, which is
Yep.
what he's asking, a 275 car,
Yep.
you better assume $15,000 to $20,000
You can
range.
have $2,000 to $3,000 in terminals.
Well, I guess that's if they have no ECU, because that you're saying ECU and harness cost.
No.
So if you have a chassis, 15. If the person already has a Dominator and an unterminated harness, it might be cheaper, obviously.
I'll let me chime in on this one. So again, all I do is Holly. If you were to contact me, you wanted me to wire a car. If you bought harnesses already, that was your fault. You shouldn't have done that. It's not my fault. You're going to keep them. You're going to sell them. I'm not going to use them. My typical, like I'll do like small block turbo, right? So like I have a small block turbo car in here right now. I have to plumb this car as well, but if we take the plumbing side out of this, this car is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,500 to $1,600 in material, right? And that's not being very fancy. That's not being very fancy. This is not going to be a an auto sport connector car. This is, I'm not going to be, that's not what we're doing with this thing. That's not what he wants. I mean, I've got all the stuff here in stock if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to do that. So when I say $1,500–1,600 in material, we're talking battery cable, building all the harnesses, all, your lights, all that kind of stuff. This car that I'm doing, it's got a Dominator, a Smart Wire, a Profiler EFI module from Davis Technologies, and a VPS, plus a handful of your typical, race car sensors, right? We do the full chassis wiring as well. So I don't do anything that like you already did half the work and then I come in and wipe your ass afterwards. Like I don't do that. So if you did half the work, that's fine, but I'm going to pull it out and throw it away. Well, I put it in a box because it's still yours. I'm not going to throw it away. But
I try to work all that out with them. I try to save them the time and hassle months prior to planning. Right. Don't buy anything. Save your money.
So, so then as far as labor with me, like this car here is probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of like $5,000 to $6,000 in labor, plus the $1,500 in material. Now, I will say this for me, right? This car came with all of the electronics in boxes, okay? And there's a plate sitting there, and it says, okay, just mount the stuff to this. Mount the stuff to this means you just cost yourself, an 8-hour day with me, because I'm extremely picky. If you want to save money, and I'm gonna venture to guess that just about every other wiring guy out there would agree with me. If you want to save money, get your stuff mounted in the car where you want to, right? Put the battery where you want it, right? Like actually do that, right? Just because it's electric doesn't mean that I should do it. Mount the son of a bitch. Plan ahead, like make sure you got all your damn light bulbs, right? You know how many cars I get that they show up and they got brand new headlights and taillight housings and stuff, like Mustang stuff. They don't have the light bulbs, the bulb sockets, and they don't have the damn little retaining rings. I spent an hour the other day trying to find fucking retaining rings for some car. I don't remember what the hell it was. It was a nightmare. You get billed for that time. So it's not, if the price, it is a loaded question, and the price varies so wildly because it really depends on the condition that you bring the car, right? So what we do when we quote a job, and I'm not trying to sell myself here, but what we do when we quote a job is people message me all the time, hey bro, how much to wire up my car? What is it? A Mustang. Fucking great. No, what we do is right. So what we do is we send out a what I call like a little spec sheet, and it's a list of sensors. That's a great idea. Yeah, it's a list of sensors. It's a list of, do you want park lights, headlights, tail lights, reverse lights, brake lights? That kind of stuff matters. That you have to take all that into consideration. The other thing that plays a vital role into what your labor bill is going to be is what are we using for power distribution, right? So if you're like, well, I got some toggle switches and I figured you could just use some relays, I'm going to quote your job so high that you never, ever call me back, because I don't work with that. All right.
You're a fucking hard ass, man.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
you need to go take a couple laps around your house with your fucking guns, homie.
I'm just not going to do it. I'm not, if you're like, hey man, I got these AutoZone toggle switches and some, ching chang relays, I figured this would be good. No, take them ching changers and throw them away. I don't do it. Right. You could find somebody else.
Though. It works.
Okay. That's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? Well, you know why though? I mean, you'll
do it in your beater.
No.
Yeah, you will. No. Dude, you have to. It's so much fun. Just go to AutoZone, get those plastic connectors, pull the plastic off, and now you have an uninsulated connector, right?
So, with me, if I'm gonna wire a car, I'm not saying that I won't use tons of other relay systems out there. I use all of them. What I'm getting at is you're not going to get me to do something that I don't think is the best approach to something. So if you approach your wiring guy, whether whoever it is, your goal is to walk away from your wiring job with the best product that you can afford, right? So if you can supply a car in a condition that makes life a hell of a lot easier to wire and takes less time, you're going to be a whole hell of a lot better off. Like something that I'm sure Troy's going to agree with. If you leave the windshield out of the car, like you're building a new car, right? If you leave the windshield out of it, keep the doors at home. I don't need them, the carbon doors or whatever, right? If the front end comes off real easy, most of these cars have got, one piece front ends or whatever. If all that stuff, if all that stuff is done, doors off of it, windshield out of it, and I can get in there and work on it easily, it's going to save you a bunch of time. And the other way to save a good bit of money is use a good power distribution.
I think I can reconnect to the live stream.
Hey!
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I was taking a piss.
Everybody took a
All right, hey, I'm back here. Sorry about that.
So you can see me.
I can see you, yeah.
So we'll see if the live stream got
Troy.
screwed up.
There's Troy. Hey, you're on the other side now. Hey, we're back.
We'll see if the stream got screwed up.
No idea. Damn it, people are asking
Get
me
your
what
shit together,
Oh,
Matt.
nice. Dude, I've never had that happen before. Luckily, I'm an IT guy.
Get
Did
your
you get
shit
it fixed?
together, Matt.
Everything disconnected, and I'm like, what happened? And I looked at my
half
mix
a Devin's
and
face.
someone should hire an IT guy. At least I got right back on.
There
Nice.
you go, Devin.
There we go. Sorry, I was pointing at the ceiling.
I had the same stream key and everything. Thank God. Okay,
You all good,
cool.
Matt?
It seems everyone says you're back.
Okay.
All right.
We're back. It's back. I got right back on.
So I'm gonna just point out that was probably a wiring problem, and you probably kicked something loose.
Not even crimped right.
Oh,
Right.
hey, Devin, here's one for you. Even when the stream went dead, it still had more viewers than real tuners.
Oof.
Oof.
Oof. That's
Yeah,
probably true.
people said a third of the viewers dropped off because the stream dropped, but yeah, that's to be expected. Maybe they'll come back when they see that it's
Right.
back live. So did you finish explaining everything, and then you're like, where did Matt go? Or we'll just go to the next question since all of us are like squirrels.
Yeah, basically to sum it up, do a little bit of work before you bring your car to your wiring guy.
Okay.
Not wiring work, but mount your shit, put it where you want it, make it easy to work on.
How
and it'll
about
save
you
you
call the
money.
guy and ask what he needs and what you should or not do, and that would make it easy, right?
Right, like what we do. You deal with my fiance Laura, and you send her pictures of where you got shit mounted. She tells you good, looks good, blah blah blah. She'll get messages from people asking, hey, I'm ready to bring the car to paint. Is that okay? Yeah, I don't give a shit. Just
Paint it before it fucking comes, dude.
yes, please.
Not wire the car and go to the body shop.
These are all
That's
great
horrible.
tips.
Yeah.
It's horrible. It's horrible because the dust, the dirt, chassis shops, grinding, welding afterwards, metal shavings in your terminals, when you're unplugging your ECUs and stuff. Don't do it. Get all that fab work shit done, then electronics.
I'm going to get into that because I mount $250,000 worth of electronics or $500,000 worth, and then the guys come and install drop ceiling and drywall.
Horrible.
And sand the whole place, and
all over your beautiful work.
My core router gets completely filled with basically dry plaster. I'm like, cool. Thanks,
your head's
bros.
gotta explode, Matt.
Thanks.
That's gotta make your head explode. So
happy that you did that.
What we always try to preach is that we should be your last stop. So I always like what we do is we always fire the cars up and get them idling, running. I put a baseline tune up in them, and we get the car ready to go to a dyno. Right. I always recommend everybody puts their car on a dyno. If you got to go from me to paint, if it ran when it left me and everything was functioning correctly when it left me, I'm on a 13-month wait, I think, right now. If you call me in like 3 months and go, hey, my painter screwed something up, Yeah, man. So we'll see you, next June, right? I mean, that's going to suck. So let us be your last stop. And most of the time, the way it's looking right now is everybody in this industry wiring cars is booked up pretty far, right? So if like you're thinking, if somebody's watching this right now and you're thinking about, hey, I really want to build a car to run Pro 275 or LDR or no time shootouts, you may want to call somebody, one of us, right, and get on their schedule now, because that's the truth of it. I mean, that's how far out we kind of are. Now, granted, there's some small stuff that I can always fit in here and there, but if the wiring guy's your last stop, you'll typically have a lot less issues.
Okay, cool. So we'll go. I mean, my buddy
Try to
Calvin
have your.
asked
I
us-
was. Oh, sorry.
No, you go. You're more important than I babble.
Fuck no, dude. No one, dude. We're all equal, homie. So listen, I try to send, like Devin saying, when it leaves Devin, like I test all the inputs, outputs. If the car comes in running, we'll fire it. We'll do all that, as well. And I usually send all my clients the sensors ahead of time, right? Because I'm not a lube shop, right? I don't. T-Bomb don't like draining fluids and installing sensors, right? So I send the customers their sensors first so they can get them all installed ahead of time. And then that usually helps the process too.
Yep. All right, what you got, Matt?
Oh, it's funny. Someone just said, if you're backed up, hire people. Well, very early on, you said hiring people is a nightmare, and none of them are qualified. So I said, if you guys are looking for a job, get good and hit up you guys, because you guys are over a year ahead. Out on schedule. So, and then he just says,
and honestly, I don't want somebody that's good. I want somebody who's ambitious, wants to learn, and doesn't know shit. That way I don't have to break them with bad habits.
That's a good thing. It's like when you hire engineers or in the IT field, we hire a guy that has certifications, but he has no real world experience, which you guys know. Right. Experience versus book smart is two separate things.
Gotta have both.
Yeah.
You gotta do both, because the amount of diagrams, when I do a street car with all factory switches, and I'm taking a factory, whatever brand, GM, Ford, whatever it is, Nissan, it doesn't matter, to your PDM or your power distribution module, you got to be able to read the factory schematics of how that switch works, right? You could also do it with your meter on the bench. I usually have to read things 3 or 4 times to comprehend it. So I'm hands-on with my meter a lot, figuring switches out. But you got to be able to read diagrams and everything. So you have to have that little bit of, book smart per se, which I feel like I lack. But that definitely helps to have both. I just sent you a link, Matt, for the guys. Sorry, man. For the guys that were wondering about a good spot to start for mil spec stuff, I think it's RB Motorsport. They give you the whole walkthrough, the whole breakdown, start to finish of the entire planet of motorsports harnessing.
I just pasted it in the chat for everybody.
On a very high level, what I consider like probably, like Joel Levy, all them guys that do the mil specs specific stuff, some of the stuff Devin does, that we get into. That's a great. So I took that page and I blended it to a budget friendly ordeal, so I can give these guys a really nice product without smacking their wallet a whole lot. I get paid for my time, and that's where we're at. I'm up front with these guys. It takes time. What do you expect to get paid to go to work for 100 hours, right, on a specific project, and then to get phone calls afterwards because they don't read the instructions on how to fucking do their tuning or where this is at, the software, this and that, which I'm more than happy. I'll walk through any software. I don't care. I install them all. I'm not specific. I do a Fuel Tech, Haltech, Botech, Pro EFI, Holly, whatever, you name it. But whatever you're working with,
Here's a good one for you to fill in, Troy, because I know you were
yeah.
physically there like 10 hours ago at Haltech.
Yeah.
So someone
It
asked,
was great.
he goes,
great.
ask Troy how he likes the new Haltech Nexus. We'll have one in the race car soon. And since you're fresh off a complete wiring job at Haltech, the physical location in Georgia, yeah, you can speak best.
Lexington, Kentucky. Flew down there with 6-7 years ago, right? I established a fantastic relationship with Haltech. They sent one of their guys, Adam, up with me for 2 weeks. I put him up in my house. We did the first 2x2. Haltech is not as popular as like Holly or whatever, and even in drag racing, you don't hear it a whole lot. Not many people have it. Not because it's elite or whatever. I their marketing, whatever it is, a lot of guys. But either way, quite a few years ago, established this killer relationship with them. We did 2x275 cars. One was Ultra Street, Ultra Street, and then Vinny's was X275. And Vinny is now stepped up. Vinny had that car, which Haltech, we put Elite 2500 T in, with their traction stuff. And then he had the yellow Shelby GT500, NMRA winner, X275 winner. Now he stepped up his game to a pro mod. So working with the Nexus, I had the opportunity. He called me up. He doesn't want anybody. And this means Devin, Matt, all of us, right? Whatever our profession is, when somebody calls you up and says, I don't want anybody doing this to my project, but you, right? You need to be a part of it. That's the greatest feeling of all, right? Aside from getting paid what you like to do, when somebody wants you there because they like how you do things and they know that you're going to be detail oriented and be able to do it right. Dude, talk about balls. I flew down there. I didn't even check a bag with tools. They told me to, right? So I'm working with all their stuff. But anyway, the Nexus, they have a great shop, so I didn't need tools. Hub dyno, which we didn't quite get that far. We needed another day to really get there, which Vinny's going to fly down next Wednesday. But either way, we got the install done. The Nexus is killer. It's really going to be the next thing. I mean, honestly, it is because of PDM built in. You can literally, we're running the entire car, other than the ignition system. We put an M&W, two M&W boxes in it with CDI coils, 2 batteries, one battery, one small P-motive Dev for just the Nexus. So whether it's Holly or Fuel Tech or whatever, right? If you're running a separate spark box, like M&W or whatever the case, for 5,000 horsepower pro mod, it's good to put 2 separate batteries in. So I have a full size Braille 16 volt, both 16 volt. Braille is a little bit bigger, right? To start the car, that's going to start the car and power the ignition system. So with both batteries in the passenger seat area, 2 500 amp conductor speed wire kill switches, so I can run 2 20 gauge or 2 18 gauge wires back to the standard kill switch to the rear to trigger the conductors. So no heavy cables, right? All 2 gauge welding cable. Yep, there you go, my man.
There they are.
And yep. So 2 separate batteries. Those batteries, you can trigger with the ECU on and off too. Any of them really, but. So the flexibility with the Nexus is being able to have the powered outputs. So like you were saying earlier, Devin, with power PDM, right? This eliminates the need for another PDM. We're running a whole pro mod with every sensor under the sun, shifter, shoot, all the outputs, shocks. We're controlling, we're controlling the shocks with the ECU, putting air in, taking air out as it's going down track. Shock sensors, everything, hand back, boost, the works. But anyway, to be able to do all that in one box and then to be able to take those inputs or outputs and attribute them to anything you want. You can literally program anything you want right there. If you want to shoot, like we have his bump button, at the release, whatever. We put a couple conditions in. So now it's a shoot button. You guys are familiar with that. Stuff like that. But you can also do it with shocks or whatever at the end of the run, release air. If you got to release air, if you got to do this, do that, where you hit the kill. Or if you don't want to kill it completely, ton of options. Can switch panel, IC7 display. Can't speak highly enough about it. I love the idea of having the power management, engine and chassis control. I'm gonna put one in my street car. So we have a little thing going that whenever I can find time, that'll run my whole car, turn signals, everything. And my street car isn't much, but I do have a lot of sensors and I have a lot of things going on, factory switches. And I'm going to run the entire car off the Nexus with no other relays or anything other than just the Nexus R5.
That's what a bunch of people commented. Wow, I'm echoing bad. A bunch of people commented that the Nexus is super expensive, and someone else says Haltech uses too much expansion boxes. And then someone else chimed in and said Nexus doesn't have expansion boxes. And I said Nexus greatly reduces the amount of expansion boxes to the point where even a lot of high-end people do not need them. And I says, little do people realize Nexus seems expensive to someone that isn't buying a 2K smart wire and a $2,000 ECU without wiring. And then the big thing is they're handshaking the entire time. It's one, like when people go to a Holly and they realize literally everything is in-house. You're not trying to make things play well with each other. The entirety of it is working happily together. But then, someone else chimes in and says, you're going to have to buy a PDM. I said, also, the Haltech is an incredible deal when you realize you don't have to use 1920 software with RacePack to do the smart wire. That's my biggest gripe. Is it's like
built-in Wi-Fi.
As an IT guy, the RacePack software is like me touching a 1991 IBM server, and it makes me cringe when I look at it.
But it's nice, and at the end of the day, Matt, it's very user friendly. I love the smart wire. I'm a huge fan of the smart wire. Guys claim problems with them. I
need a lesson, I guess. It is not intuitive at all to me. I watch Devin's thing and I go, my brain's like, I still hate this.
Oh man, to set one up with turn signals, brake lights, backup lights with the trans brake, like the conditions you can put on a regular street car without even getting into anything fancy on a racing application is incredible. I mean, smart wire for me is fantastic. And the flexibility is great too. I wish the can control, I haven't played with the can control with another ECU. It has can capability, right?
Devin knows all about it.
Yeah,
I do know all about it. So there's a EFI can module, right? So it's basically just it goes from VNet to CAN, and then there's some new software coming out for it that I actually made a video on the other day, where it allows you to import 40 inputs from your ECU and 20 outputs from your ECU. So if it's pretty slick, but it does interface with other EFI systems. I'll say this: I'm a big fan of the smart wire. Smart wire needs a redo, in my opinion. I would love to see smart wire get a redo. It's probably not going to happen, just judging by who I know and what I know. I don't think it's probably going to happen, but it may. Who knows? Might be smart wire 2.0 or smarter wire. Who knows? But the key to it is that the thing that I like the most about the smart wire is that it's rock solid, right? If people have had failures with them, I feel as if they had to have been self-inflicted.
That's what
I'm in the
someone
middle
just
of,
said, that it is, once it's set up right by like you, 100% reliable, zero failures. So
Yes.
someone that's used to it sets it up, and that's it. And what is
And
attractive
wires.
to me is if there is the CAN bus to smart wire translation interface, and you can do almost all the configuration through the Holley stuff, which makes more sense to me. I would obviously be more interested and less stubborn and hating it.
The ECU Master PMU 16 is a wonderful choice for a PMU.
Yes.
CAN capable, Pro EFI, how they all communicate with it. You don't even have to put any hardwire inputs in if you don't want to. And the frees up those inputs for other things if you want. But then the software is it's awesome to use, very user friendly. Hardwire Electronics is another PMU that's great. Their software is a little more difficult. I'm getting ready to dive in on Jeremy Gerz's Malibu. We're putting one in his car with Holley Dominator. So
I'm not sold on the hardwire stuff yet. And
no,
well, here's my problem, and it's right in front of you, and it's glaring. They rate the outputs to 20 amp through a DT connector. The DT connector is rated to 13 amp.
each pin.
So, yeah, no, I know.
They say connector 20. So if you combine the pins.
No, I know, but they have 20 amp outputs that are on one pin, and they're going through a DT series connector. I'm just not 1,000% sold on it. But what I will say about hardwire that is nice is that I absolutely despise the terminals for a smart wire. They are miserable. So so there is that. You know what I mean? But I guess I've played with the hardwire software. It seems pretty archaic in comparison to like ECU Master.
Do you have any difficulty? Like I struggled with it for the first 10 minutes of playing with it, and then I'm getting ready to go back to it, but it seems a little more complicated than the rest.
It's more complicated than SmartWire. So Matt, you're out, and it is not as intuitive as the ECU Master stuff. The ECU Master PDM has probably got one of the nicer interfaces for sure, unless you want to get into like the Motec stuff.
CAN switch panel, they have the works.
Yeah, the ECU Master piece is pretty nice. But again, I always fall back on that. Is it tried and true? Is it rock solid? Is it reliable? I guess time will tell. You know what I mean? And shit, all this stuff comes out when it first comes out. Everybody says the same thing. When the Dominator was first released, people were saying, Holley knows carburetors. They don't know fuel injection. Well, they actually do. With the original fuel injection that they had. And now with Holley, a Dominator is 11 years old now, and it's the same hardware. So they had a small revision early on, but it's basically the same hardware. And it's been tried and true. So the ECU Master may turn out to be that way. It's just, I guess I'm old and skeptical. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. For playing around in the heads up world so much, we're so used to trying new things that I live outside. I try to live outside the box, and inside the box always seems boring to me at every aspect of life.
Yep.
So with that said, I love trying new things, and some things work. We tried some things with the Nexus that didn't work. Very few things. And that was self-inflicted.
Right.
So 90% of the time it's self-inflicted. But
for sure.
The hardwire, we figure we'd give it a try with Jeremy's car. If it doesn't work, which it will, it'll be fine. Sure it'll be just fine. I'll double up outputs for fans.
Yeah.
I'll do what I'll set the amp draw, because you go into the software and put an overshot on the fuse. So if it does draw 25 amp, let's face it, dude, a DT pin's not going to melt. The connector's not going to melt.
No, I know. I'm just being a dick.
Nothing's going to melt. So I don't give a fuck. I'll push this shit because I have faith that when we are pushing it, we're talking seconds.
Right.
So the draw on it, the flow, everything is seconds. So it's not, streetcar fans and pumps. You got to be careful.
Sure.
Double the outputs up. So what? I mean, I did Bo Fletcher's Cobra. We maxed it out, but we covered everything in his ECU. I programmed turn signals, everything. I mean, brake, the whole works. The nice thing with the Nexus is the bump button and everything, like the pulse width, all built no externally. Most PMUs or PDMs aren't fast enough built in, so you got to still run a Holley or a.
That's cool.
An external SSR to take care of business. When it's time to go to work, you got to have that extra SSR, which isn't a big deal. But
It's one nice. Cuts down on wiring when the PDU and the ECU are the same item. So I've always questioned if people would do that. So I'm very excited that at least one person is, because it's going to push everybody, even if it's a bad product, to do similar, because people recognize having like a Holley Dominator, so much is in-house, but people are like, a lot of people don't think about it, but you and I would, Devin, everybody, having PDM in there would be incredible also.
That's some bitch.
I would put it over the top. I will say,
if Holley put a PDM inside of a Holley Dominator, that thing would be
10 foot long and weigh 120 pounds.
You're damn right.
You'd use it for ballast and no prep.
That's right.
Put that shit on the bumper.
Oh shit! What's he doing?
Look at him. Is that a jock strap? What?
This is my head, and this is a Holley Dominator.
Yeah, but look at all the inputs and outputs. Look at all the capabilities. I don't want to hear about what guys bitch about the size.
Look at all
no
these
extra boxes.
Connectors,
I get
boys.
it.
Do you
I'm a
see
fan
all
of the
these
Holley.
pins? Pins.
That is badass.
There's at least 35 per connector, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
it's actually, I'm having a hard time holding this thing up. It's so heavy.
Devin's maxed them out already. I don't think I've maxed out a Dominator.
Yeah, I've maxed one out already. Well, I didn't get to use the drive-by-wire stuff. That's already pre-canned.
No.
So no, because some of those pins get locked out. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. But no, there's a lot of new cool stuff on the horizon. I think that I do like the idea of the Nexus for sure, especially from an installation standpoint. I mean, it's killer. Like, it's all in one. You only got to bolt one damn thing down, and you can power your injectors right from the same spot that you got to send signals or the ground circuit for the injectors from. So that's kind of sweet.
Smart coils too, which which is really nice having it all inside, because no output is needed to trigger an external relay for your coils and injectors by RPM. Like, that way there's no power sitting out at that shit when your ignition switch is on.
Yep.
Matt,
you look like you're about to ask something.
I'm gonna unmute myself. People were just asking, like, he goes, he's like, what's a PDM and stuff like that. So I'm just
power distribution module.
Yeah, I already explained it. So
cool. Basically, it is a relay board, right? That is enclosed in a sealed housing with a connector that is programmable. It's a programmable relay board, solid state, no mechanical. There you go.
Hey, I got one of those too.
So you have all your relays and switches, right, with the CAN switch panel or the cable for the race pack toggle switch bar mount stuff is nice too. You got one of them, Devin?
I'm looking. I might.
Yeah, dude. Try to find a can panel. You have a Matt. You have a can panel.
I only
Come on,
have
you
a
guys are
ground
fucking
based
high
one.
rollers.
We're baller. We're baller
I might have
AF.
Baller, dude.
Devin's gonna win. Who's baller for sure? But
Baller.
I'm medium pimping over
Here's a
here.
spare keypad, and then here's another spare keypad, and then here's the. This is to yeah, and then this is if you want to expand.
This is the
Yeah,
poverty
there you
edition,
go.
ladies and gentlemen. Poverty
What's that?
edition. $2,000 PDM poverty status.
This is the expansion module for input. So you have more than 12 hardwired inputs. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
And then this is the little guy. Is it upside down? No.
I use those for everything right there. The universal can modules.
Yeah, this is how the SmartWire talks to all the other ECUs and through the Dominator. I don't have any of the. Oh wait, I might have some up here.
Here's the gun case that the hardwire.
Yep. Nope. Yeah. I've got nine smart wires in stock. I don't have a single toggle switch, switch panel. I don't have the other style toggle switch panel. I've got tons of keypads. I've got tons of that other stuff. I just don't have the toggle switch one. But yeah, they're pretty sweet.
Well, I'll interrupt us all. What is he doing with the tape measure?
Oh yeah. How big it is? That's not bad at all.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Yep. Yeah, I like that. I'll try one.
There's a
What were you
good
gonna say, Matt?
one. There's a
Yeah,
good question
back.
here.
I'll report
Yeah.
back.
Up at the top here. This is cool. I think this is cool. Can you guys, if it's possible, do a rundown of the cars in the background? Like, what do you have that you're currently working on? If it's not
Show me how to work my
Secret Squirrel.
phone again.
Just connect with your phone, Troy.
Hold on.
I showed, well, this is pretty cool. We did this earlier, guys. This is production value to the max.
If I can remember how to do it.
Just join the meeting with the associated link.
I'm getting there. All right.
Matt, you have a code.
I can send it to you. Well, it's in the chat. Let me tell you the code on Messenger, and you can grab it on your phone.
Just tell me now, dude. Don't make me.
Well,
Windows,
everybody will try to connect.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
can you
I
see me?
got you.
We're live on the
good, Devin?
interwebs, bud. Gotta be
I
careful.
feel you, Matt.
Gotta be careful, bro.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Let me go turn on some other lights.
Flip your phone to landscape if you can. It'll be easier for people to see, I think.
You're asking a lot here.
I know. I'm a picky bitch.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
Just turn the phone. It should auto-rotate the video. If not,
Yeah, that's.
bam.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. So, Troy, I see a hat.
Yo.
You got to turn off your laptop microphone.
This is wild. We have
Yep.
16 camera angles now.
I just muted it.
There you go. All right. So, Matt, repeat. What did they say?
They just said they would love to hear like a summary or anything about the cars in the backgrounds of your shop. So,
Troy, you want to go first?
I don't care.
Go ahead.
Small block Ford, NOS. Dude, I still hear an echo on my laptop. Is it echoing for you guys?
No.
Yes.
it's just
Echoing
I
for
think
you
it's your
guys?
phone echoing. Your PC is muted. I can see it.
Okay, cool. So, small block Ford, NOS. This is the carbureted one that we're putting the Holly in. Full speed wire. We're going to put the Dominator right above it. I'm going to use for now, we're going to use one of these bad boys. You guys are familiar with Low Dollar. We're going to mount this on the pedal for his TPS sensor with the carburetor for now, so I can do all the controls and nitrous and stuff. Some of it with the Holly we're using AMS 2000. So Holly will control the fueling and ignition, and we have the AMS for nitrous control. All Holly stuff, Pro Dash, all the harnesses Devin was talking about. These are the ones we like to start with, right, Devin?
Hey,
Yep.
Troy, people are saying try to rotate the phone so it's landscape so they can see better.
Like that?
Awesome.
Okay. So, yeah, back to this. Yeah. Smart coils. I deal with Greg at Hyperactive. Great guys out there. Him and Joe. Smart coil brackets. On this one, we're going to do some valve cover modifications. Get these bad boys up in there. But keep the carb for now. So by keeping the carburetor for now, so we don't have to rewire it later, we're going to grab, I have this harness here that I started with all my injectors. So then all I have to do is build an injector harness, and he's ready to rock and roll. That's for this one. Tefsel rack. Look at that, Devin, huh?
Mm-hmm. I got them too.
Atta girl. Jason Rucker for VP Fuels. Beautiful, beautiful cutlass.
The only other tip we can give people is, because the video feed's kind of jerky, Troy, is to just hold it on something for longer instead of panning fast.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because what it does is, like, it ends up being, like, all over because of the delay and stuff, so.
Is this okay?
Yeah, it's much better, yeah. People are just like, you know, you're moving too fast. I know you love constructive criticism.
Yep. All good. That's the whole cutlass.
Hey, I got a cutlass too.
And then do you have a cutlass in there with Fuel Tech?
With Fuel Tech, get the fuck out of it.
Hey, bud. What you know about this?
Oh, I see something I like there.
Yeah.
Well, two things. Yep. Yeah.
You would like that.
Yeah, I know that one well too. Was that a Pro 600 harness I just saw?
So I have FT Spark,
Oh,
which I'm going to redo.
man, they ripped off the same damn connector too. A bunch of chodes.
And then the unterminated. So I'll build the complete harness from scratch, you know, like we would normally would with any system. There's all some prep work. Rubber boots, connectors, all your good stuff. Then I have a Fox body back here. Am I moving too fast?
No, you're good.
Supercharged, boss block. Streetcar guy. Loves to take its tested tunes Friday nights and stuff. Put the Holly 7-inch. Termex. We're getting ready to get Jeremy Gers over here, get it going for us. He's going to help us get it started and tuned, and we'll dyno it. Blower. Just put the new blow-off valve. Just some other things for a nice install. I have like 5 or 6 relays that I added. you know, having the Holly control everything on a street car, flex fuel, all that stuff. Still tried to keep it clean.
Oh yeah.
So a little bit of everything.
You got a full house.
Yeah, I have a. Oh man, I think a drag week vet coming next weekend too. So I'm gonna be moving this. So this bench, guys, if you're working in a shop, go to Home Depot, get some countertop, right? Build yourself a frame, put some casters on it, and then you can roll it around your shop. And it's your harness table, it's your workbench, it's your mobile bench. So I'll move this whole bench. I'll slide it sideways, right? And then I'll get a car in here at an angle. I'll get the vet in here. I'll maybe get Jason's car over here. This Mustang will get over here. You know, we're gonna flow it. But like in an organization, my man Nate Kreider, I'm gonna be hiring him full time. He has no bad habits because he started with me 2 years ago, part time. Get ready to hire him full time here in the next few months. He introduced me to these pack outs, right? You guys are Milwaukee fans. This is all unterminated, you know, splices, different things, ring terminals. The lighting's a little. All my sensors. You know, extra spare sensors, Deutsch connectors, bags. But these pack outs work awesome, man. Especially if you have to travel at all. This is all Deutsch connectored up. Little heater. That's good for shrink tube. So all your dual wall shrink tube, dual wall adhesive, 2-to-1,
I got one
3-to-1. Chop it.
Yeah, I have one too. I love it.
There's the abandoned TXL rack. That poor girl.
I told you once you switched to Tesla, you'd never go back.
Oh man. Look at that, Devin. Got a little right.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I got tons of it too. It's very expensive.
Nice little tape rack.
Yep.
I guess for you sloppy guys, you can put some electrical tape on there, huh?
Yeah.
Bad joke, right? I have no affiliation, so Matt loves it. So that's what I got going.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I guess Devin can explain what he's got too.
So I got, well, first I'll show you what isn't in sight. We'll go outside here. First off, if you're paying attention, that's my floor mat. Okay. Wu-Tang. Oh, I turned the lights on. So it's really dark, but there's one in there, and then there's another one over there in that building. So I'm not going in there. I'm not going in there. But anyway, there's two other ones in there, and then got a. I'm not showing you the engine. You're not gonna see much on this car, but this is a Olds Cutlass 442. This is if you guys are into grudge racing and whatnot, this will probably tell you a little bit. But
that's badass, dude. That car is badass.
This is a very well-known grudge car. It is called Night Train. So it's owned by a guy by the name of Chris. Can't show you anything underneath the hood. I can show you. I started laying out. I can't show you anything inside the car either.
That's badass, Devin.
So I started laying out a panel for this thing. So, you got Davis, traction, solid state, smart wire, Dominator. Here's the engine harnesses. Haven't started yet, you know what I mean? But I'll be building all that stuff from scratch. Contactor, Speedwire sells them. I have them. I have the white ones. Speedwire sells the black ones. Honestly, I can't find the black ones. Got a MSD Pro 600 that goes into this car, and a VPS that goes into this car. That's really all I can show you about this car. This customer, they race for a lot of money, like a lot of money. And, the name of the game is Grudge Race, and people can't see it. And then I have my own car sitting over here, which is leaving tomorrow at like 6 a.m. to go get a new convertible top. Pretty sure this is probably the most intricate electrically intricate car on the market at the moment. But I just had a windshield put in it, so I can't show you really up underneath of it. But the electrical panel is two-tiered. It it has everything under the sun. I left out some cables laying here because I didn't know if we were gonna plug in, and I'd show you some software stuff, and some tuning type stuff where we did some screen share shit like we did earlier, Matt. But yeah, this is what I have in here. And then as far as workbenches, so I use this company, Dragonfire Tools. This is 22 feet, I think, of workbench. They work great. And then just throw some cabinets up above it, some spools of wire, some more spools of wire, some spools of Raychem, spools of terminals, and then all this stuff is all Deutsch connectors and boots and ATUM and SEL and yada yada.
I think it's nice when people see all this and they realize why your services cost what they do, because you have 9 products available. I think you said like you have 5, 6 of those smart wires on a shelf.
Yeah,
it's a $2,000 item, and you have
those are
them.
up in there. Yeah, yep, yeah. I mean, there's like there's some MSD shit. There's race pack shit. Oh, sorry. There we go. There's some race pack shit up there. Oh, there's another one up there. I'm short on space. There's some Davis boxes up there. There's all these old harnesses I pulled out of cars. And then you've got when it comes to doing small stuff, right? Like keeping stock, like this is what I work out of, right? So, this is just like while I'm building harnesses, I grab from here. But you have an idea of what this kind of stuff starts to cost when you start adding all this shit up. Oh, this one's bare because I'm starting to transition all this stuff over to there. Like even we were talking earlier about uninsulated terminals. There's probably $500-$600 worth of freaking uninsulated terminals in there. So when you get a quote, understand that the guys that are doing this type of work, we have to keep a tremendous amount of shit in stock. There's all DR25 heat shrink, every size they make, and then some overflow rolls, shielded cable, non-shielded cable, all my stripe Tevzel, all the bigger Tevzel stuff, 10 gauge, 12 gauge. And then, you get into this stuff and you're like, DTM 4 pins, DTM 2 and 3 pins, like, there's, I mean, this is just for stock. I mean, we sell stuff too. Like even these, so everybody gets all hard on about boots, right? These bags are like, I think 100 per bag or something. I've got some, these things add up like crazy. So then you get into the Raychem boots for the back of circular connectors. You wind up stocking Here's small straight ones. Here's some larger straight boots. Then you get into the smaller 90 degrees, and then you have breakout boots. Like here's all the, if you wanted to get real fancy and start using breakout boots, these are to keep a harness sealed, but have the wire change directions or split off, in your sealed harness. So like when you, this thing, can you see it? There you go. When you see it, when you shrink that, the part near my thumb turns into a T. So this thing turns into a T, like a hard T. So when this thing gets shrunk, your harness can turn into like an actual T, and stay sealed. So like all those little things, you have to have a really good education on what goes where and how you use them in order to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish with some of these harnesses. But I mean, just even loading down on simple terminals, ring terminals and shit, you'll have couple $100 wrapped up in
people were saying, sorry to interrupt, people were saying show your crimper drawers, like show the hardware tool drawers.
Oh yeah. So
you can flex
before
on
I get
us.
there, before I get there, one of the questions that was sent to me earlier, that you sent, was are wire nuts mil spec? Okay. So I thought about that. I put a lot of thought into that, and I decided to come out with a new product. Okay. This is going to be a new kit. This is going to be available strictly for watchers of this video. Okay. I hope you guys are ready. So what you get is you get some sick mil spec terminals, right? A sick used that I ripped out of another car, mil spec. See, it even says it. It says it right there. I mean, that's legit. That's as legit as it gets right there, right? Terminal strip. Some mil spec Chinese. I don't even know. Where are we? Here we go. I don't even know what those are. Relays. And some mil spec wire nuts. And in order to be a mil spec wire nut, you will also get a hammer. Okay. So the only way to actually get the mil spec wire nut to seal is with said hammer. So when you put the wires in there, you beat them with the hammer. So that's going to be our new kit. I'll have Laura put that up on the website for you guys if you're really interested. So I think what was that, Joe, who was asking that? Joe Simpson. So I just wanted to kind of poke and mess around. But you want to see tools? Well, pulled out a bunch of shit. Hang on here. I can go over what all of them do, what they are, what they're for, whatnot. So this is like the top drawer is what I use the most of. So this is a side feed terminal cutter. So when you get terminals on 5,000 piece reels like this, you see this? Oh, can you see this, Matt? I think we lost
buddy.
it. Oh, there we go. So anyway, so when you get these long, when you get like reels of this shit,
I know what they are.
Yeah, well, I know, but I mean, people were asking, so.
Hell yeah.
So that's what de-reels them. Couple pairs of dikes. I use a lot of scissors. And then you've got a whole bunch of different scissors, cable cutters, some ratcheting crimpers, a hose N706, your standard Klein crimper, a Metro Pack ratcheting, and then these are for uninsulated butt splices and stub splices. These work pretty well. These work a little bit better. So this is the Sargent version. Where am I? There we go. Sorry. It's hard to see because I'm on like the little screen. But anyway, this is the ratcheting sergeant version for uninsulated connectors. Then you've got a Rensteg Tevzel wire stripper. This thing will do from like 10 to 20 gauge. This thing works reasonably well. It's kind of a pain in the ass though. A pointer for my videos. So when people don't listen, well, it's got the little pointer with the dog paw. This is it looks like a standard wire stripper, but this is made by Ideal. This is a Reflex T. This is actually, the jaws on this are actually made for Tevzel. So this doesn't work like these Kleins. These Kleins here are made for just standard wire. Here's another standard wire stripper for like TXL. And then a whole ton of flush cutters, a ton of insert and removal tools, picks, markers, more deepinning tools, some positioners like we talked about earlier for Deutsch crimpers, more positioners. Probably the most used and undervalued thing in the toolbox. Somebody asked earlier about measuring out for a harness. These are fantastic. Amazon, they're like $5, I think. It's just a fabric tape measure. So they're very easy to use. This is a cool little thing for $10. This is, who makes this thing? Jonard Tools. There's the part number CST1I. This is a shield stripper, right? So what you do is you take your 3-conductor shielded cable, put it in there, let it clamp down, ring it twice, and then you can pull your jacket off of your 3-conductor shielded cable. Then we got Deutsch Crimper 1, Deutsch Crimper 2, Deutsch Crimper 3, the common economy crimpers, another economy crimper. This is Ideal. What are these? These are the lights. I think these are the lights. The Cryptmaster light, or the Stripmaster lights. They're made for Tevzel. Got a wire stop. They do, I don't remember what size. I think 24 to whatever you can see in there, 24 down to 16. And then here's the Ideal Ergo Elites. These are for Tevzel as well. These go to 26 gauge and down to 16. These are a heck of a lot more comfortable, Troy. If you ain't got a pair of these, they're worthwhile owning. And then these are the TE frame for the for the Holley ECU pins, which I never use. These pins, this crimper sucks. I'm just gonna be honest, it sucks. It's miserable to use, and Troy, I think you'll probably agree. We got a meters, amp clamp. My other amp clamp went out for calibration. And then here's some more random shit that I barely ever use. RPM simulator from MSD. These are pretty slick. So you can simulate RPM and trigger stuff before you turn the key on. More crimpers. This is basically overstock of crimpers. Potting compounds, for potting the backs of connectors. There's label makers. My big label makers in the house, in the office. She runs the big label maker. I have a Croy 4350, which is a fucking piece of shit, but it works. Zip ties, and let's see, what's this? Battery cables, battery crimpers, all that kind of stuff. And then we also plumb stuff. So I'm not pulling it out because it's heavy, but that's a crimper. You asked about crimpers, so this is a crimper. This is a crimper for AN hose and fittings. So
someone literally just asked, show them the Earl's hose crimper, which is in the drawer I just believe you showed.
Oh, well, no shit. There you go. Yeah, so you have a crimp collar that goes over top of the hose. Then you take the hose end and slide it into the hose. I don't know where my expander is. Whatever. I have an expander too that expands the hose. That makes you being able to put the hose in a little bit easier, or the fitting into the hose a little bit easier. So, the crimped hose ends are pretty sweet because they're a lot smaller and they do like a lot of direct thread stuff. So you can like direct thread into like a 12 ORB, or a 10 ORB instead of having to do an adapter. There's this cabinet's like $5,000 worth of shit just to trim some hoses. And we do this for free, by the way. Like, just putting that out there. If you buy and use Earl's Ultra Pro or Ultra Flex hose, and I don't care who you buy it from, it doesn't really matter. Whoever you buy it from, if you want it crimped, as long as you assemble it, put it together the way you want, I'll crimp the stuff for free. So you just have to send it with a return shipping label. We do a lot of that, so my turnaround on them is usually in a day. Here's something neat. Troy, I don't know if you got one of these things, but it's a heat gun. This is an Ideal Heat Elite. This thing, if you're doing a ton of Raychem work, this thing makes life a heck of a lot easier. It gets very hot and it stays at the exact temperature. Then it's got a bunch of reflectors and whatnot. And then there's more sockets and terminals and pins and boots and connectors and seals and shit everywhere. And then I know a lot of you guys are into power tools, and you said something earlier about Milwaukee. So I'm kind of a Milwaukee connoisseur. I collect a lot of this shit. So there's some more. We got the little Milwaukee vacuum, which is probably the most used tool that I have. And then this little guy is pretty sweet too.
To be honest, I have one of those 18 volt, like 2.5 gallon dry wet Milwaukee vacs, and it's like the best thing I ever bought.
Yeah, I have two of them. I love them. Like they're amazing. This is a new Milwaukee little mini air compressor. I don't know if you saw this thing yet. It's like a brushless air compressor. Yeah. I'm sorry for ruining your night. This thing's amazing. Like, this thing's amazing. It's extremely quiet. I actually use this quite a bit. And anytime we load the trailer up and go anywhere, I throw this in there. Then a whole bunch of different Milwaukee lights, more Milwaukee lights, more Milwaukee lights. There's Milwaukee shit everywhere.
People are saying they're tired of seeing you flex. They want to see Troy now.
I wasn't trying to flex, you dicks.
I know. We're just making fun of you.
All right, that's fine. I'm okay with it. So, no, I just figured I'd show you what was, what was here, what we do.
It's funny. People ask and then people bitch, right? It's
of course.
Society.
Yeah.
All you're gonna see different in my shop is the same tools, the same connectors, the same shit in Harbor Freight boxes. Not that he's fucking high end. Like, I can't wait till I'm at that level.
Oh, shut up. Hey, look what I'm doing here, Troy.
I love your setup, dude.
Troy, look what I'm doing right here.
That battery's no joke, right?
Oh, I know. It's badass. This battery is amazing. I was before we got onto this podcast, I was running some, running the fan at like 25 amp, and then I was gonna do recharge time and record it, but we had to do this podcast. So
can you know what you should do? Why don't you bench test it with a Holly or something? Put your sensor on there that tells you your amp draw, like start up, continuous, and then voltage drop. See what
what you want current transducers on it?
Yeah, man, get a little fancy. Do look at your shit in there. You have to do that.
What, like current transducers like these?
This guy.
All right, I guess I could do that.
Love it. You're the man.
I'll do that. All right, I'm gonna get off my phone and then go back onto the laptop, unless somebody else needs to see some other shit, right?
What's that mat, dude? What's that
Oh,
under your
dude,
laptop?
come on, it's your mat. You know what it is.
What's that under your laptop, homie? Oh,
See, I actually you know, a lot of people think that that there, like I said earlier, that there's not enough room for more than one person in this industry, and Troy will tell you I'm a pretty staunch supporter and try to do a lot as much as I can to
we call each other, we work together, and we help each
yeah.
other with tech,
Oh
with
yeah,
anything.
yeah. I'd much rather see everybody succeed than get into that whole piss and match and bad mouthing bullshit that some other people like to get into.
Nah, man, we like to strive. So like a couple days ago, I had a client that I needed a leash relay board, right? Devin messaged me right away, said I'll have one on the way. I just need your shipping address. It was here when I came back from Kentucky. Like, you can't mess with that. Like, he didn't even want me to pay for it.
If I could help you out, I will. You know what I mean?
That's the camaraderie, especially with wiring guys, because we are few in between, I think. So we don't have that big corporate mentality where they put you against your coworkers, where you have to outdo the next guy to maintain your fucking job. Like, all you have to do in our industry is perform your best, like, and do your homework, do the shit right. You will get great clients. My clients are the greatest. I don't care if it's a bracket racer, if it's a street car guy, if it's a pro mod. The clientele is fantastic as long as you plan everything and you're straightforward with people. Don't be one of them shops where, you know, they drop your car off and then you hand them a bill that's double with no explanation and nothing. You know, just treat people fair. That goes for any industry, but hiring guys, I mean, ton of opportunity.
Hang on, let me turn off my phone and get back on the laptop here.
All right, Girl Scout. Devin, you like Girl Scout cookies?
Fuck me.
You like Girl Scout cookies, Devin?
Of course. Who doesn't?
I'm gonna fucking send you some.
Who wouldn't like Girl? Who wouldn't like Girl Scout cookies? Like I told you before, I'm 295 pounds. I didn't miss a Girl Scout cookie in my life.
Yeah, but that's all meat, dude.
Yeah, I know.
That's meat.
Did you see that tomahawk that Laura made me last night?
Tomahawk?
Yeah,
what the hell's a tomahawk?
Oh, dude, you gotta go on my Facebook and look at it. She made me a tomahawk steak. It was like 3.5 pounds last night.
So that's not the name of your Peter. It's actual steak?
Right, yes. Yes. So.
The tomahawk. Come on in, honey. I got a little tomahawk for you.
What other kind of questions you got, Matt?
Yeah, we'll
come here, girl. In your ear.
What's on?
You guys are cool as shit, man.
I'm rereading some of these. We'll figure it out. Ask them their opinions on Link and Max ECU. That's a good break.
Max ECU. I just did a pro bike. Putting a Davis VPS on one soon. Got my man Brad Mummert and Richard Gatson. Putting Max ECU is a great system.
Max is real big in the bike community. Local to me is Chris Moore, who's got the fastest whatever the hell bike on the planet. I don't know what the hell it is. And BJ Humphreys tunes it, and they use nothing but Max on all the bikes. They're real happy with it. I have very little to no experience with it. I've played with the software a bunch. I play with everybody's software, like every other ECU manufacturer's software. I do it all the time. So like I play with Fuel Tech, Hall Tech. I don't play with Motec just because I don't want to appease Joel. And Max ECU I've tinkered with a little bit. And I try to learn the way other companies do things, you know, because that way you can learn more about how you want to do things. So my experience with Max is pretty limited, but from what I can tell, it looks pretty decent.
I'm very interested, if I can interrupt for a second. Max
Yes.
ECU has native support for the 7-speed BMW dual clutch transmission, which is kind of like a exploratory fantasy of mine, is to build like a 434 cubic inch LS3 based motor that makes like 550 through the dual clutch and gear it to go exactly as fast as I want, and build a Fairmont to go like a 9.0 shifting 6 times in the quarter, just to make people who know what they're watching heads explode. Simply, that's the entire goal.
So is this your personal goal?
I just think it would be funny to have that dual clutch BMW trans is less than $2,000 all in, and just having the thing like rifle off dual clutch shifts, and all
Dual
motor,
clutch indoor panel.
all motor, empty engine bay, looks like nothing at all, like a stock LS3 intake, and rifle off like an almost 890 pass, all motor in a piece of shit Fairmont is my dream.
I don't know. I mean, the majority of cars that I work on don't even use 4LE. You know
I
what
know,
I mean? Like,
yeah, you're not into
So is
that at
he?
all.
Are they asking if the Max ECU can do it, or is he saying
Nah,
they
pe-
can?
people are just, that's my
Oh, that's
sick
yours.
fantasy. People were just asking what you think about Link and Max.
I don't know, Link. Max ECU. Mummer Gadsden Racing was the first time I worked with Max ECU, and the software I found pretty easy to get around. The configurability I found fairly easy. The CAN bus capability, for G meters and all kinds of other stuff, is great.
What's also fascinating, people might not know, I hate to cut you off again, is Max ECU can emulate E38 ECU commands among many other things, and you can make custom CAN bus outputs. So if you have, like, they specifically have a base tune for a C6 Z06 Corvette that will satiate like 80% of the functional things on the car, so it's as if nothing happened, and the stock dash does work, and you can create your own CAN bus signals in like a custom CAN output. Like, this is a little bit of research that I did, and I'm like, wow, all of that's incredible, and a lot of people don't utilize this, but from what I understand, it's mostly Western Europe that uses a Max ECU.
which makes sense because they're doing so much BMW stuff. Because obviously
Yes.
their American target demographic is not anything that you just described. You know what I mean? So like, it sounds like they do a lot.
Hey,
of
Matt.
Yeah.
How could I get I forget how to present now, because I have the Max ECU software up in the CAN page that you're talking about with the message ID and all
lower
the
right, you can hit
flexibility.
present
Yep,
now, and then you can
present
choose
now.
present a window, and then you can click Max ECU software. Should be.
What the fuck was that?
Can you see that? Max ECU. So here's your drop down, right? Under the CAN bus, you have multiple things going on.
I've got an onboard CAN analyzer.
Yeah. So you have all these different options, right? You could test the outputs, different things you could do in there, right? So right here in CAN inputs, by enabling that, now you could designate, you get your message ID, all the data, whether it's Little Indian, whatever the case, right? And you have 24 input values. And then you come down to the can outputs, and you have 10 can outputs, and the output values are. So you got 2 streamlines, different whatever your message. And that's aside from that stuff. The advanced, the user tables. The configurability is a little weird, like compared to Howie or anything else. I'm not sure if it's as flexible. Not near like, I don't think it's nearly as flexible as like Haltech or Howie.
I mean, it has its own appeals to me for sure. I've looked into it, and I'm like, man, it would be cool to put this on something and use it simply because of it's interesting to see the native translation and controls built in is really cool. And then part of me is like, it would be really cool to do. I know you guys could give a shit because your clientele doesn't care about transmissions. They all have a Glide or a TH400. And I can appreciate that you do mostly race cars, but I do mostly street car stuff with like 4L80E. And part of me is like, native 7-speed dual clutch would be retarded in a lot of applications. It's total game changer for a street car, like launch control, everything, vehicle speed, everything built in. Part of me, that's really attractive, obviously.
Yeah, I like the software. I haven't tuned one yet. I mean, we're, or been part of that process yet on track. Wiring and programming and stuff seems straightforward, and configurability hasn't been an issue yet.
Man, Haltech's a rocket ship, huh?
Yeah, I haven't updated or done anything, man, but that is one thing with the older software. The Nexus takes care of all that. I'm still running the Elite. Still in the Elite 2500. I got to change this back, son. But here's the Haltech in comparison with a drop down. Got everything in there. In the engine settings. The nice thing with the Haltech is the trigger stuff. You got all that. You have so many different variations. So guys with engine swaps and everything, trigger patterns and whatever is not an issue.
Matt, do you remember my Honda?
I don't. I remember that you did a pretty crazy B series, I think, but I never got to see it. I was around for the Turbo Buza and the Festiva mostly, and I know you had a single turbo, one of the fastest at the time, and you were the only person to convert to a single turbo first, I think, at the time. Inclusively 3000 GT, which you said you were big into Mitsubishi stuff, and I don't think people realize you were like the first guy to single turbo and the first guy to run as fast as you did.
Yep. What I was gonna say is I ran a Haltech E6K on my my Honda.
Oh,
in
wow.
like 2000, like in 2001. No, I think it was 2000 or 2001. I can't remember exactly.
So now here's the Fuel Tech.
Hey, go to on Fuel Tech. Go to where they infringe on everybody else's patents.
Oh,
here, hold on. That's over here.
Yeah.
Should we ask another question before we get too deep on that?
Yeah, man.
Well, here's two for my buddy Calvin Nelson. Super smart. Excellent questions. And then he says, how would a 16 injector Bosch 210 setup hold up versus a Precision 550 injector setup? And then as an ancillary question, I want to know all of the crap you have to deal with when running methanol. Matt alluded to some of this on the last stream. And also, does top oil, like some sort of top oiling solution, solve most or all of the methanol issues?
Do you want me to take that one?
Yeah, man.
Okay. So the first part of that question was 16 210s versus a single 500 precision, right? Okay, so a single 500 precision is a garden hose. They don't idle worth a shit. They don't clog, they don't stop up, they don't lock wide open.
I actually tuned a 565-inch big block on E85 with precision 500s, and similarly it idled at like a 9.6, and then if I trimmed it, it stalled.
Yep.
But other than that, it was okay, and that's all I have to say about it on a Dominator.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean they're okay. I wired I don't know if you know who Chris Tootin is. I wired up his single turbo Hemi deal that he runs in Pro 275, and he runs a set of 220 injectors as a primary, and then the secondary set is the 500s. And if you were going to use 500s, that would be my like if you're going to use a precision 500s, that would be the way to go about it. Like a single set of Bosch 210s and then a secondary set of 500s, because a single set of Bosch 210s will idle, drive around the pits, drive around town, where the 500s, you'll hate your life trying to drive them around. So in my opinion, I would run two sets of 210s before I ran a single set of 500s. Does that answer that part of the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Calvin just wanted to know what's the difference. Like he just goes, what's better, the Precision 500s or two 210s? And I think you answered two 210s is better on most aspects, unless you have like a screw motor that needs all of that fuel demand at idle.
Right. And the blower stuff, like the blower combos, like even the centrifugal blower combos, obviously use a good bit more fuel at idle, than like the turbo combos do. So like a turbo combo, maybe if it's a small block turbo combo with a big injector like an atomizer, it's probably going to need 40, 50 pounds of fuel to idle. Where if you get that same combination, put a Bosch 210 in it or a Siemens Deca 220, it'll idle 17 to 20-ish pounds per hour of fuel. So if you were paying attention to that, you probably thought, well, this guy's crazy. He's wrong. How could you need half the fuel volume when you're using a 210 versus
anybody that's taken the charge pipe off of a F2, F1 YSI that's pulleyed for max power realizes that it's like 4 times the amount of a leaf blower at idle. Oh, yeah. It's disgusting, the amount of air it moves.
Well, no, what I was getting at was the fuel demands with the same combination, but with 2 different injectors. You would think that if you populated your injector data correctly, when you swapped from, say, a set of billet atomizer 550s to a set of Bosch 210s, that the same fuel map should be accurate, right? But it's not. The atomizers and the precisions and all the real big injectors, they suck at low pulse width. They're miserable at low pulse width. So yeah, you tell it you want 40 pounds per hour of fuel in your base fuel table at idle, and that's what it takes to idle. If you put 40 pounds per hour through a Bosch 210 or a Siemens Deca 220 at idle, the thing's gonna be choking on fuel. You can lean it up dramatically. So, because you have a more accurate injector down at lower pulse width. You see what I'm saying?
And I ran into the same. I've never had the issues that I had until he brought that car with like the 500-pound injectors. Yep. And I realized that there was idle, fat, and stall.
Yep. So actually, you know what? Let me see if I can't find something here. I'm going to look on my computer and see if I can't I had a whole bunch of shit I would show y'all if you want to see it.
So meantime, someone else says apparently the latest version of Nexus software has really advanced stuff for blending injectors, primary and secondary.
I haven't. I don't know. I haven't messed with it at all.
We'll ask Troy to come out of the fucking woodwork to answer that, maybe.
Right. So let's see here.
Troy, are you there? Are you out of Wawa coffee, bud?
I am, man. I just got one of my coffee cups out of my office so I could put my homemade iced tea, right? You want to know how to wire a car, bro? Take 6, 7 Lipton tea bags, put it in a mason jar, fill it with hot water, put it in a microwave for 4 minutes, pull it out, take a fucking teaspoon, squeeze the tea bags. You know what I mean? Get the tea out. Dump it in a 1 gallon container, 3/4, half cup, 3/4 cup sugar, a little bit of lemon, fill it to the top, stir that up, and you get wiring potion.
Troy, you're out of control. It's the best.
You have no idea.
I literally just said that to people in the chat. Troy's out of control and you guys have no idea, and you just repeated it.
That's funny. So what was your question?
Well, we'll just leave it at that. People were asking about 500s and 210s, and we already discussed that most of the time staging 210s is absolutely better than the giant injector options that suck dick for street cars. So
yes.
Here, this is cool. I like to take it off of car stuff every now and then. So I'm skipping to this one. Have you asked the question, what are you guys passionate about that's not something we'd assume about you or cars?
So me and Laura were talking about this the other day. Well, there you go. He can do it. There you go. He plays guitar.
Needs tuned. Hangs on my shop wall. Humidity kills it. But it's a little beat up, rough around the edges. I stickered it and then spray painted it. A little bit of YB. You know what I'm saying? But we, like I said, it needs tuned. Music. Skateboarding until I broke my collarbone.
No. I don't own any. I've lost them all in a boating accident.
My man.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I won't get into that. The only other stuff that I'm passionate about besides the race car stuff is the dogs. Like me and my fiance got 4 English bulldogs. They mean a lot to us. And as I get older, it's funny. I am really, really passionate about being left the fuck alone. Like it is impressive to me about how happy I can be just sitting somewhere quiet with no one talking to me, no phone near me, no television, no fucking nothing. I mean, I've got I'm not really much of a people person as it is. I'm personable and I try to be nice to everybody, help as many people as I can. But fuck me, if I could just sit somewhere by myself, I don't even give a shit where it is, in air conditioning, because I don't want to sweat.
I'm gonna soothe you with my acoustic guitar, man, because that's what I do. I sit out back on my patio, and I just play acoustic, and it there's a sense there, you know. I carve out family time, you know. You got to spend. I have teenagers now, so that's a little harder. But whenever Taylor's back from college and my son isn't, you know, he's around, I'm all about that first. But yeah, the dog Same thing here, Dev.
Oh, yeah.
We got our fur babies, right? Zeus, Matt saw him earlier, chilling. But music does that for me, Devin. Just be able to sit down and play, dude. Like you said, it just.
Oh, see, I listen to, like, when it comes to music, I listen to all different types of stuff. I mean, like, I've got an extremely eclectic music collection. I'm looking right next to me. So, like, yeah, like, well, I listen to Wu-Tang, and, like, there's Bob Dylan.
Yep.
Right? So, like, that's
All
shit somebody wouldn't expect to see, from me. And then right below Bob Dylan is Austrian Death Machine.
Ooh.
I don't know if you ever. The lead singer sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's fucking hysterical. Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan. I listen to a lot of everything, really. Music's a big one, but
greatest rock and roll band in the world, man. Dead Air Beats. Go to my YouTube page, dude. Watch my old band, dude. Rock Chameleon Club, your old hometown club.
Oh yeah, I know Chameleon.
Mohawk. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we played out, recorded. I built a ton of recording studios at a professional level. Sound deadening walls, all that stuff. Pre-wired the walls, right? Pre-wired the jacks in the wall. So it was nice for the musician in the room. I could set up my rig and just plug my mics right into the wall. Funny for a wiring guy, huh? Soldered a whole. That's the only time we soldered, dude. Was the whole wiring panel on the wall for all the freaking jacks. Pain in the ass. Sucked.
Yep.
But it was cool at the end.
To answer the question, I'm not really passionate about much. Sleep, I really enjoy that shit too. Really big on that. I don't get a lot of it, but I really like it.
The great answers, for sure.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. This is funny, I think. It's a good question. What is the worst but most common type of connector you use? Or I would say that you have to use, because obviously if it's the worst, you don't want to, but you have to.
Ooh.
Weather pack.
They're not bad with the right crimper.
Peasant pack.
Huh?
They're called peasant pack around here.
Peasant pack. I love Troy's answer is always diplomatic, and Devin's is like, that shit sucks. Fuck you.
Well, because, it has to be said that I've made every fucking connector in the entire world work when it needed to.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't. If you have a choice, awesome. If you don't, you can make it work, dude. Doesn't matter.
Oh, I know. I mean, I've got a ton of stock of them and everything.
Who's argumentative, dude? You need a fucking life coach, counselor. Like you have a lot of pent up aggression, dude. Like I sense that through my screen.
I'm not aggressive at all. I just think that weather packs are trash, and that when people build transmissions and pot a damn weather pack connector in the side of the thing, and I've bitched to you about this on the phone already. People that build transmissions should stick to building transmissions and stop putting pieces of shit in the side of the transmission and making you wire to them. And then when they build, there's a company out there that makes a fucking shifter that's $1,000 or $900, right?
Yes.
And listen, they put a fucking 2-pin weather pack connector on the back of this $1,000 shifter, and they give you an inch and a half of fucking lead sticking out of the thing. Who's the jerk off who sat down and said, "This is a good idea. This won't fuck anybody. No, we're gonna do this." Fucking schmucks.
Oh man,
I love their shifters because of that. So
the struggle's real, dude.
Yeah. I fucking hate it.
I love the spread. Troy's like, love and let there be love, and Devin's like, fuck this guy that makes this connector.
Hey, Devin, I'm all about love, huh? Yeah.
People love the mix. They keep typing in the chat like, Troy is great, Devin's aggressive. Like, we need that mix, obviously. You need to know, like, if you're a person that gets pissed off, you need to listen to Devin so you don't get pissed off. If you're a person that works with what you got, you need to listen to Troy because he's working with what he's got.
I mean, the question originally was about what connector is the worst. That's my opinion. I think the weather packs are trash.
Well, I like how you said, what did you say, poverty pack or something?
Peasant pack.
Peasant pack.
Yeah, peasant pack. Yeah.
Oh my god.
The pull to seat. The pull to seat are a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that pull to seat fucking blows.
That's garbage. Yeah. I agree. I don't know much, and pull to seat is fucking garbage. You can't repin it. Who does that? What kind of asshole said that was okay?
Right.
Anyway.
Right. Yeah. No,
somebody who needed a job at a fucking company created a job for themselves, right?
Pull to seat, man. Fucking yeah, pull to seat. Everyone was like, yeah, great. We don't know what we're okaying to.
The diplomatic approach that I take comes from not wanting to take the time to argue with somebody on what works and why and whatever. It comes from, listen, you can make it work if you do it right. Simple as that. Like, I don't want to take the time to deal with a lot of BS because I have so much else going on. And if I'm going to take the time to, that's why I don't want to make it sound like everything works. And I put all these connectors in these cars because I have the choice and I make the choice that it's all high end.
Right.
It's all what we're doing, right? Tafsel, everything, all that stuff. But also, you can make anything work. But there's a lot of junk shit out there and everything.
Yeah.
You know what else is fucking junk?
Talk to me, brother Devin.
I'm trying to find one. Where is it?
I want to make you an appointment, bro.
I don't even
T-Bob's life coach. We're gonna listen to death metal, dude.
Life coach.
Look at all these fucking.
I need a fucking life coach after this.
Matt, anytime, dude. You fucking call me, homie.
Look at all these fucking peasant packs that I cut the.
Look at that shit.
I cut them off and throw them the fucking.
My hero.
Oh, right here it is. And Troy, you will fucking agree.
Oh.
Yeah. The Mizu connector.
Oh no, that tiny CAN bus connector. Get the fuck out of here.
I cut all them out and re-CAN bus the whole Hollywood douche
connectors.
So here's one of those things where I actually have to make it work, right? And the reason I do this is because one time I wired a car and I changed it out for a Deutsch DTM. The way a logical fucking decent human being.
And they wanted to add something.
And then they called me and they're like, bro, I bought this fucking whatever the fuck. And it doesn't fucking plug in. And I'm like, oh, that's because the connector's a piece of shit. And I fucking cut that shit out. And they're like, well, it's a Holly connector. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's a
told me to cut out all the junk, so I did.
He says, well, what do you mean? You changed my wiring on my Pro 600? I said, yeah, because it's fucking, I'm not using that shit,
Pro. You fucking.
So there's an instance where I've actually made
Fuel Tech makes one of the greatest manufactured harnesses around.
Right.
You ain't cutting Fuel Tech connectors out.
Right.
They put a Deutsch in for their fun.
They were thinking, I guess. That's why people like Fuel Tech. I don't know enough about them.
All I know is that their $2,000 Pro harness is the biggest hunk of shit I've ever seen, and all the injectors could reach fucking front bumper to back bumper.
Oh, boy. They are long. Here we go.
They are long, but you can install one at the track in an hour or two and be up and running your fucking alcohol pro mod or whatever, Radio versus the world, your bracket car.
If it'll stay running long enough, yeah. No, I agree.
I love them all, so I don't have what I mean? I don't advertise one company here.
Oh, no, I understand you, but for me speaking, fuck them.
Yeah, there's a reason why you build all your own harnesses, Devin. If you buy Holly harnesses, do not put them right in the trash. I'm pretty sure you call.
Oh,
ordered that 2.5 hours. Where's your Tefsel harness at? I want my Tefsel unterminated harness, dude. I need it, dude. I got that vet coming in a week. You're like, oh, no problem, T-Bob. I got your back, dude. I got your Tefsel unterminated, fucking full maxed out Dominator harness, right? All of them, Devin. Come, Devin. What? I don't see it on my bench, homie.
I forgot to do that, didn't I?
I'm coming to see you, dude. I'm gonna help you build it. I'm gonna fly down, dude. I'm coming to hang out with you, and then we'll broadcast with Matt while I'm hanging out in your shop. I'm gonna help you out with a car.
If you I think if you worked with me for one day, you'd be like, all right, he's a psychopath.
Fuck that, dude. I'm a psychopath too, dude. Don't fucking shoot me though. When I come in, when I Uber in, don't shoot me.
You know, you want to hear a funny story? I had a
damn it.
I had a so my place, my shop is at my house, right? And my property is like, I'm in the woods, right? So, because I'm such a people person, so I wanted to be in a hustling, bustling area. So literally, my property, I've got a bunch of acreage, but where my house and where my shops are literally carved out of the woods, and you got to drive about, I think it's like a quarter mile or something off of the road to get back to where we are. And we have a neighbor. We do have a neighbor. It's not like you don't see any houses, right? But if you've never been here before, coming to my house is a little fucking different, right? You're like, oh boy. So one of the first things you see when you pull in the driveway is there's a shooting bench in my front yard, right? Because I told you I have a shooting range in my front yard. And so anyway, we
got lost.
So we had a customer just the other day bring a car that he had a problem with, and he's a character. Anyway, when he pulled in, I gave him the address and everything. When he pulled in, he fucking rolls the window down. I got the garage doors open like I'm waiting on him, and he's like, "Man, what the fuck? Where are we?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Man, you gonna fucking shoot my ass or what?" And I was like, "No."
Dude. I'm talking about.
He's like, "Man, this is kind of, you're kind of back in the woods." And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "It's beautiful back here, but like, damn, it's, you're back in the woods." And I was like, "Well, it's all right." So, but typically what happens is when somebody brings me a car, they're like, "Oh, your shop's at your house." Yeah. But I also sleep 10 feet away from your car. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's, I've got 48 cameras here on our property, 5 different systems. So there's some redundancy. No, 4 different systems. So there's some redundancy. We take security pretty seriously. But it was pretty, but it was pretty funny. It was funny. The guy brings a car. He thought I was going to fucking kill him or something. He thought he was like walking into some shit out of Deliverance. You know what I mean? Like,
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing.
Well, then he looked down at the floor mat and he's like, "Dude, you listen to Wu-Tang?" I said, "Yeah, man." And he's like, it was Willie Dog. I don't know if you know who that is.
Gravel Pit.
Yeah. It was the guy who brought the car. But it was a funny conversation. It was interesting.
I'm coming to see you, Devin.
You'd hate your life working with me for a fucking day. You'd be like, "This guy's a psycho."
Nope.
I can't deal with that. You wouldn't be able to handle it.
I'm good.
I start venting about shit that goes on in the world, like out of nowhere for no reason. You know
I said earlier, I was posting in the live chat that Troy is, you guys are yin and yang. That's why I said you guys should both be on, because Troy is like positive energy, positive vibes. And then
that's only because I'm a manic depressive, dude. And in my head, I just can't wait for everything to explode so this fucking shit can die. I mean, if you want to be real, dude, I've been in a punk band since I was 15 because I fucking love everybody, right? And I believe in everybody else's BS.
And then Devin is like, the guy at the gas station says something, and he's like, "Fuck you, dude. You sell gas. Shut the fuck up."
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I get into quite a few altercations in public. We don't really go. I don't really, I try to stay to myself.
We don't want to talk about the old Devin for sure. We're gonna skip that
I could roll with
subject.
Devin in a 6'4" pallet, dude, and nobody would fuck with us, dude. We have Denma in the back. We'd open the door for him, dude. I would get the door for Matt, right? I would say, "Fuck you, Devin. You open your own goddamn door." I'm getting the door for Matt, dude. Throw his ass in the back seat. We would dip, dude. I put 16 switches on a CAN bus. Shit, dude, that should be dipping. Lights would come on, dude. The fucking boom.
I'm dead. I'm totally dead.
The old me is that we don't need to talk about that. We're gonna keep that. We're gonna keep that quiet. We don't need Matt telling anybody any stories about me.
No, and neither you don't need to tell any about me. Let's face it.
Right.
Anyway,
we did have a lot of fun though. Sometimes
I got plenty of stories.
Next question is Laura asks, Matt, you should ask them about their stances on chicken wings and ranch or blue cheese, because that was asked by a bunch of people.
Blue cheese.
It's not even a question, dog.
And was well, ranch to me is for how do I say it? Uncultured swine. Okay, that's who eats ranch on chicken wings is uncultured swine. If you if you're going to be an upstanding member of society, you eat blue cheese on your hot wings.
Even if you don't have blue cheese available, then you don't eat anything with it. You eat the fucking wing, because if the wing's any good, why are you dipping? Why are you shopping there?
Right.
Like this isn't no joke. You can't take this shit lightly.
Did you say that, Laura?
Did you dip it in?
Is that Laura? Is it my Laura asked that?
Yeah.
Why ain't that bitch making me no goddamn chicken wings right now then?
So I expect that when I come down, Devin, we're gonna have some bomb ass wings.
Oh, we eat wings. I eat wings like 4 or 5 times a week. Like she makes wings all the time.
Sounded good.
Whoa! You hear?
Sounded
good. She just ran out here to yell at me and say she made chicken
wings. Hey, Laura, why don't you step in front of the camera? I'm tired of looking at this dude's face.
She went back in the house. She ain't listening to any of this shit.
She just told you to fuck off and bounce.
Yeah, that's exactly what she did. We have a really good relationship.
Got 16 CAD switches.
Yeah, she's we have a very interesting relationship. She gets to be my presence all day long, and I don't even charge her. So I mean,
she tells you what to do, and you do it, and the fucking house is happy. That's how it is.
Actually, you're wrong.
Entirely. No matter how many guns you got, bro.
It has nothing to do with that at all.
Or lost in your boating accident. See, you lost your credibility in that boating accident.
That's true. That's true.
You know, it wasn't even an accident, bro. Pirate T-Bomb came aboard.
Don't say that. That's implying that you took them.
Right.
No,
possession is 9/10 of the law.
I politely asked.
We're gonna move on.
I politely asked for them.
Okay. I'd love to hear your sources for best deals on quality wiring connectors. I'm trying to reel it in, boys. Imagine for once that I'm trying to reel it in. You guys are outrageous.
Sorry.
I'm not. I wish I could feel bad. I just don't.
For sources for quality shit at good prices. So what? Man,
write your list down here.
Send me, Troy. Troy, I don't know if you're selling parts now or not. I'm sure you would. Materials. I've got shit ton of stuff that I sell materials wise.
Devin.
I mean, I don't. There's a lot of places out there that sell material, and if you know what you actually want and you know what you're supposed to use, then just find a place that's got something on their website and you buy what you buy, right? If you don't know what you need, and you're assuming, you're probably going to go on Facebook and ask the same question in 7 different groups, and then not listen to what anybody had to say, and you're still going to buy some fucking junk weather pack bullshit.
Devin makes it easy. It puts together kits. Fucking message him.
If you want to buy material and you have an idea what you want, or at least you want to know what you need to use it for, like what the application is going to be, I could sell it to you. If you already know what you want to buy, there's other companies out there that they'll sell to you, like ProWire USA is probably one of the easier websites to buy from. Joel at RaceSpec, but
KSV Looms.
KSV Looms is fantastic. That's where we buy the majority of our material from, is from KSV. But
By heatshrinktubing.com. That's great for dual wall, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 ratio. Wire care is great for ultra clear for labels. I don't even like the Raychem clear.
You don't?
I use the ultra clear.
I use that RT375, and as long as I use it with a heat gun, as opposed to like a torch, it comes out beautiful.
On the map gas. Oh, dude, I mean, that's what I'm doing wrong. I'm burning this shit. I got a map gas.
Yeah. Yeah. If you use a heat gun, it comes out beautiful. Use a heat gun with a reflector, it comes out beautiful.
And use the high quality digital temperature controlled ball and ass out of control heat shrink gun that Devin just showed you.
Well,
yes.
You don't need to. Hang on. Actually, I think I got a peasant version. Hang on.
The only person I know that says peasant as a describing word, Devin. And I think when you come back, we're going to rapid fire questions at you guys to try to straighten out some answers.
This is legit a fucking peasant version. I don't want to fucking hear it. It was like $30 on Amazon.
I'm so glad Devin lets us live in his fucking world.
Oh, shut up.
People are asking, what's the peasant and basic bitch and high end? Is there a scale of Ebonics grade for instruments?
You just muted yourself. What?
Yeah, just hit the fucking mute button. You're even wearing glasses.
Yeah. Well, this is a peasant version of a heat gun that works pretty good, and it comes with a whole bunch of reflectors, and it was like $40. It'll probably trip your breaker, but it works. It does work good. If you don't want to buy an ideal elite. What was it? So what was the other part of the question? Was what's the what?
Oh, I don't know. We're gonna move on just because.
Okay, fuck it.
We're all soapboxing. Here's a good one.
I'm not soapboxing.
Do you like Bosch versus NTK? I know that NTK can read a wider range. Will Bosch work for a more mild setup? Is the LSU 4.9 more methanol resistant? If you have to ask about a mild setup, you're a Bosch guy. If you're asking about methanol, you're an NTK guy. Other than that, shut the fuck up and sit down.
So you didn't even have to ask anybody.
I just wanted to soapbox that one out, and if you guys agree, then we're moving on.
Moving on.
Because that's what I understand, and I always like to throw my opinion out because I like being proved wrong. So if you guys had anything else to say, then it's a big no.
Well, so for me, I like to put an NTK on anything that's got race fuel, anything that's got methanol, anything that's going to be a leaned on E85 combination. I run the NTK on it. If it's a street cruiser that you're not really leaning on, the Bosch is fine. You know what I mean? If it's a pump gas or E85 combo that's just a street cruiser, the Bosch is fine.
I see placement being the biggest part. Like, you can run the Bosch with raised gas and stuff, but placement really is the king overall, I think. I'm not a tuner by any means.
I think on all sensors, that's true, Troy. I think people put them in shit spots more often than a decent spot because they want to hide it for some sort of weird cleanliness bullshit.
That's because they wire it like shit. They don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Right. I made a good video on placing an O2 sensor. It's on my YouTube channel. About angle and where you want to put it in a bend and whatnot. But nobody ever watches that shit. They just go on Facebook and ask the fucking questions.
Yeah, can I put it underneath in all the water collection areas of my exhaust, and then can I bitch about burning a Bosch 4.9 continually when Matt has them running for 5 years in a row? Anyway, moving on. Calvin Nelson has good questions, and he says, do you think that a stock bottom end build could take more power with methanol due to the softer pressure wave and lower combustion temperatures?
If you know what you're doing, if you're decent with methanol, if you know what you're doing, I feel as if methanol is substantially more forgiving to weak parts, substantially. So I'm not going to say it's because of the fuel volume cushion or any of that kind of stuff. I'm just going to say from my experience, methanol combos, as long as you know what you're doing, will live longer. And as long as you use a decent injector, they will live longer at the same or higher.
My opinion is the same. It's a more stable fuel, period.
Yep.
So 91 is not very stable and it's garbage. And then E85, the tuning window is large. And then you would assume methanol, the window is even larger, but like what you said, the larger that tuning window is, the more the timing affects the air fuel. So you have to be careful.
Yeah, so tuning methanol, not just with the stock bottom end type of stuff, tuning methanol scares a lot of people. And I really don't understand why people are afraid of tuning methanol.
I'm kind of looking forward to it on Cameron's car because I think we have a 240,000 mile box truck moving van engine for the last 3 years that has survived on pump ethanol. And a 4,150 pound car, it's gone 8s. It hasn't been apart for 3 years, and it's gone high 9s, mid 9s, low 9s, now 8s, and it hasn't been touched for 3 years. So obviously we're learning a lot, but I'm excited and I'm interested in doing the methanol stuff, obviously, with some coaching. I would like to learn what not to be a retard with from you and learn that because I'm not the world's smartest man. But I know I can learn a lot. But yeah.
So the beauty of alcohol or methanol, whatever you want to call it, when it gets to tuning the turbo combo, is as long as you have the spark energy to light it, you'll make power, right? So with a gasoline combination, if you get too rich, it'll start to lay over, right? Well, with a methanol combination, it'll do the same thing as long as you're like really rich, like really, really rich, right? So as long as you have the spark energy to light the methanol, timing wise with alcohol, I go about tuning alcohol, maybe I'm different, maybe I'm the same as everybody else. I really don't know. I don't talk to other people, that tune cars all the time. But with alcohol, make a pass, pull the plug, look at the plug. If the plug looks like it's brand new, put some timing in it. Don't touch the fuel. Everybody thinks, oh man, we got to lean this thing up. Well, when you apply timing to it, when you add timing to the combination, you are in fact leaning it up, right? Because you're giving it more time to burn the fuel that's there. So put some heat in the plug. Once you start getting a little bit of heat in the plug, and if you get it to a point where it starts showing a timing mark, now put some more fuel back in it. Add fuel, richen it up. You can continue that cycle until you get to a point where no matter how much fuel you put in it, the plug still looks hot. So reading plugs on alcohol is super simple too. I mean,
is there a good like annealing delineation on alcohol, like bright as day?
What do you mean for timing mark?
Yeah, and do you like the way I read them is obviously there's the plateau and there's the curve. And what I do is on E85 pump gas, I push till the curve and then I quit. And then, same thing with ethanol, because a lot of what I do is stock bottom end and they're sensitive. So I will push the plateau until it starts to hit the curve and then stop. But equally, I use a dyno a lot, and a degree is good for 20, 30 rear wheel on a lot of combinations. And then when that thing falls off to 5 horsepower per degree, obviously I back it off 1 or 2, depending on the person and what they're going to do. And then what I usually do is pull like a back cylinder because it's farthest from the water pump and has the hottest combustion temperatures. Even then, on like a stock bottom end, I soften the back cylinders about a degree and a percentage, or I do usually do a degree of timing out and 2% of fuel in. And if the back plug looks good on a fresh hit, if we're really pushing the thing, I'm happy. But other than that, how do you read plugs?
Let me see where I got. I just threw away a whole shit ton of them, but let me see if I got some plugs here, and I can just start to show you some stuff.
Guys, if you might not know, I have like a small plug reading guide on the Sloppy Wiki that I use personally. Whether it's wrong or not, it has produced good, repeatable results. Like, a lot of people will talk about reading plugs all day, but what I can tell you is when you push a combination that makes 30 rear wheel per degree, it slows down around the bend of the negative strap. And it shows you what to look for on the page as far as annealing. And you need to do a fresh plug, make a hit, shut it off as soon as possible without skipping the fucking drum out of the transmission and look at it.
Right.
Of course.
Yeah.
People that don't know what they're talking about don't know, right? But if you're throwing neutral and shutting that bitch off at 170 miles an hour, you may throw the drum out of the transmission depending on the build.
Right. So I got some methanol plugs. These are from a guy's car. So this is actually good. Didn't you ask me something earlier about top lube? Okay, well, here, real quick. How do you show? Can you see that or no? Oh, yeah, that's what it was. So if you look in there down in that plug, you'll see that you'll see that here. Let me get a poker. There we go. So you'll see that you're looking at the plug, right? So here's your strap, right? So this plug down here it's all dark. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Down inside the plug, it's all dark, right? If you can see that, okay. This was a guy who put the little bottles of top lube that come, like you buy like a little like a pint of top lube. It's made to go in a 55-gallon drum. That plug is from the guy putting that bottle into a 5-gallon pail. So that's not supposed to be like that. Here's what happens when we change the fuel. Okay. So there's top lube. No. Top lube's a great idea. But the bottle of top lube you buy is made for a 55-gallon drum. You don't dump the entire contents of it in a 5-gallon pail. It smokes like a friggin' freight train, and the plugs look like shit. No, that's not from that's just being rich, like fat rich, on a gasoline deal. C16 likes to be ran really rich. It seems to, well, I shouldn't say it makes more power being rich. I'll say that it doesn't lose power being rich, right? So C16 is
some combinations. I almost think it adds to the dynamic compression to run them fat as hell at some points. I've seen like a 10.8 will make way more torque than a 12.2.
Yep. Nope. I agree.
Okay. So I'm not a fucking idiot YouTuber.
Nope. Well, I don't know though, because you're confirming your lack of skill with another idiot YouTuber who's never done anything before. Remember that. So.
Understood.
Yeah. We, the man who knows all has said that I don't know shit. So, so when it comes to tuning and reading a spark plug with alcohol, it's kind of hard to see on these because the timing mark is so minimal. But this plug here, does that look good on the camera or no? Does that make sense? Yeah, very, very, very lightly. But if you notice, before we even worry about timing, you notice, you see how this looks still glossy here, right?
Yeah.
This still looks new, and then over back here is a little hot.
Yeah.
We slowly starting to put heat into this thing, right? So it's starting to finally get a little bit of heat in the engine. The way I tune these things is I look to get heat in it for 180 degrees, right? So if we took this, we only want half of this thing to have heat chilling. So that's the way I tune them, right?
A lot of people talk about the threads. How far is the annealing mark into the first 3 threads is how much temperature you have in the plug.
Right. So those people really lean on them, okay? Like really, really, really lean on them.
And that's interesting because that's, not to name names, Bewley and Clark.
Yeah.
So you want to stay on the face of the plug.
Correct. I do.
Yeah.
I'm
nowhere near the threads because they talk about threads, and I'm like, dude, I am not getting discoloration in my threads at all.
Well, that's also 2 people, or well, I shouldn't say 2. I just know one of them that insists that there's no way to actually read a spark plug, and that spark plugs don't tell you anything, and that you need a fucking cylinder combustion analysis machine strapped to the fucking ass of the car.
As soon as you push logic on those guys, he talks about like an OEM pressure transducer for like cylinder combustion, and you're like, shut the fuck up, bro.
Right. Yeah. Put that fucking thing in the car and tell me how it fucking runs.
You have no idea about that data anyway. If I provided it to you, you would give me false information anyway, and we're going to move on.
Right. So the way I do this, and again, I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, knock on wood, I ain't ever blown nothing up yet. I said yet because it's probably coming.
So 180 degrees is starting to get too hot.
No, I'm not saying it's getting too hot.
It's good.
But this is how you start to read fuel, right? So as the heat's coming down here and it comes around the bend, there we go. There's another one here. This one will be
says, shut up and let us burn the straps off.
All right, fuck it. This one's a little bit easier to read. Is that a little bit more pronounced?
Oh yeah, it's clear as day to see the discoloration in the strap. At least for me, I know what I'm looking at.
So obviously these plugs ain't indexed, right? So you've got heat that comes down the strap,
and that's the ignition mark. What people need to know.
Well, this is not the timing mark.
Okay.
There's no timing mark on this plug.
Okay.
This is strictly based off of fueling.
Okay.
There's not even a timing mark on this plug yet. And this plug came out of a car.
This is a methanol car, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a methanol car, not ethanol. So this is strictly based, all we're talking about right now is heat on the plug, right?
Yeah.
So we've got heat coming down the strap, right? Because your spark happens here, right? There's a little fucking guy in there and he's bang, fucking fire happens, right? And it starts to burn. And if you light the fire too soon, it runs out of fuel, right? And then when it runs out of fuel, it looks for aluminum to melt, like a cylinder head or something. So here's the fire, it comes down here, and the amount of fuel volume that you put into the tune-up will dictate how much of this cadmium that you burn off, right? So when you hear people talk about, well, it only burnt half the cad, this is what we're talking about, right? So that whole 180 degree idea that we only want to burn the cad on the top half of this plug, right? So on the face.
I get it.
Now, you know what I mean? So now.
Yep.
So if we wipe this plug off, look at the threads.
Do you lick your thumb and then wipe the plug like I do on an E85 car? Or does that not exist on a methanol?
You can, but like most of the time with a methanol car, when it's real rich,
it has a clear delineation.
Like here's one. This one was like, disregard the top lube, but you see that?
Yeah.
That plug looks brand new.
It looks super safe on the face of the surface.
Right. And that's all we're worried about right now is just the face, right?
So now you can run more ignition or less fuel right now.
Right. So, but here's how I tune methanol, right? So if I pulled this plug out of this engine, right? I said, all right, we look safe. Are we out of boost yet? If the answer is yes, we're out of boost.
So are you
Now I'm going to
looking
put
at out of boost means back pressure versus boost pressure? Or gains at the track or horsepower per pound?
Gains at the racetrack. So there's a point where
You're looking at a delta.
not really. Well, I guess so.
Yeah, you
If
want
I
to
know
see a
that car-
gain per pound or per ignition amount?
I want to see mile an hour picked up. You know what I mean? If I shove 50 pounds of boost in an engine and it goes 185, and then I wind up putting 55 pounds of boost in the engine and it goes 186,
Yeah.
we're out of steam.
Well, that's
right?
what I mean. A delta. You want to see a gain per pound or
Oh,
per
okay.
degree?
I thought you meant like a delta. I thought you meant like a delta across back pressure versus boost.
No.
Back pressure,
I mean like a gain per instigated result.
So back pressure is an interesting topic when it comes to methanol, and I've posed this question to other people before, and typically they get it wrong, but I've always asked them, do you think back pressure should go up or down when you switch a car from gasoline to methanol?
I would say it goes up because of the fuel volume. I may be totally incorrect, but I will share what I think.
Okay, so you are with the vast majority of people that are wrong.
That's fine with me.
Which is good. This is a good learning experience, right? So the first time I ever switched a car over to methanol, I was under the assumption of, man, we're going to be fucked. We're going to run out of steam. This turbine's going to run out. Well, where does the pressure come from? The pressure comes from the heat. So thermal expansion is what creates the pressure on the back pressure in the exhaust, right? So if you look at EGTs on gasoline, and then you compare those EGTs versus alcohol, dramatic difference.
Well, that's very, I can already see the difference in what your explanation, and it makes 100% sense.
But your thought process also makes 100% sense, because back pressure does go down, right? But then what happens is it runs into you need more wastegate. And people don't really ever grasp that, right? So if you had a gasoline turbo combo that had a pair of, say, like 44 millimeter gates on it, right? And it made 2,000 on gasoline with an intercooler. And then you switch the car over to alcohol, get rid of the intercooler, and now you can't control boost anymore. You should probably put a set of 60 millimeter gates on the thing, because the exhaust volume is higher, but the back pressure is lower. So back pressure is very deceitful on an alcohol car.
That's interesting, because I've seen that where I used to think, and I've alluded to this on other talks, where I was like, I can hit 3 pounds of boost. I have amazing wastegate control. And then I added a ton of horsepower and I could not control boost over 14 pounds. And what I realized, it was a runaway catalyst. I was doubling or tripling the exhaust gas flow and I couldn't vent it. And it would, over 16 pounds, it would run away. It didn't care. I couldn't vent enough. And my old school thinking was like, I can make 3 pounds. I have way more than enough gate. And that was gone. That thinking was gone at that point.
Yeah, methanol is a really it's becoming really popular now, right? And for good reason. I personally love methanol. I think that if a car has a turbo on it or a blower on it, that's the only fuel that it should be on. But unless it's just like you're street driving, you know what I mean, like, every day. But if you're going to race a thing, I think you should be racing it on alcohol. The benefits of alcohol are too many. There's too many benefits to turn away from the added maintenance that's involved. And the maintenance isn't even really that bad with an actual full alcohol combination. The maintenance, it depends. Well, I shouldn't say that. If you cheap out on every single aspect of your fuel system, prepare to have a lot of maintenance. I'll say that. If you don't cheap out, you won't.
What inch and a quarter, inch and a half, like rubber hose do you use to go from the fuel cell to some of those mechanical setups? You know what I mean? Like,
yep. 16 AN. 16 AN is all I use.
1 inch.
So you don't use any of the hoses that you see a lot of times in the pits. The industrial hydraulic, it's hydraulic looking, it's moving, it's like real thick, hard to maneuver.
I did a twin turbo big block Chevrolet, like a 598 with a pair of 98 millimeters or something. I think it was 98s or 102s. I can't remember. It was in a really, really cool Pro Mod 63.5 split window. And I plumbed the car, and with that thing, it had like a 26 gallon per minute pump, and I used a 20 AN hose. I used a 20 AN hose on this Turbo LS deal that I tuned and I wired and I plumbed and whatnot. This other one, this red Camaro, that's got a 20 AN. I've used 24 AN on the Pro Charged Hemi deal, Brad 8 Pro Charged Hemi.
What are you putting that to the rails then with 10s or 12s?
Well, so when you plumb a methanol combo, the idea is it really kind of depends. Like if you have too much pump or do you have not enough pump, right? Or not? I should say, do you have too much pump or do you have just enough pump? Right. So I always like to over pump everything, right? But not too dramatically. Like if your application calls for a 13 gallon per minute pump, then get a 15 or 16 gallon per minute pump and have an extra 3 gallon per minute. And the reason being is because let's return 3 gallon per minute at wide open throttle. It's fine. These pumps don't flow 15, 16 gallon per minute at idle. You don't have to worry about it then. It's when you start getting up in RPM. So what I typically do when I plumb a car, and again, it depends on the application. So like if it's a small block turbo alcohol deal, it'll be a 16 AN out of the fuel cell or whatever they've got off their fuel cell already. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I had one car that had two 12 ANs. So I just teed two 12 ANs or wide two 12 ANs into a single 16. And then that'll go into your pump. No pre-filter on a mechanical pump, right? Don't use a pre-filter on a mechanical pump. Mechanical pumps are really, really good at pushing. They're not very good at sucking. And then come out of the mechanical.
Pre-filter meaning like
pre-pump. Yeah, like nothing between the fuel cell and the pump.
Does that go on a cable drive setup? Like say my street car, I run a cable drive setup for when I eventually put it on the 85 car. I'm still in pump. I'm a peasant. LS, pump gas. I'm white trash. Eat it. But does that go for like my setup where I have a filter I have a traditional filter between the tank, pump, tank, filter, pump. Filter.
Right. So you can run like in your application, you can run a pre-filter.
Okay.
All I'm going to say, though, is that my suggestion would be to make sure that your pre-filter can handle the volume that your pump can handle, which is typically a hard thing to accomplish, right?
It's the stainless aeromotive, the canister filters.
Okay. Oh, it's the canister one?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
canister, stainless, reusable. You clean them.
Yeah. Yep. So that'd be fine. 100 micron pre, 10 micron post. The one thing I will say about alcohol, and if you ever get into a billet atomizer injector, I almost feel as if you buy a set of billet atomizers injectors, it should come with a System 1 filter.
Yeah.
But that filter, that post pump filter is very, very important with an alcohol combination. But when I plumb them, come out of the pump into the filter with like a 12, and then out of the filter housing with another 12, and then we'll wire it off to like 2 10s, or a single 12. Like my personal car is plumbed in a way that everybody will tell me doesn't work, even though there's been multiple other cars that are plumbed that way, including Proline does their twin turbo Hemis this way as well.
You go into one side of the rail and out the top and loop it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I go from one rail. I go in one rail on the back side, and then it crosses over to the other rail and then goes out the back of the other one. Yeah.
People say if you don't feed the front of the rails that you have an issue going down, pressure, right? Like,
I mean, I had a car I wired 3 years ago. It showed up to me. It was a billet LS with 2 sets of 550s in it.
Peasants.
Right. Pair of 98s. And it was plumbed in series, right? So the rails were plumbed in series and made like 2,900 on the dyno. No fuel pressure issues, no nothing, right? And then it went off and went 4.0 something, and then they wound up. What'd they do? I don't remember. They broke like the 4-link or something in the car. I don't know. They broke some
that's
shit.
That's fine, man. That's getting.
But needless to say, when you see Proline's twin turbo Hemis and shit plumbed in series, the way they're selling the engines, like, I mean, there's something to it. I think it'll be fine. But yeah, no, you just don't like, to me, I always try to over fuel it in the mechanical department, right? So like, make sure you got enough fuel pump to have at least 2 or 3 gallons of return at, full tilt. So, and I don't know if you've seen, but like I got really good with doing cold starts with alcohol, right? Like really, really, really good at it.
I noticed that it's right away.
Right. So, well, and that's like not just like me guessing. It takes a lot of practice over and over and figure out exactly what each one of them likes. But the only reason my personal one fired up so fast the first time ever is because I already had it figured out last time. You know what I mean? So last time it was running. But methanol is in my opinion probably the best fuel that you can run in a turbo combination. But don't be afraid of it, right? Like don't be dumb, but don't be afraid of it. Like what I was saying before about this spark plug. This plug right here, disregard the black in there. That's from too much of that top loop. But this plug right here is very cold, right? This plug's very, very cold. So if we were at a boost, this thing would get a degree or 2 of timing, and let's see what it does. And if that degree or 2 of timing starts to show us more heat here, is this making sense to you, Matt?
I get it. You want to see an annealing mark on that edge, and it's going to be clockwise.
Right. So as you're starting to see this grow, right, it's going to come down from the base of the strap, right? It's going to spread from the base of the strap. Say you put a degree or 2 in it, and you still don't see a timing mark anywhere, but you're starting to see some heat. Well, as you start seeing some heat, you get it down to 180 degrees, you start to see a timing mark, you go, okay, we're getting close. No, you're not. Put more fuel to it. See what it does. And you continue to fuel it and time it until it lays over. When it lays over, we know we ran out of spark energy, or we just fucking reached our limits. Where this is as much cylinder pressure. Yeah, this is as much cylinder pressure as this thing's gonna fucking handle. You know what I mean?
That's it.
So tuning methanol is actually really, really simple. Always start off conservative and always creep, your way up. But
same as everything.
Right. To me, gasoline's scary as shit.
It is. It's so inconsistent and bad. When I tune a car on gas, I favor very conservative. So
right.
I have Terminator cars on a stock bottom end that are flex, and I'll do a pump gas tune up, and I will be like super shy because even over the last 5 years, pump has gone to hell. So a lot of times I'll do a car on like 8 pound, like whatever the person wants, 500 rear wheel on pump. Okay, cool, easy. And I usually try to favor boost pressure versus ignition amount. And then on E, I'll pick up like 110 rear wheel and the same amount of boost. Super safe still. And then I can push it into like the 700, 800 wheel mark if they have enough fuel pump. Because pump is garbage for the last 5 years. It was bad then and it's worse now.
Right.
It's scary. Pump gas cars are scary. I try to tell people, if you have a hint of E85 in your area, we can splash that shit in and make 250 extra horsepower, no sweat.
Right. Something else that some people don't seem to realize about methanol, a while ago you had a torque converter guy on,
Ryan Jans.
If you are, and he was, I liked him. If you were building a new combination and you were putting it on methanol, tell your torque converter guy you're going to put it on methanol, right? If you've ever done a car on gasoline and then to E85 and you put it on the trans brake and you spool it, which one spools faster?
Alcohol, probably because of exhaust
volume. Well, no, I'm asking you, like, which one for you? Have you done one that's
gas versus ethanol?
Yeah.
E85, flat out.
Okay. Triple that in speed when you go to alcohol. It's unreal. And it's unreal. Most of the small block single turbo, like locally, I shouldn't say locally, but like all throughout the Southeast, one of the pretty common classes for small block boosted stuff is single 98 millimeter, small block, cast heads, cast block. Those are the rules, right? That's it. 98 millimeter max, and whatever, run what you brung. A 98 millimeter on, say, a 400-inch engine, which is like what my personal deal is, you can light that thing off unbelievably fast. And when I say a 98 millimeter, I'm talking about one with a 108 millimeter turbine wheel, the most gangster shit you can buy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're talking $5,000-$6,000 turbos.
GT55.
Right, but with a different turbine wheel. With like different turbine wheels, different compressor wheel, the whole 9 yards. Though that being able to light them off that fast, with like my personal engine's a 400-inch small block Ford, which granted it's a small block Ford, so it's superior, right? But
they sound better for sure.
They do, and they make more power.
Troy wound up over here.
The only thing that small block Ford is, no questions asked better at than an LS, and I hate to fucking admit it, is leaking. A small block Ford will leak a hell of a lot better than an LS will. But mine's a 400-inch small block Ford, 10.5 to 1 compression, so it's nothing radical. You know what I mean? There's plenty of stock LS engines that have more compression. You know what I mean? It's got a 250-degree camshaft in it. Solid roller, but it's 250 degrees. It ain't shit. So it's
250 degrees absolute, not at 500 like a classic LS? Or it's 250 at 500?
I could pull the card, but I believe
anyway.
Whatever it is, I think it's at 50,000.
It's mild.
Right, it's very mild. Right. And it's only like 680 lift or something. It's not a radical camshaft in any scope of the imagination. And my personal deal will light off this 98 in 2.2, 2.3 from an idle, make 12, 13 pounds of boost on the trans brake. And that's without doing anything fancy. That's not doing fancy shit. That's just
like ignition or soft cut, call it a day, lit.
Yeah, no dump valves, no nothing.
Is he's got this shit in his motor.
Look at that fucking rod, dude.
Yeah.
You got a pro mod rod.
This is a small block Ford gangster shit.
Yeah. Well,
Troy, we've been missing Troy.
You know what I'm saying? I've been missing Troy, dude. You fucking guys put me to sleep.
Holy shit.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I was trying to educate you.
Let's get fucking Troy back in here. Sorry. Let's ask a different question.
Devin. Actually, Devin, I appreciate this because this is an incredible lesson on the plug readings, different fuels, and you guys together on this subject could do a whole 3 hours.
At least what I
You
know,
know,
and what he knows from tuning.
Right.
Because like
right,
Troy says, admittedly, he does not do a lot of high-end tuning. He can get a car running or whatever, test sensors, but he does not give any, like, I'm not going to make your car run fucking great. Someone else does that. Someone says, play a fucking song, Troy boy.
Who said that?
Killswitch says, play a fucking song, Troy boy. They
Who the
miss
hell's
you.
Killswitch? Why are you calling me Troy boy?
I don't know. Maybe he has disrespect. He's putting disrespect on your name.
Is he fucking wearing pants?
A lot of people are saying agreed. Tons of information on that last segment, even though they're missing Troy. But
you guys kick ass on that.
I'm going to change gears because we're going too far down the rabbit hole for peasants to absorb.
And if you want, Matt, if you want to in the future do another podcast where we talk about tuning and whatnot, I'd be happy.
I said we need a part 2 and 3 for Troy and Devin after this much.
I'll join in with you guys just to fuck shit up.
For sure. Yeah.
Just the skateboard kick flips in the background, Troy. How's your collarbone?
All that, Ruby.
So, important questions. Hamburgers or hot dogs?
Cheeseburger.
I'm pretty fond of gas station hot dogs.
Yeah, we know.
But I'm also
pretty. What do we ask on the counter for you to write your damn number? Love child.
Probably burgers. Burgers or gas station hot dogs. We're going to Iceland this winter or whatever, not winter, fall. Yep. And apparently, if you look into Iceland, apparently one of the fucking most desirable foods in Iceland is their gas station hot dogs. I shit you not. So pretty excited about that.
Did you get a hot diggity dogger for your kitchen? Those things work fantastic. You let the hot dog on for a little longer, just so the outside gets a little, like, I don't want to say crusty because it's kind of peasant.
Yeah. See, I don't like hot dogs necessarily. I like eating.
If you leave it on a little longer.
I like buying them and eating them from the gas station, just because it's like rolling the dice. You know what I mean?
The buns usually suck, though. See, that makes or breaks the dog. See, the bread is just as important as the fucking dog.
You're not wrong,
but it's dog with awesome bread, and it's going to be a much better experience than if you have a fantastic burger with a bread that falls apart. Like Turkey Hill shit, in the bags. You go in there, you put your cheese, chili, shit on it. Then the bread falls out on your lap, homie. You're driving down the road with a turnpike. You're on a conference call one ear. You got this fucking chili dog all over your lap. You're trying to take care of business.
Why? I like eating them from the gas station because what you're doing is you're rolling the dice on like whether or not you're gonna fucking have an absolutely horrible day or not. You know what I mean? Like, am I gonna you get that hot dog in you and then you go, oh man, my whole fucking day's ruined. You know what I mean? Like it's almost I don't know. I guess I enjoy that kind of shit.
Depending on the hot dog, I mean.
But then sometimes you get one that fucking knocks it out of the park, and then what I like to do at the gas station.
Out back of the gas station, Devin?
I've never done that one.
Out of a zipper? I mean, is your hot dog mounted?
No. What the fuck are you talking about? That hot dog's in the fucking bathroom in between the stalls.
You didn't specify the details, bro. It wasn't in the IO report. Okay, I'm just trying to figure shit out on my end, bro. I need to know where we stand.
Go in the middle stall at 11.
I was in 12.
Oh, fuck.
I was writing my own damn number. I'm a truck stop love child, too.
You're the labeling guy. You don't know.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
We're talking about methanol.
No, I'm just changing the subject. My buddy Joe, he was on an earlier podcast. He says, do you have a part number for the butthole pressure sensors?
Yeah.
Yep. ASSEATDICK.
Oh, man. That's a short one. We're done. We're done. No one can top that, Troy. We're done already. Someone says, "What was Devin's last day job?"
You,
Do you
I
want to
fired
know?
him. He worked at my strip club.
I worked for General Electric Aviation, and
Pretty serious stuff too, right?
yeah, and I had a job. They're probably asking me because of my personality.
Huh,
That's I'm assuming why they're asking me.
probably.
But I had a job where I worked with machines and not people, so it was pretty good.
That's all I do, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
You guys
More-
do
yeah. I
pretty
mean,
cool stuff.
Things that hum
Yeah.
and whir, and not individuals.
well, the machines I worked on, like, they were all fucking big and CNC machinery and shit. Like, they've all made fucking noise, but I didn't have to really deal with the operator side of it. You know what I mean? So it was good.
All the programming and
No, more of like I did more of like maintenance aspect of it. So like maybe if you had to rewire a cabinet or if you had to fix a whatever the fuck it's really like EFI, like a CNC machine's really like an EFI. Yeah, I mean there's proc switches and there's fucking limit switches and there's the distance traveled sensors, stuff like that, linear pots, and it's pretty similar.
Did you have a butthole sensor on your seat that you sat on?
Well, I did. It continued to malfunction because it sensed nothing but pressure. There was never a vacuum.
Is that the same guy that does the tuning videos too?
Yeah, probably.
I like his videos. He does some cool stuff.
Yeah, he gets a little fancy though. You know what I mean? If he wants to talk about a butthole pressure sensor, him and his fucking fancy like hipster editing.
Data. He loves data.
No, I like data too, but he gets a little fancy with his hipster editing. You know what I mean?
You haven't even had a butthole sensor yet. Where are you coming at?
He always, I don't edit shit. He always comes up with like some fancy music, and I just feel like he's some fucking one-upper. You know what I mean? You could be like, "Hey Joe, I just fucking won $5 on a scratch off," and he'd be like, "Oh, I just won 10." Like so, you know what I mean? He's the Mr. One-upper. I like him though. I like him a lot. I really liked his video. I really liked his video on the EFI systems. I think he did a great job with that.
Yeah,
I think
he did
a fucking great job. He did fantastic, and he put a lot of effort into that. Coming from somebody who makes videos with zero respect for editing at all, I don't do any of that shit. He did a very, very good job on that. I like Joe.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one too that he did on the ECUs.
This is a good one. It says, "I want to hear Devin and Troy's biggest wiring nightmare, please."
Oh boy, I already know mine.
I mean, my assumption is you have to gut the whole car to steel and rewire.
Well,
yeah.
What's worse than that? Actually, that's probably easier than someone that wants a retrofit.
For sure. Yeah.
For me, it's mixing all kinds of different systems together from scratch and making them all happen. If you got a few different boxes, if you're making a lot of different devices and stuff come together, especially in one harness, if you want to, you have a complete layout, multiple boxes, single harness that you build on a bench and then you lay it in the car. That's how us big guys do these cars with all these cages, right? Mm-hmm. We take all the measurements, we find our breakouts, and we build it all on the bench. For me, that's probably that. It's probably mixing a lot of different stuff together and getting it happy. Most people don't realize it usually takes a solid day to program the ECU and to calibrate the sensors, to go through it thoroughly, and your triggers, your Hall effect, VR, whatever you got, your trigger tooth counts, on everything. I'm sure you guys could agree with that, both of you guys. It takes at least a full day, and then that's no tuning. You guys have, who knows, another day, 2 days, depending what kind of project they give you guys to tune with, right? Most guys say they're ready for the dyno and they're not ready. Right. They're nowhere near ready for you guys.
I know what my worst nightmare was. I did a 2018 Hellcat And I had to wire the car. It was a Dominator and a smart wire, and that wasn't the problem. The problem was the customer wanted bulkhead connectors in the car, which is fine, but I had to wire the car to use the current combination, which was the stock blower with nitrous and the stock coils with an EV6 injector. Okay. And I had to make it, and dual O2 sensors, and I had to make it swappable to run a 4.9 bore space Noonan billet Hemi with twins. So and switch the car over to a Pro 600. So what I did was I had to add a whole bunch of shit to 2 bulkhead connectors on the inside side of it, right?
Triggers,
so it was set up, so it was set up for well, no, I mounted the coil drivers inside the car. And then,
okay, so you could just take your
right,
out.
And then I also mounted the MSD Pro 600 right next to the coil drivers. So, and then I made patch harnesses so you could unplug your coil drivers and plug in your Pro 600.
That's sick.
And then I did all this, and then the plan was 16 injectors with the 4.9 motor. So I did all of this, but he never had the 4.9 motor. It was like being built, right? And it fucking worked out flawless, right? I was like super fucking pumped. But the reason that one was probably the biggest nightmare is because the amount of planning.
I was going to say that.
You know, so you got a smart wire, you got an injector driver module, you've got an MSD Pro 600, you've got coil drivers, you've got a high impedance injector in the factory, then you've got 2 sets of low impedance injectors for the second engine, and then you've got nitrous progressive control that wet system, by the way, too, with a blower that I wound up repurposing in my harness for boost control and a secondary injector in the charge pipe. It was one of these things where I made it so that it was interchangeable to the 2 combinations, and it was an absolute fucking nightmare. And I hated my life the whole time. Yeah, that one was the worst.
I haven't had the pleasure of doing similar, nothing to that extent. That's pretty extent. You're switching to different ignition systems through bulkheads. The bulkheads and planning is, because of your triggers, depending on how the coil output triggers are, to go to the spark box or to the coil itself, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then with the injectors, and then you have to account for your pin, right? Your amperage on your pins if you're swapping from the low to high impedance injectors.
So I got a pretty cool spreadsheet that I do. Do you want me to show this to everybody? And we're talking about planning, like planning out connectors and whatnot.
Yeah, use Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, no, I was gonna show everybody.
Yeah,
Matt,
pull it up.
Do this present now or something? Is that how you do it? You're muted.
So Devin, on the right.
Hit present now and choose the window. We're going back and forth in the chat, and we got this crazy idea to take live people to do a question. I think that would be funny. So I gotta find a way to personally, not globally, send the chat or the invite to people, but only one person at a time. And there's a guy, Kill Switch, that wants to ask a personal question. He goes, he has a buzz on and he would love to. So it'd be fun to get him on. I just don't know how I would get him individually. Maybe if he posts his Facebook profile and I hit him up individually. Maybe it's something we could do. It'd be funny to have somebody come out of nowhere.
Oh, it won't let me present because you're presenting.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
We can't present at the same.
Damn,
we can't present at the same time.
Oh wait, maybe. Oh yeah, no, I don't want to take you over.
Here, there you go.
Okay, let me see it. Let me make this work here.
Probably go to shows too. I do it on sometimes I do it on Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, can you guys see this? Hello? Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
So here's what I do, right? So this is all right, so you've got, this is for my own personal car. I don't want to show customers stuff, but so this is a 55 pin connector. This is a Deutsche Auto Sport shell size 22. And then this is the pinout for that 55 pin connector for the engine bulkhead. And then the EGT bulkheads as well, right? So there's passenger side, what color it is, yada, yada, driver side, yada, yada, positive, minus, the location, the pin size. Then you've got front auxiliary sensors. So same deal, you know, all this shit's the same deal. Front chassis, bulkhead, and then we've got, whoops.
I like how you put the picture in there with your pinout.
Yeah, I always try to import them just so that, like, because whenever I wire a car, these get given to the customer as well. Oh, this must be an old one that's not filled out. CDI coil, whatever. Here's a dash pinout. Here's the trunk. This one goes into the trunk. You know, yada yada. This one goes into the trans. So maybe somebody that's watching this, if they're this is the other way I do the rest of the connections, like in the car. I just kind of put together this where it says, you know, this is a smart wire connector A, the pin location number 1, the function starter, wire color is purple 18 times 3, passenger side 26 pin, you know, connector B, and then I do the same thing with, here we go, what's this? Whoops. Whoa, where did I go? Here we go, this one. So like here's like J4. I do them the same way with all the ECU connections as well. Pro 600.
That's badass.
You know, so you know, so like the way I do it is like this is the wideband J1A wideband. It's a shielded cable passenger frame rail. TPS A5 provides TPS signal. Wire color is green. TPS on throttle body. DTM3 pin A for the cam and crank. You know what I mean? So if a customer, this gets printed and laminated, like here's injectors, right? So like here's his injector harness. These are injector outputs. It's a DTM 12 pin, and that's the position it's in, is in position 6, right? So if a customer fucks something up, you know, I can look back and say, oh, okay, well then I can fix this by doing this. You know what I mean? So this is all his VPS, profiler, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it might help somebody else to, you know, if they're working on their own project. But like we've been talking about over and over again, whoa, where am I at? The key to all this stuff is planning. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know, so the more planning you do, the better off you are.
I do something similar in Excel.
Yeah, all this stuff is Excel. It's importing pictures is pretty simple in Excel. So
I haven't done that. I like that. I like that you do that. Like I could import the bulkheads that I use. I'm surprised you don't use more. Like, so when I do atomizer, you send atomizer power through the 22 gauge?
No, those are size 20 contacts in an auto sport.
Size 20. So what do you
18.
You okay.
Yep. But this one is like if we look here, injector power, right? Notice that there's, if you look,
4 of them.
There's 8.
8. Yep. I got you. Well,
you're probably thinking that the people that wire cars are fucking psychopaths. Well, at least the people that wire cars like we do. You know what I mean? Like the way you take attention, you know, you pay attention to it. You know what I mean?
But that's what Devin's showing everybody right now is not only the pin out, but the amount of injector. Like take his ejector power for instance. He just said he has 8 ejector power, so he's not sending power to 8 ejectors through 1 or 2 pins. He's sending injector power. Each pin has its own power because of that size 20 terminal, right? That 20.
Well, each pair. So this
Each
car's
pin
got
is 8 amps or 7 amp or something.
These are 7.5 amp. Per pin, but there's, if you look, see it says injector 1B, injector 1A. So there's 16 injectors on this deal, right? So there's four injector powers for, I do them by bank, right? So the way I do it is injector. So this is a forward, so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, off the passenger side. So cylinders 1A and 1B, and 2A and 2B are powered here, right? So there's one lead.
Cover 2 injectors.
Right. I'm sorry. 1A, 1B is here. 2A, 2B is here. So that way, if for some reason there was a problem with the wire where I lost power, I don't want to lose power to 1A, but keep power to 1B. I want that hole to go dead. I don't want to only have half the fuel. You see what I'm saying?
So you put them on each bank, like
well,
that hole.
I do them by bank and by per hole.
Per hole.
What you're doing 16 injectors, right? If you're only doing 8, which most people are, I use I'll show you. I use a DTM 12 way. And if you look, it's like, what I do is I'll use a DTM 12 and then I'll send 4 18 gauge powers to the other 4 pins on the DTM 12. And then I tie all 4 of those pins together to all 8 of those injectors so that they're all shared.
Yeah.
So that there's multiple. So even if pin 11 broke in that DTM 12 pin, which it's not going to, you still have 3 more that are still carrying the current. So there's some redundancy to it. You know what I'm saying?
But the wires won't break because it's
right. But you know how I'm kind of fucking crazy. I always think that
I understand redundancy from a data center standpoint to a degree that people might not understand, which is part of what you're explaining is where we might have a 60 amp feed to a cabinet, but times 2 to 2 PDUs, so that each device is getting a 220 volt half of a 60 amp feed, and then all of the switches at the top are wired in 3 consecutive connections, so that if one of 3 switches goes down, they still have double connectivity and 60 amps per connector if half of the system goes down. So they're built to run at 40% effectiveness. If 60% goes down, you have 0 impact on the customer, client, whatever you want to call it.
Right. Hey, here's a log of a 376, but I don't want to get into that.
But yeah, people understanding now the amount of built-in redundancy and combination and experience so they're like, man, $15,000-$20,000 is kind of ridiculous, but they have to understand it's a $250,000 car to start, and then now they're seeing the amount of thought that goes into just wiring a car.
Well, the other thing is that, when Troy was talking $15,000-$20,000, that was including electronics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, if I was charging $15,000 a car to wire them, which I'll just come out and say it, drag racing is the cheapest wiring out there for race cars.
For sure.
If
you look at those,
starts at $30K.
I love the videos that Haltech puts out showing the spectrum of like a time attack car and a Nexus. unbelievably like valuable for insight and everything else.
They are working on a lot more as we speak, more technical explanation videos of just all kinds of stuff.
Which is mind-blowing because it's technical to a respect that I'm like, wow, I'm learning a lot. And not to be an egomaniac, I'm like, I have a lot of knowledge of this stuff. So
right.
If they're surprising me with what they're putting out, I always love to see that because I like to give away a ton of what I do. So the fact that they are throwing out that stuff, I'm like, you guys have no idea the amount of stuff these people are giving out as a company.
And you guys can appreciate that level of input. You could appreciate the the technical stuff behind it all, and the motivation. They go through triggers, they'll every aspect that they're working on. They have some really cool stuff going on. They just do things in a different way than the other companies do. Their software sometimes isn't as easy for the end user, but configurability rocks all. I'm not sure, configurability wise, what trumps it other than Motec. Highly advanced tables are really, they're probably there.
I'm trying to get a
Highly lacks the triggers.
I'm trying to get a person from the live chat to connect for fun to ask questions. He's nervous because he's like, they're too knowledgeable. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Just ask some questions. I think it'd be funny because he's a former admin or moderator of the sloppy group. I'm like, dude, just shut the fuck up and connect and
quit being a bitch.
So we'll see what he does. In the meantime, I have
ask us what our favorite milkshake is.
Let me answer him.
I have a good one. This is short.
I'm gonna unleash Devin, dude. I haven't unleashed Devin.
He's like the pit bull you have on a chain,
yep.
Right?
I still have Devin on a fucking leash.
No, he's not on a leash. Let's not kid ourselves.
Devin, I'm pretty sure is my brother from like the same truck stop. Like it has to be.
Oh man, no punches pulled today. This guy says, can I use Cat 6 to wire my car? Which I think is actually a really good question because I've done similar. I've bought security cable that's like 4 wire twisted pair shielded. And I know I had like a 3-pin sensor and a trigger wire for a nitrous kit. So I ran a 4-wire pair shielded cable through the car for 1 ground and a 3-wire pressure sensor for a nitrous kit, and it worked beautifully. So you guys can let me know how much of a dumbass I was or how innovative that might have been.
Not a dumbass if it works.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's all dependent upon amperage draw, load, length of the whole 9 yards.
He's
kill
live.
Switch.
Here he is.
Wow, he looks like he just got
a dick out of his mouth.
Turn your camera
on. Where did he come from?
Hey, too high?
Who are you, dude? You look like
turn
fucking
it.
Zorro with a half-ass beard.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Go horizontal. Turn the phone or whatever.
Yeah, dude. Get your shit together.
Yes.
There you go. What's that in the background? What are we working with? Oh, is that a Chevelle?
It's a Chevelle.
Yeah, buddy. It looks sick. Show us some underhood. There you go. There you go.
Is that an original LT1 deal?
Wrong.
Kill switch is engaged.
502.
Oh, okay.
That's OG. That's got primaries that suck each other.
I can't see. I'm fucking tired or whatever. I should have known that was a fucking big block.
No worries. What's going on?
Oh,
That thing looks sick, man. What kind of power are you putting down with that thing?
Oh, I don't know. It's stock block, stock motor, just can and springs and 278/75s.
It's badass.
And a fucking big block that'll take a fucking dick kicking worth of fucking power.
Ooh.
A a big block will take an unbelievable amount of power in stock form.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable amount of power.
Is that just because the block rigidity or thickness is through the roof, or what?
Everything's fucking huge in it. Like everything's fucking huge in it. Like the crank is like 80 fucking pounds or 90 fucking pounds. I mean, every single bit. I'm telling you, pull the crank out of that bitch, you'll fucking have a
I
heart.
have. Yeah.
It's terrible, right?
Right.
Every aspect of a fucking big block is just big.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't wrong when they named it a big block. You know what I mean? That I don't know. I mean, I've been blown away by what some stock big blocks will take for boost and power. I've been like shocked. I'm like, how the hell is this thing still alive? Yeah, it's
you don't have
unreal.
crazy internals either.
No, I'm talking like stock, like out of a fucking dump truck. And the damn thing, will take 1,000 horsepower, and it's from 1972. You're like, what the hell is that?
So you were a peasant in your former life, then, Devin?
Dude,
Like,
I'm still a fucking
Sorry,
peasant.
what was that, Troy?
No, he's asking if I'm still
I'm
a peasant.
I'm just. My name's Devin too. So.
Oh, your name's Devin?
Oh,
Yeah.
well then I'll call my brother Dev.
We're Facebook friends.
Oh,
And you're
what's your
the
last
newbie
name?
for me. You'll be Devin.
Lang.
Chevelle Devin.
Devin Lang.
Oh,
Devin
yeah, I've
Lang.
talked to you before. How you doing, man? Haven't we
That's
spoken?
Chevelle Devin.
You too. I'm friends with you too, Troy.
You got
Yeah.
16 switches on your Chevelle?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember you now. Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to
deal.
you a few times. What's up, buddy?
Hey there, Troy.
Is your screen freezing up, Lang?
Yeah, you bet.
Chevelle Lang?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you guys.
Looks like
I lost all you guys.
Can you see us now?
Let me see if I can get on.
Devin, you got to come back.
Wi-Fi off. 1 sec.
I gotta get something to drink.
Chevelle Lang, you gotta report back to base.
Hold on.
Starship going down.
Is that better? Any better?
There we go. Welcome back.
Hey. Thanks.
That's a cool little space you got there to work on your hot rod, dude.
Yeah, it's just a simple garage, right?
That's all you need, man. So what's shaking? What else is going down?
Loving the show with you two guys. Matt as well.
Yeah, there must not be anything else on.
You ain't gotta lie to me.
Yeah.
I
There's
feel
nothing
the
else
same.
on,
Netflix must be terrible tonight, so these people are watching.
You don't have anyone to chill with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Netflix and chill.
This is probably gonna go down in history as your worst podcast.
This is going down in history. Like, oh God, like a chick that left the truck stop like fuck canoe with the oars ripped out and shit. The seats ripped out. It's all messed up. Damaged goods, right?
I can't
Grab
wait.
a bottle
Yes,
of
kill me.
Jack.
I can't wait for tomorrow when my fucking inbox is full of people calling me an asshole.
I mean, have you ever seen a canoe with the seats ripped out? I mean, like ripped out.
That's just a
Ripped
tub,
out.
right?
You're
That's a
talking
tub.
being
That's
the
not a
male
boat.
dude at the top hit list of a Pornhub video. That big. That's the big block you were talking about, Devin. That's where you were getting. It's all coming together for me, dude. I ate a couple shrooms, and now it's all coming together
It's
for
starting
me.
to make sense
Oh,
for
I
you.
love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Damn it.
I feel like we're on the Joe Rogan
what are your
podcast.
questions before these guys go for 45 minutes? I didn't think anyone was as bad as me.
Matt is never gonna have us back anywhere close.
No,
to
we're
his
gonna have
podcast.
part 2 and
Here,
3. I'm serious.
I got a shirt for you,
It's
Matt.
sloppy.
Oh,
There
man,
you
that's
go.
nice.
That's the canoe. That's the brand of the canoe. That's the fucking brand.
Oh, dude,
Oh, fucking hey, that's
Jesus.
good.
killing me.
So you had some questions. What you got?
Fuck,
Yeah,
man,
buddy.
I don't know. Yeah, earlier I wanted to say I'm a journeyman electrician, and I've moved my business into wiring cars over the last 2 years from a lot of the support and stuff you guys have gave. It's been awesome.
That's awesome.
That's great. That's killer to hear, man.
Crazy trade.
Sorry.
Another psychopath.
Yeah.
I have questions for you.
Do it.
Here we go.
Did you get into wiring cars out of just wanting to make side money, or did you get into wiring cars because you actually enjoy it?
I've been in the electrical trade for 20 years, and I've always been a car guy before getting into electrical. And then I ran into a friend now who builds race cars, and I asked him who wired his cars, and he said nobody locally. I said, hey man, I'd love to give it a shot. And now we wire $200,000 pro mods and everything.
So I'm talking that side hustle, baby. The hustle, man, and nobody's got, dude. Go out there and fucking get it, dude.
That's right.
So where are you located at? You're in Canada?
I'm in Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say you sounded Canadian.
Right on. How's it going, eh?
Yeah, how's it going, eh?
Real quick, dude. They turned me around at the border because I'm a kid. Believe it or not, I'm a convicted felon, like fleeing and eluding. And things went a little too far at the border, and they turned me and my family. My kids were crying. This is a real story, dude. This is horrible. I felt like a bad dad. I had to explain to them at a fucking diner after driving to the border 8 hours, I don't know, forever, to turn around and drive back. Stop at some crappy diner, and I'm explaining to them like, yeah, your dad's made some piss poor decisions in life, but here's where we're at. All we can do is improve. Hey,
I have another question for you. Do you like the cars more than the people?
Of course.
Easy.
Okay. And would you enjoy doing your job more if the cars were just there when you walked in and there was nobody that you ever had to talk to?
Yep. Right now
Okay.
I wire cars.
He's
at
trying
other
to find
people's
somebody he
shops.
has something in common with.
Shut up, you fuck. Listen, what I'm wondering is, what I'm trying to figure out is if I'm fucking insane or not.
Yes.
I think that
we've been over this.
Shut up.
Stick a fork in your eye.
Quiet, peanut gallery. God damn.
Sit on a cactus. Don't hang out in trash or be trashed.
Oh, fuck off. So what I was trying to figure out is, does anybody here think that the latest generation of hot rodders is, and the older generation of hot rodders, if everybody that's into hot rods and race cars will eventually realize that if they're better customers, they would receive better service?
That's in any trade. That's in any business.
Yeah.
Do you think that I'm a dick for saying that?
That's one thing
No.
I have expressed on every single podcast, is that the customer expectation has declined, and the customer is always right attitude has hit a peak and valley of total bullshit. And I feel like this entire thing that I do delivers an expectation of, you're a jerk off and you need to change your attitude before bringing your expectations to the service that someone is delivering. And
customers are not always right.
And I'm done. Go ahead.
Well, so you're new into this, and I'm just wondering, do you feel as if some of the guys that you've wired cars for, when you wire a car, do you interact with the customer quite a bit afterwards, like to make sure like everything's working, you're happy, blah blah blah?
Yeah, we do first fire and all that, and kind of get them out the door.
Gotcha. So when they, have they ever had expectations where they looked at you and said, well, I really thought that you were going to do this, that, or the other as well, that wasn't ever really fucking talked about?
I haven't had that. I always try and over deliver. I have that expectation on other people that work on my stuff.
I love how Devin's trying to weed out the trash, dude. Devin and that Chevelle Lang ain't having that shit.
No, I'm not trying to weed out the fucking trash, you dick. my motto has always been to fucking under promise and over deliver.
Absolutely.
I always tell all my customers, I don't know if I could do this. I don't know if I could do that. And then when I'm done with it,
Then
they're
make
like,
it
God damn,
happen.
yeah, you know. So that's always been my motto. But what I've tried to understand is why. And again, I'm not griping about any of the cars that I've wired or any of my customers that I've actually worked for. I'm griping about the people that have contacted me to be quoted for a job and then have been absolutely ridiculous in their response of, I can't believe you get more than $1,000 to twist some wires together. Or, are you kidding me? I have to wait 13 months. Or, oh my God, are you insane that it's going to be, you're going to need the car for a whole 2 weeks? Like what? The expectations are unbelievably unrealistic. And my customer base has all been fantastic. Like no complaints about the people that have, but I have a vetting process. You know what I mean? Like I vet.
You got to weed them out. Yep.
Right. So I'm just wondering, is this a normal thing or do people just like walk into getting steamrolled?
Up here, there's not a lot of people doing what we do. And so most people are just happy to have it done and they love what they get when it's done.
I wonder, that's the other thing is I've always wondered if it's been a product of my local environment. The Southeast is full of race car shops and racers and guys that do all this different types of stuff. It's it's very flooded market. Yeah. And oh my God.
Yes. Look at this fucking what the fuck, dude?
What a dickhead.
Hold on.
What is that?
Oh my God. What a dickhead. That's really funny. But I was just wondering. I just figured I wanted to make sure that I wasn't alone on this.
I love that welding helmet, Chevelle Lang. Look at that fucking hair, dude. That
I've never had long hair, man.
That looks amazing, dude. That's like my old bass player, dude. I used to walk across stage and just sniff his hair. It smelled like a strip club. So amazing. How does your hair smell, Chevelle Lang? I only have one question. How does your hair smell?
I can't answer that, man. I don't know.
Matt, Apple looks amazing in a beanie, dude. He looks like he's married to rob a fucking 7-Eleven. Look at him, dude. Pull that shit down over your face, dude. You look like you're jumping out of a cheap cab.
I'm fucking weird.
Look at his speed limit. Apple's got a speed limit on a 175. Like he built anything that doesn't fall apart over 120. Fenders falling off, lug nuts.
I think it's too late for Matt.
Awesome.
Oh no. Apple's in it for the long haul now, dude. We're going to 3 a.m.
I'm not. I gotta be up and on the road with a fucking car and a trailer by 6.
Oh man, I'd love to give a shit.
It's good.
Dev.
Yeah.
You guys
You're
are
gonna
awesome.
go kill it. You're going racing tomorrow?
No,
everything's closed here.
Yeah. What about you, Dev?
No.
No? Where are you going with the car tomorrow?
I have to bring it to go get a convertible top put on.
Oh, your car?
Yeah.
Nice. What top?
I only get to play with mine on Sundays.
Right on. OEM type?
Yeah. I bought it all already and shit. But I spent 2 weeks calling every single fucking upholstery shop from Atlanta to Charlotte, and nobody would touch my fucking car with the conditions that I had.
You're an unrealistic client, aren't you?
No, actually, what I did was I asked for a quote.
Oh, Black Sheep,
Canadian
company. Yep,
Canadians.
that's Kyle.
Canadian product right here. I'm just interrupting everybody. I don't care.
That's fine.
That's fucking badass.
I asked for a quote, and they gave it to me. And then I said, how long would it take? And they said, well, we're going to need the car for 2 weeks. And I said, you don't need the car for 2 weeks to put a convertible top on. I will pay you double what you just quoted me if you can get it done in a day. And nobody would do it.
Wow.
So,
is that because of incompetence that they don't think they can deliver the quality you expect in a
An
day?
O-ringed wastegate. It's awesome.
I don't know. I don't know what the deal was, but I got a guy to take care of it now.
Good. In a day?
Yep.
No shit.
Yep.
That thing's gonna look sick, dude. With a
I've already done a convertible top on this fucking thing with this same guy that's going to be doing it again tomorrow in like 4 hours. Like I know it don't take more than a day. You know what I
you
mean?
still have to like. Are you reutilizing some of the framework? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, the frame's all cut apart and kind of restructured to clear the carbon tubs and all that kind of stuff. And then I shouldn't say we because I didn't fucking weld the damn thing. But there's some tabs on the chassis that hold the top down instead of just the stupid little hooks that go on the front. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, and we converted instead of the hooks, we converted everything over to bolts. So there's studs in the top, and it comes down through the what's it called, the tabs that are on the chassis, and then you put nuts on it. So, yep. So hopefully it stays on at 190. You know what I mean?
I've zip ties holding my T-top in, being from Peasantville.
So does Devin have questions?
Keeps my T-tops.
Well, that's what I was waiting on was his questions.
He's too intimidated by all of us jerk-offs to ask a question. Flat out. He's like, do I say anything?
What were your questions?
Yeah, deliver.
Shaved or hairy?
Oh, that's a
Hairy's
loaded gun
gross.
because you could have two hairy. Like,
correct.
You could definitely have two hairy.
Too fucking hairy.
But there's something about like Cougarville with a little bit of fucking mature hair trimmed.
No,
Sort of
any broad who's gonna go through the fucking hassle of trimming her fucking pubes and shit and like into like some stylish fucking design is also gonna be a bitch.
Yeah,
we
There's
can do
no
this
way
real
she's
easy.
not gonna be a bitch. Yeah, there's no fucking way.
If Chevelle Lang and Devin, right? If you guys look, because you guys have a lot of facial hair, if you look at the camera with your head vertical, we'll get a good idea of which one to choose.
That'd be horizontal.
There you go.
Vertical.
There's the canoe. There, Dev, give us a little lip. There you go.
God damn.
Now we're talking. The little man in the boat happens to be a big man in the boat.
There's no way that there's anybody still watching this.
The little man in the boat. Air fuel. That don't say lambda. Air fuel is just a calculation from lambda. Air fuel is a byproduct.
Oh, I love when people claim they fucking, I got to tune in lambda. Fucking read a spark plug.
I tune with my foot. It runs good. We hitting it.
Matt.
Look at that. Boost the award. Apple's got all kinds of hardware.
Matt Apple, is there anybody still watching this? One
person.
Over 150 people this whole time. So we'll
serious?
ask some questions.
Is that good?
Jesus. I feel terrible about the state of our society.
I'm about to lay down on the floor. Oh, he left. He has had enough of our bullshit.
What the? He call us jerk offs and then just leave?
Yeah.
Chevelle Lang is still my homeboy.
Okay, bam. Which filter do you prefer for methanol, stainless or micro glass?
System 1 stainless.
Stainless. What inputs and
System.
outputs are ideal options for a Terminator Max? Which, let's take a broad assumption. Any of the ECUs have essentially 6 inputs and 4 outputs for Holly for the base model, because they give you 2 for free, which is fuel and oil, in my opinion. So which 4 inputs and 4 outputs are most important to you folks?
Two-step.
Try to make this one short. Try.
Two-step. Flex. Any pressure sensor that maybe boost, if you have boost control, CO2, there's 2, increase, decrease, outputs, right?
Yep.
Bump button, trans brake button, which is also your 2-step. So if it's boosted, if it's nitrous, you'll have your nitrous enable, whatever. You get fans, right? With Holly, you automatically get two fan outputs, kinda.
Depends if they're configurable.
Your fuel pump out. Or buy an ECU that you can grow into. It's kind of like the fuel system. I tell people, like, if step up, if you're borderline of maxing out a Terminator or whatever, step it up. Step it up, man, because you can always put all your extra spares into a Deutsch connector expander.
No, I didn't. Oh, got that one.
Yeah, dude. Why are you fucking playing, dude? Do we look like the kind of group
Did
you want to fuck
the
with?
guy with the question tell you what the combination was? Because it's obviously different.
Don't even be
No,
messing
about
around,
what
Chappelle
sensors.
Lang.
About what sensors he should have.
Wastegate. Oh, man, I love this guy. Anybody who gives me compliments. Brandon he does that sick fabrication too, right?
He is, yeah, a fucking wizard with
Yes.
fab.
Yes. Big, yeah. So
I'm sorry, I muted people on the live. You guys could hear me, but I forgot to unmute them. Devin Lang disconnected because his phone was dead. We were talking about Brandon Furchess was asking mil spec versus cannon plug versus Deutsch. What's your favorite Troy? And I think that covers it for what I missed for the last 30 seconds.
yeah, I like mil spec. Devin uses a lot of the auto sport.
I recently just got into the auto sports stuff, about 6-7 months ago. I love them though.
This fucking sign language.
Well, yeah, he said ASL translation, so I did a bunch of sign language. I work with a deaf guy for the last 10 years, so I know American Sign Language. Whoa, there he is. Shit.
You know what, Matt? I gotta learn. My wife and I actually have to learn sign language because she's deaf in one ear and going out in the other. So in order to communicate her with anything other than my penis, I'm gonna have to learn.
It's not
sign
bad.
language.
Get on it,
Mr. Brandon. This is my favorite. I think it's what, Devin, is it milspecwiring.com? I think you can buy milspec kits.
Yeah.
41 pin covers mostly everything. It gives you, I think, like 14, 16 pin cavities, and then the rest are 22, which I like to use for billet atom. The 16 gauge pins I like to use for the billet ejectors. You can set all your powers, and then all your sensors, your engine sensors. I don't put coils through this. If you're going to do coils, I put through a separate mil spec, but cam, crank, fuel, oil, all your other sensors.
I use a 55 pin, all size 20 contacts.
Yeah, would.
So that you could build the loom with all the same size wire. It's a little easier to build. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's dope too. These are Corsair. Corsair makes a really nice.
Yep.
And it's nice because you can use those cheap red handle Deutsch connect crimpers too if you don't have the expensive. It's the Deutsch pins.
Yep. Yeah,
Gold Deutsch pins, so no
pins.
special crimper needed.
Here's a whole kit. That's in stock.
There you go. Devin's got them in stock.
I mean, I keep the 55s and the 61 pins in stock. I don't keep the multi-size plant in stock. I'm probably going to start. I like
Crimper. What crimper do you use?
Me?
Yeah, for those 55 pins. Is that a standard Deutsch?
Yeah, AFM8. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it uses all size 20 contacts. Standard
Like
Deutsch.
DTM.
Yep, DTM contacts. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, I like to try to keep them all the same just because it's a little easier. You ain't got to transition from one pin to another. You know what I mean?
I'm surprised even though, like, I don't know. I just, with the billet, those atomizers, man, I don't know why.
Those pins are good for 7.5 amp each. So, and you have 55. So what I do is I wind up running 4 through, you know what I mean? 4 power wires through, spread the load. So
that's good. I love spreading the load.
Devin Vanderhoof, they're asking what your website is, and to my knowledge, the Facebook page is a much better way to get to you and look at what you do than any sort of HTML web page.
I have a website.
Could you facilitate? I can post it in the chat for the
HCRinnovations.com.
Wow, there you go, boys.
Yeah.
Racewires.com.
Yep, racewires.com.
And moving on.
We all sell different shit.
I'm out of here.
On purpose.
Fucking Matt's so goddamn weird. He hasn't changed a bit.
He's wearing a fucking beanie inside with a fucking wood stove behind him. I mean,
I know. Fucking weirdo. Oh god.
I mean, Jesus, bro.
Oh, that's funny.
What is that, Matt? What are you drinking?
Piss. So you said you had questions. I wanted to hear them.
What's up, Devin? Dev Chevelle Lang? Yes. Apple. The Denma. That's why he's doing sign language. He's fucking starting to stutter.
Devin, we're waiting on questions.
Sorry, boys. Obviously, you guys like to use Rackham for heat shrink on your engine-based stuff. Do you guys like to use it inside the car? I prefer to use bare stranded wires tie wrapped together with no shrink, no looming. Just my preference.
I rate chem everything outside, and I like to use a nice loom inside for budget reasons. If the client doesn't care, I'll rate chem the shit out of everything and spend their whole wallet on rate chem. I don't care. They make more every day.
Yeah.
But most of them are good with loom inside. Bare wire, I don't do the bare wire thing. I just really like the way loom and stuff looks. Wire looks good twisted too, but preference, I guess. And project. Every project's different, right?
Yeah.
I do Raychem on everything, and not for any reason, not interior wise for any reason for protection, but strictly for a tamper resistance.
Witness marks.
So
customers getting in there doing shit they're not supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
You gotta make the harness crew proof, right?
Well, so I learned a while ago, I had a guy with a Lanka with a Bruno drive, and they have to pull the transmission out from inside the car over the double frame rail.
Yep.
And I was at the racetrack when they were pulling the transmission, and goddamn, they were savages. Like, I was like, whoo, I am really, really, really glad I wired the car the way I did, because I don't know if it would have survived. You know what I mean? And that's, that was kind of like the moment where I was like, well, I'm just going to keep doing it exactly the way I do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do it so it's tamper proof too. So
Man, I really got to urinate.
I've been pissing in a jug.
Devin, I've seen on your car how you stacked your ECU and I think your PDM.
Yep.
I bought a 3D printer, but haven't made anything yet. But I've been interested in building like a frame for the Dominator to basically make a 3D printed tray for it to sit on with PDM and other peripherals either below or above it, right?
That'd be badass. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the stacked approach because well, my car's got a Dominator, a smart wire, an EFI CAN module, a profiler, a VPS, a injector driver module, EGTs, a CAN bus hub, Pro 600, a bunch of fucking shit. It's got fucking everything imaginable in there. No, there's actually 2 injector driver modules in it. It was set up to run 24 injectors. But yes, when you have all that crap and you have to start shoving it into a small area, my fabricator who built the chassis and did all the work on that, he was fantastic with, hey, I needed a lot of space. So I basically told him, build this as big as you possibly can to give me as much room as you can. And I used every bit of it. So it worked out. And I typically try to, like, anytime anybody asks me about, how to like lay stuff out, I always say, give yourself way more room than you think you need, because as you know what I mean? When you're wiring something, you always wind up using it. Yeah. It's not like you're like, oh, damn, I have this extra 4 inches. Whatever am I going to do? No, it's not. You fucking, you got plenty. You prefer to have plenty of room. So, but no, 3D printing something would be awesome. Yeah. I've always thought it would be cool to have something where you could bolt it through the feet of the Dominator, and then had a something that went directly above it, and then directly
like
behind
a standoff. I was thinking like a standoff through the Dominator mount,
and something that could go kind of like I don't know how to like describe it. Kind of like here. I'm going to use CDs as an example. If this was the Dominator, and then this was like your tier above it, right? And then I'd want something like this.
One of your most recent videos where you show your car back from fabrication or something else, forgive me, you show that twin tier application very well. So if people don't know, they should look at your channel and check out that. It looks like nothing's going on, which obviously is indicative of a lot is going on, foresight.
Right.
So when you see a race car that looks very simply fast, you know a hell of a lot of work went into it, because it looked easy. So when you look in an engine bay and it looks simple, you know 4 times the amount of work went into it.
Absolutely.
So just letting people know that don't know real quick while I interrupt everybody, because I have to impulsively at some point.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else.
I have plenty to say. I never run out.
Let's hear it.
I have other questions we could do, or...
Let's do it.
Shit. When it comes to rear mount battery, from positive battery to terminal to starter lug, then to power distribution block to engine compartment, ? Is this acceptable? Is alternator hooked up to power distribution block? Am I applicable to answer this question? Maybe after everybody shares their thoughts, or should I go first?
You should go first.
Recently, I like the approach of for race car, for rear battery, running positive and negative to a bulkhead firewall connector that does like the 1-inch stud on both ends, and then the power and ground to a fuse panel that does A and B power and ground bus bar. So then one is battery, one is ignition, and one is ground bus. and then those go into the engine bay, and one goes to the block and one goes to the starter, and the alternator comes across as like a 6 gauge to the same outside firewall lug. And in that instance, it's very simple and it's low end and it's sloppy, but it's an entirely indicative, easy to understand, well working power system, in my opinion. That's the easiest way you can do it. I know Devin has an entire video on how to do batteries, grounds, positives, which is high end, $250,000 plus race car bullshit. Not bullshit, but people can read about it and wonder if they want to do it. But as always, my approach is the economical thing.
So
Whether it's a fucking junk $250,000 race car, Matt, or a high end Fairmont, right? A high end Fairmont. It's the process. It's the in which you do things. Power and grounds.
So grounds are the most important thing in a race car. And you know, if you want to distribute power like a hack, I guess go ahead, just fucking ground it good. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you'll find out with a power distribution being piss poor when you hit the key. You know what I mean? But you may not find out the ground problem until something burns up or it gives you some problems or you bust out an amp clamp. So in my opinion, I don't know. I just try to do things the same way every time, no matter what the car is. Like if I build a fucking $5,000 budget car, I'm still going to wire it the same way I wire this, like every other car. You know what I mean? Like, no, I mean, I'm not going to be using high dollar shit, you know, as far as, having to have everything sealed in Raycam and all this other shit. No, but I'm still going to make sure the power and ground's right, because the last thing I want to deal with is being stuck on the side of the road and then going on to Facebook and saying Holly Terminator X is a piece of shit because I'm a hack and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
I'll add.
And it's right there in the instructions on how to do it.
Right.
A really good thing that you brought up was grounding, and something I thought I did pretty well on. In the Colorado between, I think, 2014 and 16, I learned, because I had triple pumps and I never pushed that kind of amperage, and I had a 6 gauge wire and I ran 1 pump and then I triggered 2 pumps off the same common 6 gauge. But what I didn't have was a ground to the battery. I had it to the frame, which that car is a box frame, and I'm like, this has plenty of continuity. And I was melting things attached to like a 50 amp breaker and an 80 amp 3/8 golf cart style relay. And I'm like, I asked on Sloppy many times, and I'm like, what is happening? And one guy delivered a calm, logical answer. And he's like, when you melt a terminal without throwing a fuse or a breaker, your ground is not sufficient. You're not drawing enough power, but you're creating resistance heat, and it's melting the damn connector without busting a breaker. So I ran a ground to the damn battery ground terminal. I'm like, well, let's see if this asshole knows what he's talking about, because that's what I like to do. And the amp clamp on both ends went up like 20 amps. And I'm like, wow, I had a significant deficiency in amperage flow from ground to positive, and I just learned something. And then after that, I had a significant increase in fuel flow and 0 issues melting wire ends or anything else. So I learned a significant amount from a Home Depot $40 South wire amp clamp. And now I amp clamp almost everything I do that has questionable over 20 amps worth of voltage, power, and ground to see if they match in and out. Anyway, go ahead.
So now multiply that fuel pump grounding issue, right? And now you have radiator fans that are grounded to the core support. You have your electric water pump to the frame, whatever. Your lights are to the frame, the chassis, because everybody thinks the chassis is the greatest thing on earth. If you took everything out of your car, put it on the bench, and just hooked everything up to the battery, everything would function perfect. Everything in your car, you don't need a frame for your shit to work right, right? You most of the time you go to a cell or something if you're afraid of static.
Well,
But
what
if
I
all
learned
your
was the frame was not meant to ground 50 amps of fuel pump.
That's an engineering standpoint for production, and they get away with it. That's why the ECU grounds are always in a different spot. Otherwise, if you put those grounds together on the ECU grounds on a production vehicle, dude, it's a fuck mess. Can be a mess.
So I wanted to interject with a tool. I have a Fluke amp clamp that nobody here wants to pay for, but I also have one of these. I don't know if you can see that. This thing is like $40 on Amazon.
Or built into the Nexus.
Fancy as
or
usual.
built into the Nexus.
Well, yeah, but I've compared that. It's built into a SmartWire too. This one isn't the greatest, but you'd be surprised at seeing like what my Fluke will show versus what the SmartWire will show for inrush, because the Fluke will log, and the Fluke will log, I think, at a faster rate than the SmartWire does, at least.
Okay.
But this thing right here.
What's the hertz we're talking about here? Let's get to brass tacks. I'm an IT guy. How many hertz is this data log?
I don't know. I have no fucking clue. I'm talking about this one right here. I'm talking about this cheap guy right here.
I understood.
It's like $40 fucking.
I'm interested in that. Please post a part link later.
Okay, I'll send it to you. It's somewhere over there.
It's a B-side ACM91.
Yeah, this thing's like $40-something on Amazon, and it works fucking great for a DC amp clamp. It works really good.
One thing, Devin, I think it was that 63 Vet you were working on that had shields for the coils being grounded out by the coils there, and it was burning coils up. A lot of people don't know that you need to isolate the shield out at the user end or the field end, right?
Yep. Yeah, that was actually, well, I had a 63 Vet in here as well as a 15 Camaro. So it was the blue 15 Camaro that was having the problems. Yeah. That was wired by another shop, who might be one of my best customers. That other shop, I should say. They've hacked up 6 cars so far that six that I've already fixed, and then
Quit being nice, Devin.
I am being nice. I didn't say who it is. And I've got number 7 and 8 on the schedule. So, you know, what's sad and funny at the same time is I have a discount code built into our spreadsheet for pricing on the "you got fucked by insert name." Here's $500. Sorry, you got fucked. Yeah. Laura can comment and chime in on that. She's the one who fucking made it. So, but yeah, no, that car. No, you're absolutely right about the coil deal. That seems like a big problem with people. People put together, oh man, it's fucking grounded. You know, the engine's bolted in the car. What the hell's the big difference? It's like, well,
people had asked. Many of these questions included, how the hell do I determine and what is a dirty versus clean ground? What should go to dirty chassis and what should go to clean? In my interest, like a bus bar that goes to a sensor ground to an ECU. And obviously, like, the main one is people trans brake. Like, the trans brake is in a bad spot. And what people don't realize, and I might sound like an idiot, is that can dump 400 volts out of the ground because it's a built coil that discharges the coil into wherever you have it grounded. And if you have sensors anywhere near that shit, it just blah. Like, a lot of times people are like, I trans brake my car and it burned 3 injector drivers. This shit is garbage. And I'm like, you just stun gunned your ECU. They don't get it because their wiring is garbage. Or they ground the trans brake into the transmission housing, which it should be isolated into a dirty battery chassis ground. And feel free to obliterate me on those comments.
Nah, if you run a ground like you said, Matt, and Devin does the same thing. I'm sure Chevelle Lang does too. You run a battery ground to an 8-point post. Then from that post to the engine block, right? So it's all tied together. All of my components go to that post, except the ECU. ECU goes directly to the battery, and then trans brake solenoid, line lock solenoids, everything. I run with the power wire going out. I run a dedicated ground with that for that component from that post. So usually when you look at all my pictures of the work we do, you'll see a 8-point power post located next to the PMU, whatever. The relay boards. I get clients that still want individual relays. I ain't got no beef with individual relays. I'll do anything, man. Some of the fastest cars I've done still run rock solid Tycos. So, but no matter what you're doing, if you strategically place your post, it can make it a lot easier. That way, when you make your loom, you have less breakouts. You can incorporate your ground wire into your loom going to your solenoid. So you pick up your power out of your SSR or whatever, and then you have your ground post nearby. You could join those two wires, light twist, loom it. You have your power ground, do shit at the end on the solenoid, and your loom's done, right?
So I have a different approach about it. There's quite a few transmissions of pro brakes that the brake is actually grounded internally inside the pan.
Then you have to run a dedicated ground to the housing of the trans.
Well, the way or the way I go about it is I run a 2-gauge ground wire from the block to the chassis, and then another 2-gauge ground wire in a different location from the block to the battery. Okay. And then I dump all high current ground to the chassis. So like on a car with let's say it's like fans up front and a water pump, right?
You want to dump all that dirty negative into the chassis to absorb it with like resistance and other bullshit.
Right, resistance across its way back before so you don't want anything that's sensitive to be able to talk directly to anything that is fucking loud and obnoxious, right?
That's why we talk about stuff as sensor ground to ECU primarily, and then dirty ground, which I like to say is chassis first to get diffused, or battery first, and then people might not get that. A sensor ground.
So battery first would be ideal, right? My only gripe with battery first is that it doubles the length of the circuit.
Yeah.
Right?
Because that's the cushion. People don't, you explain that in your videos very well. The battery is the absolute cushion, filter, etc. for stupid ass spikes and things, because you can have a massive spike on the negative, but if the battery absorbs 60% of it, it's nowhere near the issue that it would be. Right.
But the reason I don't do a floating ground is just because I don't want to do, and what I mean by floating ground is like kind of like what you were talking about, Troy, with like having a post and having it run out to each device. It makes the circuit twice as long, and then you have to upsize based off of amperage draw over distance. Well, because all your power comes from ground, right? So if all your power comes from ground and you have a fan, say you have a fan in the front of the car, and we have a ground post right next to the power supply, right? We have to travel. Right. So we have to travel, let's say 7 feet to the fan, right? That's a fair number. And then we have to travel. Then we have to travel 7 feet back to the ground, right?
Right.
Well,
so I'm saying it's 7 feet. The whole length of the loom is 7 feet, power and ground.
Well, I know. So now we have a 14-foot circuit. Right. So in order to complete that circuit, it's 14 foot. So the way I do it is I'll send power out to it, and then I ground at the chassis at the front of the car, maybe a half a foot, 6 inches away. I'll find one central location where I just finished up a nitrous car. So like fuel pump, headlights, fan, water pump were all grounded to the same spot on the chassis
Sure.
at a central spot. Now, granted, that run was like 13 feet because of the where I had to come through. Everything was hidden, so it added distance. So it was a 13-foot circuit already with no ground. You see what I mean?
No ground, yeah.
So now making that a 26-foot circuit, now we're talking about if we've got 15 amp draw, we need a ridiculous amount of capacity, amperage capacity on wire size. And I certainly don't want to be running 10 gauge wire. You know what I mean? For a fan, you know what I mean?
Well, fans. So I'll run a 12 gauge GXL or Tefsel, 12 gauge out to the fan, 12 gauge power, 12 gauge back to the post.
Yep.
As long as where people mess up doing a floating ground, I think, is they undersize the cable from the battery to the floating ground part, right?
Oh, for sure.
If you have to have that cable, you have to have it all sized accordingly. I've never had a problem. I'm not sure what exactly you would data log other than voltage drop or anything going from the chassis or floating ground or vice versa, to actually get some data on which would be ultimately, what you're saying with solenoids and flyback voltage, and all that stuff,
There is a stock GM sensor that measures amperage, and I'm very interested in trying to integrate it. Devin's already taking off because he fucking has it.
So I want to do a comparison because the Nexus measures amperage and everything. Yeah, that's it there.
Yeah.
So I compare that.
Current transformer.
It's a Chrysler. It's a current transducer from, I think these are Chrysler.
So if you put that on a loom that has the ground going to the floating ground, and then another loom that goes to the chassis, that's only going to tell you amperage. That's not going to tell you noise or flyback or alien shit going on because the ground's isolated. My thing is, I think you're good because you're running a cable to the chassis. And then that same point, not a separate point, that same point you're grounding your front stuff. So it's connected to the battery.
No, it's not. It's not at the same point.
It's two separate spots on the chassis.
Right, but you got to remember most of the cars are like 25-2 double frame rail, fucking welded stuff.
I've never done one of those.
I feel like we're off the rails.
Okay, fine.
What does other Devin, no disrespect, have to ask? And then I'm going to move on to more questions. I mean, people love
the other Devin.
People love
Chevelle Lang.
Yeah, people love the offshoot, but I think we should ask what people asked.
I'm good. You guys can drop me if you want.
He's just hanging out.
Chevelle.
Mute yourself. Get out of here. No.
You want me to start the car?
You're not going anywhere, Lang.
Did you have any other questions to ask these fucking titans, monoliths of auto sport wiring?
I don't know about that.
Other people are like, let it roll. But I'm like, hey, we have other stuff that you might not even realize you want to know the answer to that we haven't asked yet. And that's me as a moderator making that.
So
decision.
then moderate and deliver.
Can you guys talk about lithium batteries in race cars? That's a hot subject because they just fire when people don't do shit right.
You just said it. When people don't do shit right. In my experience, I have yet to have a battery fucking catch fire. Okay. A lithium battery catch fire. When you over discharge them, what happens is you kill a cell. When you kill one of the cells, all right, here. So see these little things? Yeah, there you go. All right, well, so you see these little things, right?
If you do this wrong, you will have an oxygen fire.
Yes.
If you too low, too high, too hot, you're done. You're done.
Right.
Fire. If you're not a fucking idiot, these are 2 years old, no fire, no puffiness. You can't be a fucking idiot, which is asking a lot of common folk, right?
So there's a couple other facets to the whole lithium battery fire thing. The first one is that some of these batteries that are out there on the market are pieces of shit, and they don't have a fucking battery management system. So like when they, depending on what cells they use inside of the battery, they have to shut off the battery before they discharge it, right? So if you discharge it too low and you kill a cell, you can't balance the cells. If you can't balance the cells, you overwork the other cells that aren't dead in order to compensate for the cells that are dead, or the cell that is dead. So first off, don't fucking kill one. And if you burn it up, throw it away. Or not throw it away, but you know what I mean.
And mix that with a faster style charger, and you run into even more problems, right, Devin?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So like Braille is infamous for having like the fastest fucking recharge times in the world. That's what they were bragging about. Well, you put a $2,000 Braille battery in the hands of a moron, and they fucking smoke one because they did over discharged it. Then they hook up their fucking 30 amp charger to it, and then they crank the shit out of the car for the next 5 minutes because they can't get their carburetor to fucking do whatever it's supposed to do, and then the thing catches on fire or whatever, or they beat the shit out of the thing all fucking day at a racetrack, and then they load it up in their trailer, and the battery's fucking dead, and it cooks, and it discharges, and it fucking explodes, and catches fire. So, to me, my opinion is I love lithium batteries.
I think it's just a disrespect of the validity of that cell. They're used to a garbage ass AutoZone battery that'll take abuse all day before it boils. Whereas if you're a fucking idiot with a LiPo, it'll burn. It'll literally, the minute it has a problem, it puffs, and then it gets exposed to oxygen, and then it starts a goddamn fire like a thermite, and that shit is gone. And in a race car where there's a lot of volatile systems, it creates quite a runaway catalyst issue, which most people aren't aware of. And they're like, well, these fucking batteries are trash and they burn cars down. But these people can't operate a Walmart self-checkout correctly, so you need to consider that also.
Right.
That's my soapbox.
The battery management system, I think, is very important in a lithium battery in a race car, especially considering the manufacturer needs to understand their target demographic, which
it should be attached, because like what I just showed was the ISDT balance charger, and it completely balances the cells. It looks at all of them. It monitors temperature. It has a resistance-based thing. You can even discharge to storage level on an 8-cell battery pack, and that shit doesn't exist in a race car. People are like, I got an alternator, I got an AutoZone charger, I'm fucking good.
No.
Cell
it doesn't
balance,
exist.
Huge.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in cheap lithium batteries.
They should put a BMS on top of the battery.
They're built in.
They are. Well, then how do people fuck them up? Wow.
No. Not all of them are built in.
Oh, see, if it has a BMS built in, that's incredible. What's that?
I opened a Braille battery and it was destroyed inside, and it's soldered wires together to a post like they're garbage inside.
It has a BMS in it?
No, not a Braille.
Yeah.
Bolt freaks will. But.
There you go. That's our baby right there.
Devin talked about this quite a bit the other day and how awesome it was, but my assumption is batteries don't have that. Your charger has it, and most people aren't spending the money on a balanced charger.
So, I've always suggested
We're
For a
way
long
off the
time-
rails. We're gonna go for
No,
like
no,
a
no,
minute and go to something else.
Yep, there you go. I was just about to go grab that one. Yeah.
Optimate.
So that charger with this battery combo is fantastic. I've been using Volt Freaks in my personal car for a while, and then I got with Troy to get another one of these, right? These new full spectrum power batteries. And this full spectrum power battery has been jam up. It has a BMS in it, battery management system built into it, just like Volt Freaks. Volt Freaks has got one too.
BMS.
What?
I'm doing,
sign language.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, what the fuck?
I'm doing ASL. ASL.
Oh, okay. So you can turn captions on, can't you? Oh, probably not. No, YouTube.
Hold on a second. Fuck off. Let me turn on captions. Whoa! It just did it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little button down there that says turn on captions. That's why I was like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Now my deaf coworker can watch this and be at peace.
I can't come visit you, Lang, but you come to the States, come see me. We hang out.
Deal.
It's working.
Right on. You need to come down for a race, dude. Come down for Yellow Bullet or Georgia.
Hell yeah.
Then we'll meet me at my place, right?
Okay.
We kind of set up shop, and then we'll fly down.
Cool.
And we'll hook up with these guys too, right?
Well,
Hell yeah.
well, Apple's close to you, Troy. I'm the one that's out of the way.
Apple's gonna drive me, dude. We're gonna have a fucking old like 40s limo, dude.
We're gonna
what
get
other
a
questions
stretch
do you have, man?
300C and blow the transmission in it and knock a fucking valve seat out of it before the first gas station.
Y'all fucking idiots realize it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. There ain't no fucking way anybody's still listening to us.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, there's 140 people still
Holy
listening
shit.
right now.
That's 140 plus people that fucking hate their lives.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, I feel terrible for them.
I'm turning off
What other questions you
captions.
got?
Do we go back to questions?
Yeah. let's go.
Question. How do you wire a 25-2 cage? I can barely do an 8-point cage car.
Outside the car, then you just install.
Yep, all on the bench.
That's movie magic right there, kids.
All on the fucking bench.
What are some common mistakes and do not do's for beginners in wiring a standalone?
They don't read the instructions.
100%.
You said common. That's about the most common.
Troy just fucking signed off on that one and kept going.
He didn't even give a fuck. No, the most common shit is piss poor grounds, like what we just talked about. Not reading the instructions, not understanding what the hell they're doing, expecting
really
more than what expecting it to do more than what they than what's possible. And then the most common mistake is blaming a product for a problem that they developed, that they created.
Oh, someone
Using
says
social media, yeah.
Yeah, to complain.
someone says finish the battery thing. It was getting interesting. Really? Okay. Where were we on the battery thing? No BMS. Total fucking idiots. Too much discharge. Too much overcharge. Idiot wiring. Too much resistance on power and ground. Not understanding what the fuck you're doing. You should have a Walmart lead acid battery. Chill the fuck out. Go home.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with that. I concur.
Yeah.
Julius Caesar.
Don't put the positive on negative.
Live or death. Live or death. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've had problems with Go Lithium. That's a fucking brand that I just won't ever recommend anymore. I can't do it. just fucking won't do it. You know, this full spectrum power I've been very impressed with.
Cranking amps, huh?
Yeah, this thing fucking cranks fast.
Here's a good technical one. I'll just flat out interrupt. I read it.
No, it's fine. Keep it
Because
going.
it associates with battery and what we were talking about, clean and noisy and dirty signal ground. It says, Devin, will adding additional grounds between the engine and chassis cause negative noise through the ground path?
That's what I always worried about. I always thought, sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
We haven't heard from
ahead.
Troy in a while. Just fucking soapbox, Troy. Let it out.
Fuck it, dude. Going for it, man. It's my moment. I'm taking it. So I always pictured everything plugged in, grounded, working perfect on the bench, right? What's different from going into a car? If there's no noise and everything on the bench and your coil wires are laying next to your alternator cables, like I've done a lot of shit you're not supposed to do, right? But if it's all essentially back to the battery, how do you kind of go wrong? So I was always afraid to kind of branch out and put grounds all over the place. And to me, I think it gives me a cleaner job. It enables me to, when I can loom everything, nothing's going miscellaneous places, shooting out.
Right. Well, I mean, I always try to do them like on their way. You know what I mean? Like,
you do a really nice job at what you're doing. Isn't
so
I don't
what?
know who's right or wrong, or I don't know if there is a right or wrong.
No, I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat. The question you just said was, what's the difference between it sitting on the bench and there's no noise, and then putting it in the car and the spark plug?
I mean, RPM and running and.
But no, so the noisemaker is the spark plug, right? So that's the noisemaker, right? So if you give it if you give your coil a clean direct path for discharge, which obvious, right? So the smart coil, CDI, whatever it is, you have to put a cylinder head ground on. He's fucking vacuuming. And if you put if you have a ground from the battery to the engine, you have a ground from the engine to the chassis, I've yet to have a problem.
That's interesting. I've
done every single car I've done with Holly. I've done that way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's exactly how I've always done them. So
how do you do it, Devin?
I run a ground from the battery to a stud on the firewall, from the stud to the block, from the block to the heads, and then I have a dedicated ECU ground back to the battery.
You don't go to the heads with CDI or smart coils, though, right?
No.
Right. Yeah. Then you just have your coil grounds. That's how you don't want to end up in trouble, right?
Yep.
Well, Devin, what you're saying, dude, you're saying kind of could go by having the block ground, right? You're saying we could get spark plug noise if you don't discharge your coils to a chassis.
No. The plug discharges through the spark plug. Like,
I know that, but I'll say what you were getting at with your style of putting the grounds elsewhere was so it doesn't intermingle with that block ground.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yep.
I got you. That makes perfect sense.
Yep. Yeah, I want to keep them segregated. You know what I mean? Think of all the high current amperage stuff like fans, water pumps, solenoids, any of that kind of stuff. And a fuel injector is a solenoid, but it's not a loud solenoid. You know what I mean? It's not a noisy solenoid. Think about all that kind of stuff as like the noisy devices and dump them to the chassis.
So I got one. We're gonna offshoot. When it comes to a rear mount battery, from positive battery terminal to starter lug, and then power to distribution block in the engine
department.
This one. Is this acceptable?
You just did this one.
Like, I like to say you want to go battery to your ECU stuff and then a pass through to the starter. If you're feeding from the starter on, that's a bad idea. A lot of stuff does that, but I don't like to do that, and I'm a fucking idiot. So what do you think? Just go like this and we'll move on. Caesar, Julius Caesar.
Shit.
Starter to the rest of the car, bad idea.
No. Bad idea.
All right.
Yeah, it gets bulky. It's not good practice.
You're asking for noise. You're asking for voltage drop. You're asking for horse shit. If you are powering your ECU off what you're starting the car off of, you're asking for significant voltage drop and horse shit on startup. And that's like where everything starts from there. Anyway, what inputs...
The only thing I attached to the starter is the alternator wire. That's it.
That's fine. Because it doesn't activate really till everything else comes up. At least in
the alternator? Yeah, I always take that right to the battery.
Yep.
Bypass the kill switch and everything directly to the battery. No chance of...
I always put it on the hot side of the kill switch.
Let's do
But
this.
same thing, same shit, yeah.
Yes or no? Do you use Raychem products?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Everybody does?
Yeah.
Troy does. Troy is signaling yes.
I signal.
What inputs and outputs are ideal options for a Terminator? I think we went over this earlier where Troy and you explained like
yes.
And in my opinion, it depends on what you're going to do with the car. Is it a race car? Yes. Does it have a TH400? Do you need bump? Okay, there's one input and two outputs already. Bump and stage and, you know, CO2.
And he said a Terminator, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so is it a T800?
But I mean, it's one of those things where it's a can of worms answer. So here's a good one that you guys can answer. I've had so many issues with fuel pressure sensors, Holley, Low Dollar, and Amazon. Is there any brand sensor better than others?
Installer issue.
I'm gonna jump in here, and if you have problems with a Holley, Low Dollar, and an Amazon, you fucking wired it wrong.
Yeah.
Or you might want to look elsewhere for the problem.
Right.
Because all of those, I mean, other than the really shit cheap Amazons, if you buy 5, 1 or 2 of them are going to be bad, and you just have to eat that because they're cheap as shit. Low Dollar completely covers his sensors, and I know I sound like a jerk off when I say I haven't had a problem at all with a Low Dollar sensor. People say his stuff is shit, but you know, Terminator is an entry-level product and people wire it like shit. And a Holley sensor, no one ever has any issues with. So if you're breaking a Holley sensor, you're like 1 in 1,000, or you're a douchebag that didn't wire your car right. And you guys can feel free to add to that, or unless I'm totally right.
eBay sensors on my car.
Yeah, or there's a supply problem, like where it's getting its pressure signal from. There's like something fucked up there, right? So like, is there a bunch of like if it's remote mounted, right? So I saw this happen once. It was remote mounted in a it was an oil pressure sensor. It was remote mounted and it had a long hose going to it, right, from the block to like over to this like little block on the firewall, and apparently there was fucking metal in it, in the hose. So it burnt up a sensor. Or a sensor just stopped working, you know? So I don't know what the hell that's all about. So he changed the sensor and fired the car up again. But apparently the hose was long enough where it went kind of like down a hill and then back up. The metal fucking sat in the bottom of a little valley. You know what I mean? And
plumbing trap.
And then they fire it up. It's running. The metal works its way up back up to the sensor. This is all assumption. You know, when the hose came off and he cleared it out with brake clean into a pan and a piece of fucking aluminum came out, then it stopped burning up sensors. So
that's what Lang was saying. Usually it's user error, right? Like you know, I have all eBay sensors on my daily, my Fox, you know, that I beat daily.
Well, I think it's an eye opener for us to say things like the coil from the trans brake discharging in the wrong spot is throwing 400 to 600 volts into the electrical system. And if that is not absorbed in the correct way, it's like I said, it's stun gunning the fucking ECU. Yep. And that's a big eye opener to people that are constantly blowing injector drivers because all ECUs are garbage. And they go Holley, MS3, Haltech, and they're torching an injector driver off the board. And no one else is. Okay, yeah, maybe you need to pan the camera around a little bit and ask yourself what the hell you're doing, because no one else is.
Brandon at Low Dollar sent me paperwork back to the sensors on how much better accuracy his sensors are than the eBay ones, because I questioned his sensors. So what's the difference between your sensors and the $19 ones I get off eBay or whatever? You know, and he sent me the data sheet of accuracy.
He has them. It's funny, right? He has them.
The guys, you know, the shock sensors. I mean, all this stuff so far.
All I got to say is you're using them and Devin is using them. So if you're going to be a shithead and say that they're not good, why would you guys even remotely touch them for a $15,000, $20,000 wiring job if they weren't worth fuck all?
We're not, yeah.
It wouldn't waste your time. Wouldn't waste your time.
Because Brandon took the time to reach out, provide me with all the paperwork, all the information, you know, super helpful. And he's just great to work with. Fast shipping, you know, and compared to, you know, Holley sensors or some of the more expensive ones, I don't know if there's that much of a
I even had an issue. I did a nitrous setup on my car and I reached out to him because he sponsors me. And I was like, hey, it would be super cool to use your nitrous pressure transducer, like a 0 to 1500. I was
1600. Yep.
I'm like, I would love to monitor bottle pressure to actuate a heater, input, output on a terminator, blah, 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 blah. And I could not get accurate pressure data. And he was responding to me at like 3 a.m. We were trying to figure it out. And it was a firmware issue with an early Terminator firmware where if you did a drop down 0 to 1600, it didn't work at all. But if you did if you did a custom sensor, it wouldn't work. If you did a drop down Holley 0 to 1600, it did work. And it's something that we found. But the guy overnighted 2 extra 0 to 1600s because he was like, I don't want this to be me. And I swapped him out. And I'm like, holy shit, it's a software issue. And he just flew sensors out to me for probably it probably cost him $30 to overnight 2 1-ounce sensors to me. But
he's awesome.
If that doesn't, and it's like Varen too. When people talk shit on Varen, I'm like, you're an asshole because that guy will jump through hoops to make people happy. So if you're not happy, you're a dickhead to the max degree.
I only have one gripe with Low Dollar. Only one. It's probably everybody's going to think that I'm just a pompous dickhead.
Doesn't matter.
I know. I cannot stand, and Troy will probably agree, I cannot stand the jacket and wire that he uses.
Fucking horrible, Brandon. I fucking told you about this, dog. I fucking told you about this shit. 26 gauge, 28 gauge, whatever the shit is, 2 strands. You crimp it, the fucking thing falls off with the right crimper. Pack it with 2 gauge welding cable.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's the getting that fucking paper off. Getting the paper off of that shit.
I've never wanted to fucking hang myself on my dick from an airplane so bad.
Oh, dude, it's fucking terrible. That's my only gripe. You know, that's
I literally swing like Tarzan with my cock. I would be looking for Jane hard. Yeah.
All right, next question. Let's jump the shark and 100% jump the shark.
We got to get together, guys. Let's hit up PRI.
Oh fuck!
Actually, Elgin
there's a strip club. Dude, it's got satin red chairs. It's amazing.
Elgin has offered to put me in a PRI booth many times. I just got to say.
Do it, Matt. We'll hang with you. We got your back, dude.
I think my car is going in the Holly booth this year at PRI.
Yep, we're already going to be harassing Devin.
So
Lang, you're flying in, right?
Hell yeah.
You're coming in. We're gonna meet at the Holly booth.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're
all
I
not
want-
sponsored next year. None of us are
no,
getting
dude, we're gonna
shit.
be in line for his autograph, dude.
Oh, Christ.
Devin Vanderhoof, Devin Hoof.
I worked the
Devin
fucking
Hoof's autograph.
I helped them out and like hung out in the booth or whatever for a little while last time PRI happened, and the time before that, and the time before that, and I thought to myself, I'll never do this again. And then every time the fucking opportunity goes back to go to PRI, I'm like, oh yeah, let's go to PRI. This is fun. And then it fucking snows and it's miserable and like there's too many people. And there's always like, yeah, I guess that's what's gonna happen this year. I guess that's what's gonna happen.
I want to see it.
We're gonna rope it back in for a simple question. At what point does Devin recommend beadlocks? It's a little off topic, but what the hell? We're already talking about PRI and garbage, so whatever.
Well, I mean, we weren't talking about garbage, so fuck him.
Fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, no.
89 notch. Fuck you for your question.
No. I'm fucking around.
Disrespect. I'm gonna ban him out of the chat now.
No, don't do that. Cool. My opinion on it is, what tire you run, what kind of surface you run on, and how much does the car weigh, and how fast is it. So, if we just do like a generic 275 radial, 3,000 pound car on a decent racetrack, trying to go 120, 60 foot, put a single beadlock on it. If you're trying to go faster than a 115, put a double beadlock on it.
He says, "Hey, fuck you guys" in the chat.
Fuck him, dude.
You ever see that? You ever see that meme where it's like the dog and the other dog, and he's like,
the first one to get hit.
"Hey, what's your name?" And he's like, "Tony," and he goes, "Hey, fuck you, Tony," and he goes, "What's your name?"
Yeah.
Steve. "Hey, fuck you, Steve." No, fuck you. That's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
For the rock and roll side.
We're stopping again for another important question. Stand or sit to wipe, and front to back or rear wipe?
Water wash only. I get right off the shitter into the shower, dog.
What do you mean wipe?
What? You guys, it's one of those things. You guys
Motherfucker
wipe?
probably sits down to piss. Fuck out of here.
Troy's not messing around.
Walking around with the Levi's and canoe.
I want to know what Troy's smoking. Not the fucking guitar, man. Hey, fuck you, Matt. This is going on. All right. Honest question. How often do you use a relay so you don't have to run heavy gauge wires? If you're powering something serious on demand, I don't know what that guy means. You should relay anything that takes any significant voltage over like 2 amps.
Mm-hmm.
And the instructions.
2 amps? Yes, no.
Well, it depends on what it is.
There's a line in the sand. If it's over 2 amps, just relay it.
Well, if it's over 2 amps, then you can't power it directly from the Holly ECU. So
that's what I mean. Most ECUs do not do over 2 amps. So if you're asking for 2 amps, relay it. Don't ask for that trouble. We just talked about people burning injector drivers off a board. Just chill.
Yeah, but they want to save fucking $1.65 and not have to use a fucking Ching Wang fucking relay, All
right. Where are we at? How do you calculate fuel needs? Pounds per hour for a horsepower goal, then size the pump on demand? That's you, Devin. You asked that.
That was a while ago, yeah.
Yeah.
So
probably about 4 days ago.
I use brake-specific fuel consumption. Does everybody know what that is?
I know what that is, but that means fuck all.
Right. So I just use brake-specific fuel consumption numbers. If you're talking about alcohol, if it's a water, engine, if the engine's got water in it, it's not dry. You can probably start somewhere around 1.5. So you got 1.5 pounds per hour fuel per horsepower. So a 2,000 horsepower deal would need about 3,000 horsepower, 3,000 pounds per hour of fuel. This is all I have. My fucking joints hurt.
Real quick, someone got these for me, but they're Coca-Cola Tic Tacs. Holy shit, these are good. I didn't expect this at all. I'm just gonna give you guys a freebie here and let you know that these are actually amazing. I can't wait to buy more of them. Wow, I'm not a particular Coca-Cola fan, but wow, Coca-Cola Tic Tacs.
You like a fountain soda?
They're really something.
Like a fountain out of a can.
I don't know what it is. They're amazing. I'm gonna pop 2 more of these.
Does it taste like it's out of a fountain or a can?
Yeah, it feels like good old fountain mix. Yeah.
I like fountain.
Yeah.
All right.
McDonald's fountain.
Next question. Holley Terminator X versus GM DIY standalone with HP tuners. What's the big deal aside from fancy screen from the Holley? This sounds like some douchebag that doesn't know what he's talking about, and that's my polite answer.
Whoa.
I agree.
If you don't know the difference between those products, you need to do some research, because when that came out, like when let's paraphrase. Devin invited me into the Holley Club when the Terminator came out. I knew like 3 months ahead of time, and I was very superstitious. And then when I talked to Keith, I was like, so you're going to make a budget system. What's it going to cost? $4,000, you Holley pricks? And then he's like, we're going to be all in for like 900, like 1,000, less than 1,000 by like $1 or $2. And I was like, okay, cool. What's that? The ECU? You fucking, scam artists? And he's like, it's going to be wideband ECU, 3.5-inch touchscreen, and computer. And I was like, you guys are high on drugs. How can you even sell it that cheap? And they did. So, and then for like another $250, you get drive-by-wire and transmission control. And I'm like, how do you even sell it that cheap? And then what people don't understand is that's like bump, flex, like all the easy stuff. Try doing that with a stock ECU. And then as you guys and I know, you can do this to the fuel table and turn on 100% correction and make a 9.0 pass and have outrageous closed loop numbers, but make the pass and fix it later. Your fuel pressure drops 35 psi during the run, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't fucking matter, because the biggest thing is getting the car to run and drive, which most people can't do, to no fault of their own. They have to have some outrageous astrology information about how to make an HP Tuner's ECU work. Meanwhile, you have a 3.5-inch, which we call a Game Boy tune, and you go beep boop beep boop boop, and the car runs and drives with a drive-by-wire and a 4L80E, and you can drive it to a goddamn dyno. And then someone like me is like, BAP 650, BAP 850, your fuel pressure is garbage, add another fuel pump, fuck off, see you later. And that is literally how it goes. And people think I'm bullshitting, but that's it. A lot of cars anymore that copy my setup pump ethanol, whap, 600 horsepower in the first hit. Disgusting. It's literally all there. It's that easy, especially people that load one of my bass tunes. Compare that to HP tuners in any respect, and you just look like a fucking total caveman idiot. Anyway, feel free to add to that if you can.
I don't know fucking shit about stock ECU because I don't want to.
I've one about 300 stock ECU by Chrysler. You know what I'm saying? About Big Dippin'.
I would do tuning classes, and I would explain that a stock ECU is a federally mandated emissions control device where horsepower is a byproduct, and you need to trick it to do what you want. So not only do you need to know how to tune, you need to know how to make a toddler think that what you want him to do is his idea of what he wants to do, so that he will eat instead of becoming a baby demon and not eating and ruining the rest of your day. Can anyone associate with this?
No, I don't have kids. I know, right? Fucking huge thumbs up over here.
Well, I'm just saying, I love my child.
I love my kids, homie.
They're so cool. He's so cool.
That's what everybody says when they have kids.
You have no idea.
You know what though? I also love the fact that no kids. So I mean, it's on an individual basis.
I get both aspects. Like, you love dogs, they come running towards you. I come home and my kid's like, Daddy! That's fucking cool. I made a human being. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't care if you don't like it. That's fine. But I made.
No, it's not that I don't like your kids. I just don't like me having a kid.
Absolutely, I get it, but I like mine. That's all that matters.
Oh, I'm a selfish piece of shit. There's no way I'd be a good father. Like, so I'm not gonna.
Honestly, you'd probably be a much better dad than you give yourself credit for.
I believe so too.
Yep.
I'll never find out.
Good, dude.
Your passion for work would
yes.
come through for your child. Absolutely.
Oh, good. So I can raise a child to live a life of misery.
Yeah.
And work fucking 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
Hey, kid, look what you get to look forward to, kid.
Yeah.
And this is how we floss with a 12 gauge, son.
I'm driving tractors in my backyard with my kid, and we're just loving it.
Watch out for that pirate.
You know?
What's Devin Lang doing over here? He needs to contribute more. He's scared. Not that you're scared. You just don't want to. You're just not the bossy asshole talk over everybody that the three of us are. Not even so much Troy. It's Devin and I are just so. Here's my opinion. Fuck you.
Whoa!
Troy's like, hey, peace and happiness. Here's my guitar, and Devin and I are
peace and happiness.
Devin and I are like,
fucking hippie to you.
Devin and I are like,
you.
Eat shit, asshole. You have an opinion that's not mine. Get the fuck out. Disconnect you from this call.
I have many opinions that are probably relatable to you. Apple, Denmark,
that's
whatever
what
your fucking name is this week.
Everybody
you know what I mean?
appreciates
Listen, I have
you.
memes of people sending me fucking love letters from CBS of fucking raccoons. Doesn't mean I ain't shit. I work hard, motherfucker. I work hard. Fuck your memes.
I'm done. I'm out of here. Devin, you do the rest.
Me.
I'm out of here. I'm going away. I have like 3 questions left. We'll get through them, and then we'll let the live chat decide the rest.
Jeez.
Is anybody here left? There's over 100 viewers still. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for your loss.
Is that good, Matt? Is that good, viewers?
It's fucking sucks.
Even look, who cares, right?
It doesn't matter.
Who gives a shit?
As long as there's more than 5, I'm gonna keep going.
Aren't we also fortunate that we don't have to give a fuck about viewers and likes?
Yeah,
right?
we're not gagging.
We go by
on
hard work and respect. That's how we all have work
for people
all the
to
time.
watch. No one's watching for the. Hey, click like and subscribe. Ring that fucking bell. What's up, guys? Now, how about if you don't think this is cool, fuck off. How about you like that
eat
one?
Shit. We're the cool kids in town, bitches. If we were like fucking
think?
cowboys, we'd all have the fastest horse in the fucking desert.
Troy, the later it gets, the more you remind me of my old neighbor who used to fucking walk into his pool shed and get fucked up on chlorine and then come out.
What's going on?
And talk to everybody like a fucking psycho.
I don't know about chlorine, man, but bleach.
Let me quick tell you, we're 6 hours and 12 minutes in.
Is this the longest one you've ever done?
We ain't got shit.
6 hours is the longest, I think. We're over
fucking
6 hours. I got 3 questions. This one's
Devin's not even gonna go to sleep, dude. He's gonna go load that car up and just bounce.
And I have to tune 4 cars tomorrow. Well, what am I?
You're gonna knock it out of the park.
Not sleep. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna work on my new edge and bullshit and fucking go to the dyno and I'm gonna tune Holly cars. I'm gonna go blat. You're done. Learn table apply. You're done. Get the fuck out.
Hey boy.
Smooth.
What misfires? Your shit is garbage. Get out of here. All right.
Fucking Mario Brothers won't work.
This shit sounds awful. Out of here. Fuck off.
Come on. So what's your questions?
Yeah.
What soldering iron do you use? And do you use lead core or lead-free solder? How do you pronounce solder? And when or why would you choose solder over wire stranded? DigiKey or Mauser? Is there an imaginary product that you would like to make that would make your life better if you could invent it? When measuring out wire for your harness, how much slack do you leave? And where do you
10%.
hide it?
I don't hide it. I cut it to fit.
What tricks would you use to add 5 horsepower? I think it's 3 horsepower per wire nut in my conversion.
Filter.
Could I be wrong? Did you follow all those? Troy,
Yeah.
Troy, how is my radio voice for that?
Your radio voice.
In a
is
world where waves
amazing.
kill people and
I like
feed
Mauser
sharks.
over DigiKey
Okay.
because Mauser ships faster.
Devin, when would you shot her?
What? No, I don't.
No, when would you shot her?
No, never. No.
You don't have like the Craftsman gun where you're like like a MiG with tin?
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
Shot
No,
back, suction.
My
I don't solder
favorite,
anything.
I would send Troy videos of me propane torching like a 1 gauge lug.
It's painful being Matt's friend, dude.
Boiling some solder in it and jamming a fucking copper cable into it.
I'm like a proud dad, dude. Seeing his new flex harnesses and alternator harnesses.
You want to know why those look so good?
Proud dad standing back.
Another man builds those, Troy.
I mean,
that's
I
a lie.
Drink milk watching him burn shit with a fucking torch, wondering what the fuck is wrong with this guy.
And then it goes to mid-9, and I do this and eat ice cream cones the whole time, and I don't care if you can't sleep at night.
Nothing but respect. I sleep fine.
Devin's gone. He's had it. Devin's out of here. We're gonna disconnect him real quick, right? Just boop. He's mad. He's mad now.
Why is he mad?
I'm just telling you he's mad. He's probably not mad.
You're fucking mad? You said something about ice cream and I'm fucking starving.
I'm just inciting a riot. I don't care. It's downtown and we're just starting fires.
He doesn't feel the cactus anymore. He needs a porcupine.
I'm going to have more Coca-Cola Tic Tacs because they're great.
That's what you need, dude. Throw some Bacardi in that shit, too.
I don't have
All right, now I'm good.
Where's your captain?
It's down here. It's in here. It's in a Starbucks cup.
Starbucks cup?
I like
All right, I want to go to fucking sleep. Let me get two fucking questions here, you cock.
I love
Do you wear your mask when you go into Starbucks?
I wear it in my car with the windows down, with the windows up, with the recirc on, with my HEPA filter.
I put one around my crotch.
Yeah, I call them face underpants.
My Sriracha.
I left a place.
That's my dick's rap name. If your dick don't have a rap name, I don't know what to tell you, bro. C-Roch. C-Roch is spinning the record, dude. DJ C-Roch coming at you.
Troy's out of control.
I will be.
Troy's out of control. I left a place the other day and pulled it off when I came out of the place, as normal human beings do, because I only needed to go inside. And a gigantic woman said to me, "Where's your mask?" very disapprovingly. And I said, "Where's your self-control?" Because she was extremely overweight. And it took her about 1 second to get very mad at me because she was 100 IQ. And it was a hilarious scenario for everyone involved. So that's how I got this Starbucks cup, if you were asking. It was at a Starbucks, and she was very upset with me removing it while I was outside breathing fresh air in America. Anyway.
Matt, you just warm my heart, dude. Every time. I love it. You're punk rock, dude.
Maybe. I'm like a douchebag right Henry here, Rollins.
Our album. We're a band. Chevelle Lang, you're on drums. Apple Denmark. That's our gang leader. He's our singer.
What do I do? Am I just the hype guy? I
You're the
don't
front
sing.
man.
You're the vocals. You're our singer.
I don't play
You're our
anything.
front
I just
man.
jump around and act like a douche.
Devin is our bass backup flute.
Is he the Kenny G? Does he play that? What does Kenny G play?
Saxophone.
No, he plays
that keyboard, that electric keyboard.
It's not a saxophone, it's something else. Someone in the chat will fucking answer.
Play alto. I can play alto sax.
Oh, here's a good one. We'll ask. There's some long-winded questions I was saving, and someone just says out of nowhere, 89 Notch. That's the guy that asked questions, and we said, "Fuck you, 89 Notch," and he said, "Fuck you," because I did the whole. What's your name, Matt? Hey, Matt. Fuck you. Anyway, he goes, "How did you, Matt, meet Devin and Troy?" We went over this earlier, where Devin and I know each other from like. Devin's a little bit older. I'm 36. How old are you, Devin?
39.
I forget too. Don't worry.
Devin
Around.
tried to pick up Matt in a fucking work van with a bag of candy. That's how it.
We started a fist fight over what gum was best. No, I bought a sport bike, and Devin had sport bikes, and we ran into each other at like a Sheetz.
Mm-hmm.
It was something very similar to that.
Yep.
And then that was it. And he had like the Fastiva and a 3000 GT, blah, blah, blah. I was interested in cars. End of story. Troy, I met through, I would say, Frank Soldridge in probably 2003.
Yeah.
And
Frank
I was there like an overnight thing where Frank's like prepping a car to race, and you were there overnight, like. And you were crimping shit with a giant fucking crimp thing for batteries. And I'm like, what do you do? And I'm like, I wire cars. And I'm like, you're a douchebag. And then we've been friends since then.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
There's not much more to it. Fuck you, I'm Matthew also, some guy says.
I mean, he was talking for a half hour before I realized anybody was in the fucking room.
I was talking to myself, and then people enter, and they're like, who's this asshole? I was grandstanding to the brick wall. People just showed up. I hear voices. What is this guy doing? Troy's like, I'm crimping battery cables. What's a stereo playing? Some garbage? And he walks out, and I'm there talking. Was that the Hayabusa? Yeah, Devin had a turbo. You had like a ported, clipped, ceramic-coated 20G on your fucking Buza.
Yeah, yep.
And I don't know what management you were using. You're probably using a fucking FMU and some garbage on it back then.
Yeah, it was a stock ECU, FMU, and a power commander.
So what you did was probably put larger injectors at higher fuel pressure, and you trimmed it out at part throttle, and you had your FMU set up to not blow the goddamn thing up when it was in boost, like the rest of the 5-liter Mustang asshole people back in 03.
Yep.
I don't know what I'm talking about at all.
And if you ask some people on the internet, I just started tuning cars about 6 weeks ago.
Me too.
Dude, your cold starts are impeccable for just starting.
I'm a guy.
Yeah, 6 weeks. 6 weeks into it, I'm doing pretty good. I guess. I hope.
I think so. I'd hire you.
Well, don't get too fancy.
Pan flute. Someone says that.
No, I just Googled it.
Kenny G plays the pan flute, someone says.
Pan? Are you saying pan or pan? Hang?
He plays the alto. He plays the alto saxophone and the tenor saxophone.
It's the alto. Who the fuck cares? He does that.
What about xylophone?
He plays the ocarina, if you guys are familiar with Zelda.
Ooh.
I'm pulling it back. Can you guys explain catch cans, pros and cons? This guy says this guy says skin flute. Okay, we'll just skip over that one. Yeah, catch cans. Obviously, cars at this horsepower level puke a lot of garbage, and they need somewhere to put it.
The catch can on my personal car is 3.5 gallons.
Holy fuck.
Devin, is yours in the back of the car? Do you run it through your tubes?
No, mine's up front, but it's big
Up
enough
front?
to catch every ounce of oil in the car, just in case you blow a hole in a piston.
There you
Smart.
go. I was going to ask you about the different techniques, or not techniques, but different ways of doing a catch cam. Maybe how about that? Maybe cover a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, you could do 2 small ones, 1 big one. On alcohol, if you ever go to alcohol, make sure that they're fucking big. The vents are big. You need a lot of venting.
There's just a lot of garbage. The hydrostatic of all the alcohol, just pulling water out of everything, and garbage in the oil and foam. And
well, no, I mean, make sure the vents are big because it's going to make a lot of crankcase pressure.
That's what I mean too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's just fucking
I mean, like,
hammering things out.
Like, it pushed out the front gaskets on the timing set on my motor when I had 12s on it, like at 15 pounds of boost.
Wow.
On gasoline, it had no problem. I went to 16s, like 116 AN on each valve cover, and it's been fine since.
Oh, that's a good one. I was just going to ask. So, can you say what your bore size is on your small block? Devin, personally.
Mine? Yeah, 4125.
4125. What do you run for a ring gap on methanol? I was going to ask it next, and someone asked.
I don't know. Ask Kevin Mullins.
Someone else builds your motor.
Yeah, Kevin Mullins.
I say to people, Harbor Freight.
I mean,
Cut
I'm
off
sure
reel, Sparks.
Yeah.
That's how big mine is. Sparks. Okay, it looks pretty big. Boop.
I'll just say at this level of, like the block that I have is a stock block from Ford.
Damn.
Well, I mean, they only made like 500 of them, but I don't give a fuck. It's still a stock block from Ford. From like a
Shelby
96.
block?
No, it's a 96 Lightning. It's a K351.
Is that like the
Ooh.
Texid? Or no, that's a modular.
No, that's mod motor stuff.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll go hide in the fucking stove.
No, it's all right. I'm just saying.
Is that a motorsport deal?
Kinda. Yeah, it's a Ford Motorsport K351. It's kind of a. It's a bad motherfucker. It's an aluminum. Oh, I know. It's an all aluminum block. It's got 5-bolt mains on all 4-bolt mains on all 5 caps. No provisions for an internal oil pump. No provisions for a spin-on oil filter. Like none of that shit. Like you can't bolt up. You have to have a custom pan made. And Jesus Christ. And it's just this, but it's a pretty basic engine. The engine's really basic. It's a 4125 bore, 3750 stroke. It's 400 inch. Spin it to like right around 9,000.
Whoa.
Yeah, spin it to right around 9,000.
Wow.
So nothing really fancy in it, though. You know what I mean?
You got a nasty motherfucker.
Well, I mean, but what I was saying was at this level, you want to make 2,000 horsepower and drive the thing around town. You got to hire people that know what the hell they're doing, and so they Kevin Mullins does all the engine work for me, and then Cameron's torque converter services.
Dude, Devin is making too much noise. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, complete your fucking mute button.
God damn it, if you're gonna sort through
Fucking
boxes,
newbies.
chill the fuck out. Whoa!
Whoa!
Those are like
this
at
guy.
least 75 millimeter billet. Okay, I'm okay with you making all the noise. I knew you were grabbing turbos. Where were we? Next question is where we were.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered an argon purge for fuel storage? It seems to work very well in storing my moisture-cured urethane paints. Normally, once the seal is cracked, you are lucky to get a couple months out of the. Okay.
Stop it.
Next.
Is your thoughts on using the chassis on a unibody car, welding a bolt to the unibody frame for the battery and welding at the bolt to the frame to the start? What the fuck is that? All anyway, we're skipping that one. We're out. We're done. So does anybody else have any garbage in the live chat, or should we give Troy a chance to soapbox? I feel like he needs more time to be Troy.
You fucking 6 hours, bro.
We're at the tail end. What are your thoughts on what happened today? And
My thoughts? Unique integration of perfection.
what does that mean?
It means we're fucking ill, dog. You know
Yeah, you guys are doing some weird shit.
I don't know.
some-
Hopefully some people got some stuff out of this. You know what I mean? I think
They
ultimately,
for sure, there's much
you
enjoyment.
never know what you're going into. You guys are great. We all talk, weekly, bi-weekly, month, whatever, so we're all comfortable. Chevelle Lang joined us, that, which is cool as shit. Good to see him holding the fort down in the north, right? He's doing
What's
shit
that?
right.
America's hat. Is that disrespectful?
Are you our top hat?
America's toboggan.
Chevelle Lang, are you our top
Oh.
hat?
Fuck yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. See, that's what this kind of attitude will either get you hugged or killed.
Someone says, which Fairmont was your favorite? So I'm assuming they're asking you guys which of my Fairmonts were your favorite. You guys probably don't even know how many of these piece of shits I built.
I don't even know what a Fairmont is.
I don't know either. It's gone. It's lost in history.
I like that first one you did. What was
The
it,
blue
gold?
one, tan one. There was a
Yeah,
tan
gold
one.
or tan.
I did a brown one that I backed into an embankment when I broke an axle and waffled the whole back of it. And then immediately after, I built the gold car, which was the first 990 car that I built. And I had like $4,200 into a 1020 combination out of that horse shit. And I later on realized that I had 48% converter loss.
Oof.
Yeah, I learned a lot. Imagine that. Just doing it from people that talk shit and had no
A little
knowledge.
sloppy.
I ended up learning a lot and then handing it off to people. So there's Fairmont 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a bunch of them had multiple combinations. So
I like the one that you did that 15,000 foot long burnout in. Just seemed like it just never ended. I think it was gold or tan or it was that, and the smoke was just bellowing.
Where was the burnout? In the crowd?
It was a while ago. It was a long time ago. It looked like it was. I remember a row of trees. I have to find the video.
Is that the one?
I'm almost positive it was tan. Like,
is that the one where the guy's like, "That's a Grand National"?
was it? I don't think it was a highway.
Oh. I did a couple at Wheels of Time, and that's where the one is, where the guy...
It just seemed like you were fucking burnt forever.
It's probably like Fairmont 3, because that made an easy 720, and I ran out of injector, and I would do like 1,100 foot burnouts with that all the time.
What color was it?
The Fairmont 3 was tan and white, like a tan and gold with a stripe. So it was like two-tone. The first car was a two-door that was brown as baby shit. The second one was all gold four-door. The third one was a gold and tan split with a fucking fucked up fender. That went 960 on the second combo. And then I built Fairmont 4 because someone was going to scrap one. So it was black and gray. And I put all my spare parts into that one. And for almost nothing, it made 405 horsepower and 405 foot-pounds. And then I couldn't keep both cars, so I scrapped that one for no reason. And then Jamie, I put that drivetrain in a 240 she had that was garbage, and then we sold that. And then I built Fairmont 5, which was like a dedicated race car that was all white, that gave me nothing but problems because I designated it as a race car. And then I sold that to Jimmy Lowry in Florida. And then I bought Fairmont 6, which I never did anything with, and I showed it in the background of a bunch of videos, and people were like, when do we learn more about that? And I sold it without doing anything, just as a jerk move.
Jamie did some pretty killer burnouts in that 240, if I recall.
Yeah, she can hold her own. Sometimes people would message me and be like, wow, that was quite you laid a lot of stripe through that intersection in like third gear. And I'm like, in what? And they're like, the red G. And I'm like, I'm at work in my tan Kia. I'm like, Jamie got her nails done and just painted stripe through town through third gear.
That's what I'm talking about.
And they're like, whoa. And I'm like, that's her car. I don't like driving.
Your kid's probably in the back seat with one of the big baseball foam fingers.
He's
Dad.
going like this to everybody.
Fuck you, world.
Yeah. Well, that's her in that picture with the Aussie finger out the window, the Australian #1 finger, while I'm doing like an 850 footer that blew my tire and wrecked my fender. She's just out the window like, yeah, fuck off. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So do you guys have a favorite one? I don't know. Did you answer? What are we at now? Oh, this guy says, Chevelle Lang, what transmission are you running?
In the Chevelle, it's a 2-speed glide.
Oh, dang, glide. Do you guys have more glides in your area? I know in Australia, there's nearly no TH400s. People use glides more.
It's about half and half here.
Yeah. I know
that.
I talk too much. Go, Troy. Go.
Yeah, you got any dump valves or what converter are you running in the Chevelle?
It's too loose. The car is so
48%.
Yeah, it's not that high. It's a transmission specialties when I ordered the tranny. I don't remember what it is.
Are you gonna put in the Jegs Super Sloppy Special soon?
No.
That's the fucking ticket. That's the winner. You can get that on a sale for like $327, and we have multiple cars running high 8s with a $300 converter. It's fucking outrageous. It's dumb as fuck. Anyway. $300! Fuck off, everybody.
Fuck yeah, man.
$300.
So we're talking about transmission and converter. I'll just throw this out there.
What do you have?
I run a Turbo 400.
Cool.
But something that the converter company I use is Cameron, right? He's in South Carolina. He builds fantastic converters. He builds an 11-inch converter that you wind up putting in stuff that's either heavy or makes a boatload of power and that's turbo. And when it comes to converters, I always suggest to people that they buy the converter and the transmission from the same place if they build transmissions, or at least if the converter company doesn't build transmissions, buy the transmission they tell you to buy. Cameron's 11-inch converter does not play well with a power glide because a power glide pump doesn't seem to be able to move enough fluid to keep the 11-inch full. You put a Turbo 400 in it, and it keeps the 11-inch full. And I don't know if you guys know who Derek Kelly is. He's Blue Mustang. He's always on all the LS pages and shit. I figured you fucking guys would know who he is.
I don't look at LS pages. I just look at.
I don't hang out on fucking LS pages.
Well, I don't know. I just figured it was a fucking gay thing. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Anyway.
I was like, I suck dick to you, asshole. Jeez.
With that face, I mean, so.
Choke on your fifi, homeboy.
I almost fell out of my chair.
So,
almost.
So anyway, what I was getting at is Derek's got a very winning combination, and he went to a Turbo 400 with a Cameron converter. And he posted up a picture the other day of the drive shaft RPM overrunning the engine RPM. And everybody said, well, that's bullshit and blah, 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 which it's fucking not bullshit. I have a ton of logs of it where the logs will actually show you negative slip, right? So, but it's not a lockup.
Oh, you brought that up the other day, and that was really interesting. I forget when you talked about that, not to interrupt and be my jerk off self.
Negative slip with no lockup.
That was a Ryan Jans podcast where you were like, hey, you ever see negative slip? And people were like, you're retarded. And I'm like, Devin's not retarded.
Yeah, and then that's when I just ignored the rest of it and I didn't keep going. So that's why
Is that in the fin design of the converter, like to achieve that part of it?
Yeah. Yeah, the pump and turbine inside of the converter. Yeah, yeah. And I don't want to stand here and act like I know what the fuck I'm talking about building converters because I don't build.
You're doing a good job of it.
Just go in there and bend the fins with the Harbor Freight pliers, bro.
I just know how to tune them, right? I just know how to make them fucking run. And the 11-inch is a whole different animal than everything else that's out there that I've worked with. Super loose down low, so like you could get them to spool unbelievably fast. They flash really high, which is ideal in a drag race application, in my opinion. If you can get the engine past peak torque on the release of the button, it lives and it doesn't like to wheelie or it doesn't like to spin as much. If you can get the converter to roll over about 6,500, 6,800, you'll make the trip more than you won't. And it locks up tight, but a lot of that comes down to being able to keep it full, and a turbo 400 can keep it full where a glide is problematic with that. So I was just throwing that out there.
So I asked people, I said, hey, we're kind of winding down. I'm out of pre-questions and post-questions in the chat. And I said, well, what do you have left? And someone said, favorite band.
Tool.
Mine.
I'm going with Tool.
Mine. The Dead Air Beats. Greatest fucking rock band in the world.
I don't even know who those are. I'm gonna have to look them up.
Go to my YouTube page. It's the only link I have to it, dude. It's from my last show, 2008. Nah, I don't know. Favorite band, man. You can't never. That's hard because
I have too many.
Every genre helps you with the journey through life. So every genre has a point. You lose a family member, you're gonna listen to this kind of aspect. You're excited, you're pumped up, you're clubbing. You're gonna listen to fucking 50 Cent. You know what I mean? You want Johnny Cash It Out?
Someone says
Elvis Presley.
Here's a quick one. I'll answer this.
Motorhead.
Ever use knock sensors on a X, which I think they mean Terminator X?
Throw them in the trash.
I would say knock sensors are completely garbage on a high horsepower setup at all. There's too much noise. And relatively speaking, by the time you have significant knock to save the motor is gone.
Right.
They're
trash.
It's a moot point. Maybe if you're running pump gas all motor basic setup, maybe, but a lot of times you're so an LS motor is so easy to tune. By the time it's knocking, you're 6 degrees over peak horsepower, in my opinion. They're so easy to dial in that. Meanwhile, a Subaru and a 4G63 will make power until you fold the rods out of the mid-range. You have to be much more careful, whereas an LS will quit making power and not destroy itself. Anyway, a good one is, where was it? Oh, shit. Traction Control Rambletron, which probably, no offense to Troy, Devin could probably answer better because he does more of that setup, right?
Yeah.
So they want you to just fucking go off the rails about traction control. I know you like to use Davis Profiler and whatever horse shit expensive people like to use. People that buy expensive ass chocolate instead of Kit Kats use a Davis Profiler.
It's either G-meter, wheel speed. I mean, isn't it all mostly wheel speed?
It's called a conglomerate.
Here, hang on.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go. We're about to see some Colby Jack cheese and some cheddar cheese and some Swiss cheese on a plate.
Stop it.
With a Ritz cracker. And not only a Ritz cracker, we're going to see a Ritz, and then we're going to see a Colby Jack, and then we're going to see a Ritz, and then we're going to see a cheddar sharp, and then a Ritz.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So this profiler, right?
Yeah.
If you want, whatever, we'll do another one of these podcasts where we talk about this kind of software and type of shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Badass.
So this is Profiler. All these different colors vertically are different zones, right? So if we go to zone settings, our first zone is zone 1. It's 0.5 seconds from the
This
release
looks
of the
like
brake.
Microsoft Excel. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So this is the first half a second of a run. We can add as many zones as we want. So we literally just, tighten them up as much as we want. You can have as many fucking zones as you want to shorten up these time frames, right? So there's 0.2, 0.7. Oops. Oh, honey. There we go. So you see what we're doing here is we're shortening up these zones. What these zones do is gives you the ability to make changes to your retard level in that zone and all 3 levels of retard plus 2 levels of advance plus 4 levels of smart draw. What that does, hang on, we'll zoom in here.
This is so far beyond my knowledge that this is like Frank Solder and shit.
So here's our zones, right? Our ranges. Our ranges are above and below the line, right? So here we are at 0.48 seconds into the run to 0.5 seconds into the run.
This
We can get
very granular.
What's granular?
Just this amount of data and the profile is retarded.
What do you mean?
It's very precise.
Yeah.
I know a lot, not to be egomaniac, and I'm struggling to understand how precise this chart is above and beyond. So what does that do? It triggers an ignition?
No, so this is the curve that we want the drive shaft to run for this pass, okay? If it does not run this curve and it works its way up here, I'm going to zoom in a little more here. All right, so if it's running the curve and it jumps up a little bit, now we're into a zone, okay? Or a range, I'm sorry. So we go into our zone settings. We're here in zone 2, right? Because we're at 0.46 seconds into the run, and that's from 0.2 to 0.7. If we run into the green, it has a maximum retard value of 6 degrees. It starts to interpolate from 0 to 6 degrees here at the peak of that zone. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a retard value of up to 10 degrees. So once we reach this number here, we've got 6 degrees out. We go over it, we start climbing towards 10 degrees. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
retard
following.
retard 3, we've got 12 degrees. You take retard 3, you split it in half. Once we get to here, we've got 12 degrees out. Does this make sense?
Yep. I'm following.
Okay, so see how the colors match?
Yeah.
12 degrees.
Rainbow. Roy G. Biv. Red, orange, green, blue, indigo, violet.
Okay, so now do you see what SDL? You see how it says SDL?
Yeah.
That's smart drop limit. That's how many cylinders you're allowing it to drop.
So you're dropping individual cylinders instead of just pulling global
when
spark.
You can't pull enough timing.
Right. So once you reach 50% of zone 3, retard 3, range 3, retard 3. Once you reach 50% of that, you start cutting 1 cylinder. And every 25%, you cut another cylinder until you reach up to here where you're fucked in the ass and you're done. You know what I mean?
The pass is garbage because you're not outrunning anybody.
Right.
Is it cutting fuel and spark or just spark?
Nope, just timing.
Dropping cylinders, yeah.
Well, when it drops cylinders, it'll drop it just in timing. Or just in ignition, sorry.
Are you worried about lighting that fuel off when it comes back on?
No, because smart drop, the way this works, the way that this program works is it'll drop a cylinder, and then it will, if you allow it 4 cylinders to drop, it has to go through 4 compression strokes before it comes back to hit the first cylinder it dropped.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so it's not a random drop of a cylinder. It drops the first cylinder in the firing order, and then it goes through the firing order, the compression stroke of the fire. Each cylinder goes
pumps fuel out.
Yep, pumps the fuel out, and then it does it 3 times before it comes back to
completely clear the cylinder. That's a neat fact. That's a good question.
Yep, for sure. Now here's another cool fucking thing that's patented, and I'm sure Fuel Tech will probably try to rip off because they like to rip off everything else. I don't even like billet atomizer injectors, but if you need big injectors, please buy billet atomizer injectors. Because Fuel Tech scumbags and fucking ripped them off.
100% copied, as far as I understand.
Yeah, look at the patent, you know. But anyway, here's the next cool thing about this, right? So say here's your drive shaft curve that you plotted. This is what you wanted it to run based off of your last off of your last run, and so here's your curve. Well, maybe the track was really, really tight down low, right? And it pulled the motor down, right? So now you're kind of behind the curve. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen that before, or do you not deal with this type of shit?
This is far more granular than me bombing a junkyard 6-liter to go 8s.
Okay.
I'll admit it. I'm learning a lot. Feed me.
So notice this right here where the cursor's at is 1800 RPM, 1750, 1700. We gave this 100 RPM. So we're going to go to zone settings. Right? We're in zone 2.
This is what separates this from other systems, right, Devin? This is yes. Part of the magic, being able to add to get back on track.
So what this does is this: if you fall behind your curve, you have an advance limit. So we can advance, let's say we advance 4 degrees if we're in green, and we're gonna advance 7 degrees if we're down in the blue. So if the RPM trace runs behind, it'll put more power in it to try to catch you back up.
And Devin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think through CAN bus and or his analog stuff, if you're behind on your boost ramp, you can have it so it sends to your ECU just to speed that up, right? Add power on top of your timing.
You can use the GPO, the general purpose output, but what I would typically do is, hang on. If I go into Holly and I make a input profiler, retard profiler smart drop, and when these inputs go active, you can go into an advanced table, and build a table based off of TC correction if you need to kill boost out of it to help try to save it. And you could do the same thing with like the corrections will show up. You know what I'm saying? The correction shows up as a positive number instead of a negative number.
Yeah.
So, so when the correction shows up as instead of timing retard, it just is, timing offset or correction. And when the corrections are happening in the Holly, we can add, we can do an offset based off of dome pressure or something. That's how I do it.
And you can use that data for your next pass to see if you want to raise, if you're behind the 8 ball, you may want to raise your launch RPM. You may want to raise, your boost, turn your dump valve offsuit or whatever the case, right? You could have this also turn dumps on.
Well, that's with a full profiler. This right here, we're using a profiler EFI module. Notice all the events.
This is peasant stuff.
I was just going to say, this is Poverty Davis. Poverty Davis profiler. This is the homeless version of a Davis profiler.
We don't need a full profiler because we have an EFI system. The only difference here is the high power and low power events, which is just outputs. So we don't need to use his outputs when we have outputs in the ECU. Do you see what I'm saying?
Because you're communicating.
Correct. So this is where you set it for always armed, blah blah blah. Trigger tooth count, 32 teeth, trans brake sync, all that kind of shit. Drive shaft output mode. It also output your drive shaft curve to the Holly. So that's a profiler EFI module. And like I said, if we do another one of these things and you want me to fucking ramble on about this shit, I'd be happy to. As long as they all want to buy it from me. Fuckers.
I've about had it. We're 6 hours and 48 minutes in. So I'm like,
holy shit.
I'm a fucking retard at this point. So
Yep, and I gotta hit the road in fucking 3 hours. So that's
I gotta go the fuck home and eat some peanut butter eggs.
All right, well, yeah, we might revisit this. Obviously, there's so much info to go over between you guys.
Ooh.
But thanks for joining up, Racewires and HCR Innovations and Devin from Canada. Not sure. Do you have a company for what you do?
Yeah, dude.
No.
Just throw yourself in there.
Yep.
No, I don't.
Come
I
up
have
with
an
a
electrical
name.
business, but I'm just wiring cars on the side.
Right now, you're Kill Switch.
That's right.
Yeah, we're all done. We're cooked. So, thanks for joining in. I can't believe over 100 people are still watching this hot dumpster fire garbage.
Thanks for tolerating my bullshit, guys. You guys have been fun.
Thanks very much.
And for all you fuckers that think I was angry, fuck you.
Hey.
Okay. All right, I wasn't angry at all, you shitheads. So.
You don't know Angry Devin, let me tell you.
You don't know fucking shit.
Let me tell
shit.
you what. 20 years ago, Angry Devin is nothing like you might expect.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to hotbox with God.
Oh, yeah. So, no, thanks for having me, and thanks for having everybody, and listening to us ramble about useless shit.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt, for putting all this together. And Devin, I always enjoy your company. Chevelle Lang, pleasure. Hit me up
guys.
if you're
You
ever
guys
in the
awesome.
States. Got your back in the States, Lang. I can't come see you, but you'd come see me.
All right. Well, it's almost 3 a.m. East Coast, which you guys are on. And I don't know where Devin is. Are you East Coast time?
West Coast.
Yeah, I'm in South Carolina.
No, I mean Devin Lang, Canada. I don't know where that.
Oh.
I know where you are. I don't know where the hell he is in Canada.
British Columbia, right?
Are you by Whistler?
BC.
Yeah.
Are you near Whistler?
About
Well, I lost him.
6 hours from Whistler.
Well, Canada is so fucking huge. I've been in Whistler and British Columbia.
Yeah.
The Whistler's amazing.
We're 6 hours.
If you guys have an opportunity.
Near Letterkenny?
What?
Are you anywhere near Letterkenny?
Nope.
No, that sucks. That's the coolest thing that ever happened and came out of Canada.
Yeah, we'll send the wiring cars to you, Lang, in Canada. You'll be our North connection.
Hell yeah.
Works for me.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna go to fucking sleep.
All right. See you.
Yeah, bye.